Hello. Hello. Oh, are we brought it up? I do not. Oh,
There we go.
There we are.
Hey, we're here. Hi, everyone.
Hi, friends.
I know we got the bell today. We're starting the show in like 30 seconds. Rust Dog? Rust Dog got the bell today?
Just act like it's Rust Dog because it usually is.
Yeah, it's not been fun the last couple nights.
Wheezy Scooter, PETA. Hello, everyone. Kenneth, Norm, Michael.
What up, y'all?
I lost my mind.
You sound like ass, Michael. If that is your real name. Hey, happy Friday on a Monday. This is weird. Weird vibes in the office today.
It is weird.
There are a bunch of people in the office smarter than us who said, we're off on Tuesday. I'm also taking Monday off. We should have done the exact same thing.
Yeah, that would have made a lot more sense. I could have used 2 days to recover from yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday and Friday. My goodness. Hey, Good Kid Dad City, I think it was in the chat. Let me make sure that's right. Yeah. Somebody in the chat, I think it was Good Kid Dad City, said the Kings are no longer fun. Like, yeah, no, it wasn't a fun weekend. And I think it culminated. And if you'd like to participate in the chatty house, please do it. YouTube.com/ESPN1320 or Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, where we are simulcasting. And of course, ESPN 1320 AM, 98.5 FM HD2. What's up? If you'd like to join the conversation on the Elk Grove Kia talk line, you can give us a buzz at 916-909-1320. I'd love to hear from you all today because I'm assuming at least some of you all were in the building last night at Golden One Center chanting about Keon Ellis in the third quarter.
Yeah,
Keon,
there were a lot of those.
Keon, who played 12 minutes, all of them coming in the fourth quarter after the Kings were already down 27 points. There are myriad issues with the Kings. I'm leaving this chat up all day, by the way, from Andrew. Good morning to Keon Ellis fans and Keon Ellis fans only. That's just going to stay with us today.
Okay.
Shout out to Andrew, our third host. So I know there are so many issues with the Kings right now, and we'll dive into all of them. But I think the Keon Ellis thing is first and foremost because when you see a team that is as putrid defensively as the Kings are.
Oh, yeah.
And they have a player who has been as effective defensively as Keon Ellis is, it is really hard to square the circle where Keon Ellis doesn't play and the Kings are better for it.
I agree 100%. I mean, walking into every post-game press conference and having to ask Doug Christie the same question about why Keon Ellis isn't playing, to be honest, is awkward. It's one of those things. It stands out as something that we shouldn't be going through this again and again. And I get the struggle because there is, I mean, this isn't just black and white. There is a very nuanced discussion here about like how you build a team and why you use certain players and you don't use other players. I mean, like, it's a complex question. But I think at the end of the day, we're seeing very clearly that while, Doug Christie was very clear last night about how much he loves Keon Ellis and everything else, the franchise doesn't value Keon in the way that the fans do. And that is going to be a problem for the rest of this season. But I'm going to tell people right now, it won't be a problem next season because that dude ain't coming back.
Yeah, I would be shocked.
He has the decision. No one else gets to make the decision for him. There will be other teams that will pay him mid-level exception money, 14 to 15 million a year. There are teams around the league that are lining up. There are teams around the league that frankly are confused as hell about what is going on with the Sacramento Kings and why they don't value Keon Ellis the way that everybody else does.
It's baffling.
It is baffling.
I want to you mentioned what Doug Christie said, and I would like to get to this quote because it it kept me up last night.
Yeah.
Like literally, I read it as I was getting ready for bed because I'm a lunatic who scrolls Twitter while I brush my teeth, and I saw this quote and I was like, man, what? Like I didn't do my bedtime routine because I was standing there thinking about what this means. Quote, Keon knows how I feel about him. I love the kid. I want to stop there. That reflects what you just said. Doug made it clear how he feels about Keon Ellis. Been a big fan of his for a long time. So he'll get his opportunity. It's just how the game happens. So love our fans, understand our fans. That's about people chanting.
Mm-hmm.
I totally get it. I'm here to win basketball games, but this is fascinating. I'm here to win basketball games, but first and foremost, there's a way to play, and we have to find that way to play. We have to trust that way to play, and it starts defensively, period. End of conversation. It just is what it is. So is that to say that Keon Ellis is not doing the right things defensively?
I mean, I don't think anybody on this team is doing the right things defensively.
That would kind of be my argument against that.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't think that anyone is.
Mhm.
And to be honest, Keon Ellis has not been good defensively either.
Mhm.
Like, he's playing windshield wiper defense.
Mhm.
Like, he's flying by. He's out of control.
He's taking a lot of gambles for no reason.
Well, for no reason, but there is a reason. There's a reason that it's called you're in a contract here.
Mm.
You're trying. You're
Mhm.
trying too hard.
Mhm.
And I get some of it, but at the same time, like, the problems to this team are so roster based.
Mhm.
And like, there's no other way to say it. Like,
Mhm.
this is a collection of dudes who all think they are the numero uno and all think that they're going to score a bajillion points.
Mhm.
And a lot of them have scored a bajillion points. And a guy like Keon, who does not ask for that,
Mhm.
who is not that type of player, is just getting shoved to the side.
Mhm.
And I get some of it. This is exactly, Kyle, it is exactly what I was worried about when the rumors started about Russell Westbrook in the summer. It's like,
Mhm.
okay, what exactly are you going to do with Russell Westbrook unless you clear out a bunch of other players?
Right.
But we get to this point in the season. What are we, 10 games in, right?
Yes.
And there are so many players that individually are playing extremely well for the Kings on the offensive end of the court. And so when you look at their numbers, you're like, okay, he was really good tonight. But the fact is that most of the time that player who was really good was horrible on the defensive end.
Mhm.
And so you have all of these players who are putting up really good numbers. I mean,
They've won 3 games.
Yeah, I know. But like, the numbers themselves tell you that Russell Westbrook has been exceptional.
Great.
Malik Monk has been exceptional. Zach LaVine has been exceptional. DeMar DeRozan has been really, really good.
Mhm.
Okay, like, so trying to fit somebody in that is just a defensive specialist, you get lost in the numbers. You get lost in the fact that you do not need more offensive players on this team. I don't care that your offense is bad. Your offense is bad because you're not passing the ball because you have too many of the same player.
Mhm.
That's it. Like, this is a roster construction issue, and the loser is a guy that I knew was going to be the loser in this situation, and that's Keon Ellis, and that's tough.
Man, all right. Sure. You have all these guys playing well, and they're 3-7. So just keep playing them because, hey, they're playing well.
Yeah.
On pace to win 25 games after 10, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
8th of the way through the season. On pace to hang out at the bottom of the West.
I'm not saying that that's what I would do.
What would you do? What would you do? Because to me, here's what I would do. I would say, great, all those guys are playing really well. One of them doesn't get to play.
Yes.
Because we're not doing the right things to win. We're not doing enough things to win.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe it's Malik Monk, maybe it's Dennis Schroeder, maybe it's Russell Westbrook. I don't know. I don't frankly care that much. Figure out a way to get Keon 15 minutes, 18 minutes, particularly when you're hemorrhaging points at the beginning of the game.
Oh yeah.
The Timberwolves with 6 minutes to go in the second quarter had 46 points. They were shooting 50% from the field, 40% from 3, and they were 100% at the line.
They
And
scored
Keon
40
didn't-
in the second and in the third quarter while Keon Ellis was sitting on the bench.
And like that's it. They gave up 80 points across 2 quarters. Quick
Game
math.
over.
That's 160 points for a game. Yeah,
It's
that's
the
right.
third time in the last 2 games that they've given up a 40-point quarter.
That's
Like, it's really tough because when Doug Christie is talking defense, you have a guy. And he made it very clear. Like, look, there are 2 distinct things. There are good defensive players that are individual defensive players, and then there are good team defenders.
Mhm.
I don't think this team has any of either. Outside of Keon Ellis and outside of Keegan Murray, I don't think that they have a good defensive player at all, and guys that aren't good team defenders either.
Yep.
It's a very, very difficult thing to watch. Their coverage, their zone coverage is just getting annihilated.
Mm-hmm.
Like you cannot keep running the zone out there.
I don't get why they keep doing it.
They're doing the zone to disguise the fact that they don't have any defensive players.
No.
Right? So that's one thing that they're doing.
Okay.
But
yeah.
But then the same players who are in a zone keep watching one back cut after another. I've never seen anything like this.
It's unbelievable.
Like the only player that I remember getting beat on the back cut more than this collection of players was Buddy Hield. Like Buddy Hield would get lost on the back cut all the time. And you're like, but that's one guy.
Right.
Now you got an entire team that are watching Nikola Jokic pick you apart and find Christian Brown at the rim for a dunk again and again and again.
Mm-hmm.
Like scrap whatever that is. It's got to go.
It has to be done.
It can't happen.
Yeah.
So the 94 feet thing, it's gone already.
Did it even arrive? I think that might have gotten lost in the mail.
Yeah, it just scrapped it. Just scrap it because you're not running players out there that can do that.
Right.
So,
I understand the desire to do it.
Yeah.
I totally get, like in theory, yeah, totally. Guard 94 feet.
I would love to tell you that there's just like one easy solution that makes this team better defensively. The fact is there are not solutions.
No.
I hate to... Precious Achiuwa signed 5 days ago and started last night.
Hey, and it was probably the right call.
Yes.
It wasn't like, wait, why is... it makes sense. And he wasn't on a team 5 days ago.
Yeah. That's when you understand that the roster construction is wrong.
Yes. Whatever
you did to create this roster, it's wrong. And the problem is the only way out of it is via trade. You're up against the luxury tax completely.
Mm-hmm.
This is like a 5-alarm fire 10 games into the season. And we can sit here and talk about the schedule and how difficult the schedule is.
Mm-hmm.
I told you 4-15, 5-14 are on the table.
Mm-hmm.
Before the season started, I looked at the schedule and said, okay, this is a train wreck of a schedule.
Mm-hmm.
Even when you get healthy, you're still going to have to go through a phase where you're trying to figure out how to like put Keegan Murray back in the lineup and what that means for everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
Like there are reasons outside of just purely the defensive thing, offensive players versus defensive players, why Keon Ellis isn't playing. You know, he is not a good rebounder. He is not doing some of the other things that you need him to do.
He is very limited in his overall skill set, for sure.
But the overall skill set is pretty cut and dry when you are a team that can't play defense at all, and you have a defender and a 3-point shooter, and you're also like a suspect 3-point shooting team.
Mm-hmm.
You're a 3-point shooting team that right now is shooting way above your weight. There's no way it's sustainable.
Mm-hmm. I feel the same way.
That's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
So I would like to tell everybody that there's just some magic solution, but there's not. You know, like, and we can all come up with ideas. I have an idea of what I would do if I were the coach, but I think we're going to get into that later. I think that the Kings are just in a really, really bad spot where you have a bunch of veteran players who are playing quality basketball on the offensive end, and it's disguising the fact that they cannot defend at all.
Anything.
Yeah.
And there's been a problem all year.
Yeah.
It's not like the last 2 games. What happened to the Kings defense? Like, no, it's just been
progressively worse, but you know, that's because enough teams have film on them. Just look, they compete in the first quarter. Sometimes they're able to compete in the second quarter. Yep. The third quarter adjustments come and they're absolutely done for.
They have nothing.
Yeah.
That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. We're hanging out with you until noon here on ESPN 1320. That is Sacramento Sports Leader. Hey, you know what the worst thing that happened last night was? The thing that scares me the most, because I'm not surprised by what's happening to the Kings.
Yeah.
you and I have been on this train that, man, this could really get ugly. And then Keegan Murray got hurt, and it was like, oh, this could get really ugly. And it feels like we're careening toward whatever rock bottom is.
Yeah.
Just very, very early in the season, which is not a huge shock. The thing that worries me the most about last night, because the roster issues, not a surprise. The injury stuff, yep, that's going to cause a problem. Vivek bouncing early from his courtside seats, that scares me.
That is one of the worst looks I've ever seen in my entire life.
That is when Jed York was in his peak, vocal owner phase.
Mm-hmm.
That's a move he would pull. Or, oh, he's just going to storm out early. Or he's going to go tweet after the game or whatever he did. Doing that, I get Vivek is frustrated. And if he's going to bounce mid-game, I think you can do it a little more discreetly. But the worry for me is less, oh, wow, it's a bad look for the Kings. It's more, what does that mean he's up to?
Oh, yeah.
Is he ready to push Scott Perry in the front office to do something? Instead of just letting them do what it is they have planned? Whether it's going to work or not, don't know. But is that what this is going to lead to? Because that's what comes to my mind first.
Mm-hmm.
And that is terrifying.
I agree 100% when he left, which he does not do. He does not do that. When he left, it was like super eye-opening. It was Alvin Gentry, Scott Perry, John Reinhart, Martina Kalikatronis, and Peja Stojakovic sitting together across, like, at the mid-court line. Like,
very visible.
Like, what exactly do you think? You know what he did? He told all of his fans, you can go ahead and leave if you want, because this is ass. Go ahead and leave. Go ahead and leave, everybody. There's 15,000 of you tonight. I'm sure next game there's going to be 12,000, maybe 14.
By the way, season ticket price is going up. Like, ugh.
Yeah, not a good look at all. And I get the frustration. I would have liked to have left, but that's not what you do. You got to stand there and bite the bullet, man. It's tough, but
James, what happened in the fourth quarter last night? Don't know. I was on my way home.
I was driving home. Yeah.
I don't think anybody here, I wouldn't blame you. I don't think anybody listening on the radio or in the chatty house would blame you.
Yeah, I would
be out of hell with it. Here's my 6 quick thoughts on the first 36 minutes.
Here's one quick thought. This game was horrible, and I went home.
The good news is we have more than one quick thought. We got 6 of them. We'll dive into the Kings' loss last night. What went wrong aside from the Keon Ellis thing? We'll talk about it next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Oh, and football. Okay, I'm going to take this comment down now.
Oh.
No, you're good. That was the right thing.
I did not retweet the...
TC, what's up, baby? The funny thing is the Niners loss yesterday felt like a lot like the Kings game.
Yeah, that was just a...
just... Are they going to get a stop? No?
Yeah.
All right. Well.
Yeah.
Hey, lock in. Stingers up, baby. Oof. Oof. That's bad.
Hey, kill the mics for 1 second.
3-16-1, and the one was a 33-33 fourth quarter last night, I think. After it was already a 27-point game. It does sound like it. I don't want to jinx it, but it sounds like we're gonna get Joe back next week.
I know. I don't believe it though, because it was supposed to be this week.
Because I talked to Mark directly about it, our promotions director. I said, buddy, I know that you guys are super busy, and they are. Like, that's why Joe has been out, because they need him. And I was like, hey, I don't want to feel like this is and he's like, nope, I want to do it next week, blah, blah, blah. So shout out to Mark. We love and appreciate Mark immensely. And we love and appreciate Joe immensely. Shout out to Joe Brazil.
Gregory Kaiser, I don't know if he survives this season. I don't know if he survives till Christmas. Like, when you see an owner leave around halftime, that's where it's like, uh-oh. Yeah.
One minute.
I don't know if you saw pregame. Pregame was super, super emotional. Like, Doug got emotional and started crying in pregame because he grew up in Seattle with Lenny Wilkens being like his hero, and Lenny Wilkens passing yesterday right before the media stuff was hard.
30 seconds. We're still advertising ESPN Bet, huh?
David Jackson, like, there's a logical answer to that. It would be Mike Woodson.
5 seconds.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
James is over there. I'm Kyle. We're having a good conversation at the break about continuing the conversation about Vivek Ranadive leaving the game early.
Yeah.
And I would like to continue digging into some of that. But before we get into Vivek leaving last night's 27-point loss to the Minnesota Timberwolves early, let's get to James Ham's 6 quick thoughts.
How'd yesterday's Kings game go?
You asked,
Kings
and it's
Insider
never
James
great.
Ham has 6 notes you need to know. Here are James Ham's 6 quick thoughts.
Let's dig into something that's not Keon Ellis and something that's not Vivek Ranadive leaving early, because I'm sure we've got plenty more on that coming up. But James Ham, Kingsbeat, kingsbeat.com. Subscribe today. What is your first quick thought from last night's defeat?
The Kings defense is a hot mess.
Number 2.
Yeah, you can't give up 40-point quarters twice in a game. You can't give it twice in a week. You can't, like, back-to-back games giving up 40-point quarters. That's an embarrassment. It's horrific. When you give up 71 in the first half, the game is over.
Typically, yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead.
No, I don't. That's kind of the crux of it. The problem is, and again, we'll talk about the 49ers a little bit later, but my analysis of the Kings defense and my thoughts on the Kings defense is a lot like how I feel about the 49ers right now.
Mm-hmm.
You can talk about coaching. You can talk about Keon Ellis should play. Nick Martin should play. Why are all the young guys sitting? Why is Marquise Siegel a healthy scratch? Like, there's all these things. Why'd they run this defense? Why aren't they blitzing more? Why aren't they running? Why aren't they picking up 94 feet? Like, it's the exact same conversation. And the answer comes down to, now the reasons are different, but the answer comes down to, at some point, you just need the dudes.
Yeah.
You need the players. Coaching matters. Scheme matters, execution matters, but at some point you need to have players who are good enough to execute the things the coaching staff wants to execute. And I don't think the Kings have that right now. I don't think there's a button Doug Christie can push that's going to magically make the Kings a middle-of-the-road defense.
No, absolutely
because they just don't have the players.
They're 27th in the league in defensive rating. They do not have the players at all to do it.
Nope.
And look, Keegan Murray will help.
Yeah,
but
sure.
This isn't like prime Scottie Pippen walking in the door. It's not Ben Wallace walking in the door. It's not a superstar defender walking in the door. It's a guy who's better than everybody else at playing defense.
Yeah.
But like,
he's a plus defender. He's not a DPOY candidate.
He might be a plus defender, but he's not a plus defender. He's not a D.
Not a game. In the NFL, it's a game wrecking defender.
Yeah.
That one guy flying off the edge can just blow up an offense by himself. Myles Garrett. Salute. It's not the Keegan Murray is not a game wrecker.
Yeah, I can't even
in the NBA.
49ers wise, I can't say he is their Fred Warner. I can't, because Fred Warner is
he's more like their. Oh, this is a good one. Diamador Lenore?
Maybe. Yeah.
Like good at his position, but not a game altering defender. Yeah, I feel good about that. I feel good about that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, man. That's not a good group.
Nope.
Number 2.
Playing through pain. Domantas Sabonis is seriously hurting. Like, I'm watching him grabbing at his ribs the entire game. And the fact that he's out there is admirable. He did not, play well defensively. He did finish with 20 points, 13 rebounds. I think he had 4 assists or something. But just watching him trying to navigate screens, trying to navigate rebounds in the post is super painful to watch. And so hat tip for him being out there, because the alternative is Drew Eubanks and maybe Precious Achua, maybe Maxime Moreno. I don't know.
All significantly worse option.
But the fact that he's out there trying to battle through because his team is losing and he knows that he can help is at least admirable.
I did not enjoy how often their offense boiled down to Domas v. Rudy Gobert one-on-one.
No.
That can't be it.
They need to.
Because he threw up some bad shots.
Yeah.
And that just can't.
They need to get back to basics, get back to running DHOs, pick and rolls at the top.
Triple handoffs, yeah.
They need to do the basics, because whatever we're watching is just mainly ISO ball and flip the ball around. And some guys start their ISO at 18 seconds and some guys start their ISO the last 8 seconds of the shot clock. But either way, it's ISO ball.
Yeah, they don't. And I know that, like Kenny always says, well, a lot of the league is more ISO ball than you think, but a lot of the league also generates easy shots. That they have things they can go to that get them a look at the rim, that get them a open look for 3. And it doesn't seem like the Kings do that on purpose. When they do, it feels like an accident. And I think with Domas specifically last night, they would get it to him, and the Timberwolves were just like, cool, we'll take this matchup. You go ahead. They were never sending help. There was never an opportunity to spray or to make an extra pass. And I just don't think that is where the Kings need to be offensively, is the Domantas Sabonis ISO to try and score. That can't be the go-to.
Yeah, I mean, he took 17 shots, which I think is shocking. A lot of those were like rebound putback attempts and stuff like that. He did go 10 of 12 from the line.
Yeah, got to the free throw line effectively.
Which tells you that not only did he have 17 shots, but on top of that, he had another 6 to 8 opportunities that aren't showing up in the box score because he got fouled.
Yeah. Yeah, just didn't, whether he's hurt or whatever. Also, his 3-point shot looks bad.
It does.
I don't know.
No lift right now.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there, but oof. Number 3.
Number 3, we had another positive, back to form after a rough couple of games. I thought Zach LaVine looked a lot more like the Zach LaVine we've seen through the first 2 weeks of the season. 6 of 9 from 3, 26 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists. He didn't play late because the game was out of control. Again, like offensively, he's been extremely good. I mean, if you're going to score 26 points in little less than 30 minutes, that's pretty efficient. There's still, I think he's playing better defensively than he has throughout his career, but there's still like this super basic thing that he and so many others don't do on this team, and that's just get in a standard guarding position. How many times am I watching Zach LaVine with his hands down and someone throw a pass right over the top of his head to a person in the post cutting? Like, put your hands up. Like, all of these guys, I never understand it. Same thing on the defensive line when you're an NFL player. When it's third and short, jump up in the air and put your hands in the air. Like, bat down a ball.
Sure.
But just like not having that awareness by so many of the Kings players is part of the reason why they're so bad defensively.
Yeah. Zach LaVine putting up stats in a blowout loss. Neat. Number 4.
Number 4, they tried something new. Precious Achiuwa signed 5 days earlier. And, again, if you're going to go up against Rudy Gobert and why am I drawing a blank? Their power forward. We're both drawing a blank. Julius Randle.
Yes. Oh my God. It was like DiVincenzo, Edwards.
No, Julius Randle. If
McDaniel's blank.
If you're going to go up against a big front line, this just wasn't a game where I think you could run Russell Westbrook at the power forward or DeMar DeRozan at the power forward. I just don't think you could. So they tried something that Precious played about as well as you could expect. 12 points, 10 rebounds, and a block in 26 minutes. He's active. He also stands way too close to everybody else on the offensive end. You're like, hey, man, you have to move and you got to go find a new spot to go stand in, because every time I looked up, he was literally in somebody else's play. And you're like, man, that is, go hide in the dunker spot, go hide in the corner, go hide somewhere. But what you cannot do is stand next to a guy dribbling a ball and a guy ready to shoot the ball, and then you've got your defender in the way.
Yeah.
So just like the basics of the offense, he's not there yet.
I think in the world where Keegan Murray starts at the 4 and you have Achiuwa as a backup 4-5, I feel better about it.
Yeah, 12 minutes a game.
He's not a disaster.
No.
It's just clear that he just got to the team. And if you're starting him, I think you're in a bad spot.
Yeah.
It's kind of I respect that Doug is trying something different and trying something new. Against the Bucks, he started Dylan Cardwell for this same reason, and it didn't go as well. But I think that we're going to continue to see some kind of weird lineups as they just try and figure out any formula that works.
Yeah, you're waiting for Maxime Reynaud to become more of an NBA player. Like, we watched a lot of Maxine on Friday. And if that's what this season is about, that's fine. But that's not what it's not been so far. So, like, again, I'm okay with Precious getting minutes here because, like, realistically, I don't think you have other options.
I am right there with you. And you can point fingers at whoever for that being the facts.
Yeah.
The reality. But yeah, he wasn't a train wreck last night, which I guess is clearing the bar. Number 5.
Well, he wasn't a train
back
wreck.
to number 4.
No.
Oh, we're on a number 5.
We're on number 5. He wasn't a train wreck, but Russell Westbrook and Malik Monk were.
Oof.
I don't know what happens here. These two have been so dynamic and so good. You bring them off the bench together, and they scored 5 of their 8 points in the first half combined. They just were not at all. I don't know if it was like Russell Westbrook needed a rest day, or if it was just they haven't played together, and so it was kind of weird. But that combo off the bench should be dynamic, and it was anything but dynamic. I mean, it was just absolutely horrible. And so I'm not sure what to make of that, but it's a 1-game blip, and I do wonder if you can play those two together.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to follow for sure. I think one of the things is that was Malik Monk's first real dud of the year.
Yeah.
He had a 3 for 7 in the loss at OKC on October 28th, but Beyond that, 7 of 13, 7 of 14, 5 of 9, 7 of 10, 6 of 12, 6 of 9. He goes 1 of 7 last night. Like, we talked about this.
Mhm.
Man, Malik is scorching hot right now. He's going to crash down to earth eventually. And I think we just saw that a little bit last night. Same deal. Russell Westbrook has been their best player by a pretty significant margin.
Mhm.
And he just had a rough one last night.
Yeah.
I'm not ready to circle this pairing off the bench and say that, oh, this is a mess. They can't do this. These guys stink. I don't think it's that. I just think that they were playing at an unsustainably efficient level. Like, Malik still, despite last night, is still shooting 52% from the field, 48.6% from three.
Yeah. And
Like,
I'll tell you,
he's still
here's
lighting it up for the year.
my biggest concern right now is that the things that they're doing well are not sustainable.
Yes. Yeah.
And so they're losing, and DeMar DeRozan is shooting 43.5% from three. Russell Westbrook is shooting 45.1% from three. Malik Monk is shooting 48.6% from three.
Oof.
That is not sustainable.
Nope.
They will all drop roughly 10% off of their shooting numbers. Straight up, 10%, maybe 11% off some of these. And so how do you react when that happens? And maybe, again, maybe that is part of the reason why Keon Ellis isn't playing right now, is because these guys are actually hitting their 3-point shots, which makes it's disguising the fact that they're not good 3-point shooters typically.
Yeah.
I mean, but again, between DeMar DeRozan and Russell Westbrook, we have 35 years of data to look at and tell you that they are 31, 32% career shooters. That's from three. So for them to be shooting this high is pretty crazy.
Yeah, I have nothing to add. What they're doing from three right now has been nuts, and they're still 3-7.
Yeah. I mean, DeMar DeRozan right now, with him shooting 43.5%, is up to 30.2% for his career. So he's shooting
It's a good sample size.
13% higher than his career average right now.
Good God. I'm expecting more of DeRozan. You won't see the crash because it'll be a string of 0 for 2, 0 for 3, 1 for 3. It'll be like that, and he's still going to average 20. Yeah. Malik, we saw this, wasn't it last year that he shot like 20% for a month?
2 years in a row. It's usually January, February where he takes a big topple. Yeah, there was a year between like December 12th and January like 25th or something. He shot 20 or 25% from three.
So he went last year, October, 36.4%. This is 3-point percentage. November, 35.4. December, 34.3. January, 30.6. February, 27.1. Then back to 36 in March, and then 4 games in April, he shot 26%.
Yeah.
I think that's just buckle up for a few more of these.
He's erratic, and the key with Malik is you have to keep his minutes down. And I know fans don't like hearing that. I know Malik doesn't like hearing that. But when his minutes spike, his shooting percentages drop instantly. Again, Russell Westbrook, a career 30.7% shooter from three. He's shooting 45.1, almost 15% higher than his career average. It's not great.
Last one.
Things are getting dicey. They're getting weird. Kings fans chanting for Keon Ellis. Like, hat tip to Kings fans. Like,
salute, bro.
Yeah, and it was loud, and then it started to echo. We want Keon, and it was like all over the arena. There were probably a good couple of thousand fans chanting, "We want Keon." He started the fourth, but by that point, the game was over. They were down by 27, and he's not the answer to everything, but he can help. And I think we're at that point where people who can help should be playing.
Yeah, and we're also at a point where, we have to step aside. Let's continue this Keon Ellis discussion, because I think it's getting to be inexcusable that he doesn't play. And we'll talk about why next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center.
Like, this is on everybody. I'm not gonna absolve anyone from this. It's on Bobby. It's on Doug. It's on Mike Woodson, who's a seasoned, long-term NBA head coach and assistant. It's on the front office. It's on the players. Like, look, there are a lot of people that it's on ownership. It is. So nobody's clean. I don't know what politics are playing right now. Like, Andrew, is it possible that there's a directive for Doug Christie to not play Keon major minutes? Maybe. There has to come a point where you do have to give players enough time together to try to build chemistry, and not just offensive chemistry, but defensive chemistry at all as well. And so playing some of these guys together as much as possible isn't a bad thing. It's just, you're going to take your lumps. Thanks. I did rant. I threw my hat during the podcast on Saturday, Spencer. When my good friend Sean Cunningham said that John Morant has been accountable, no, I'm not gonna agree with that at all. I don't think he has been accountable for his actions. I don't know. Then I had to find a new hat to put on. That's just a really weird statement, David Jackson, about elderly people going to Kings games. Yeah. Yeah, I love Sean, and we're good friends. I just don't agree that accountability is something that John Morant has. Look at his shooting numbers from last night. You tell me how he is accountable. And it's not just off the court; it's on the court. There is, everyone in the league knows he doesn't like his coach. There is a second option here. Man, fast lane. The only way Keon, Neek, and Monk get more minutes is trading Dennis and Zach. You can't just sit players. That's allowed to bench players and not put them in the game. Man, this is tough while I'm sitting here to your direction. You have to trade some of these guys. You do. You have to move out some of these pieces. And even if that means, taking a step back, I don't think there is a big step back here. You're already on the edge of a cliff. I think there is something that I would try to do. And I think there is something about finding undervalued players in the league and bring them along. Basically the Moneyball idea, that you find players that just aren't getting the opportunity somewhere, or haven't been able to, they get to a certain age and they mature and they're just different than they were when they were young, and give them another shot and stuff. But I would like to see the Kings go after good players that don't have oh,
there we go.
Maybe we can talk about this one.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
James is over there. I'm Kyle. Sports Talk on ESPN 1320 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, like the Kings defense, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. We do have some 49ers things to get to because Kyle Shanahan said a wild thing about Brock Purdy yesterday, and we got to talk about it. But we were talking about Keon Ellis at the end of your 6 quick thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm at a point where, like, okay, you start Precious Achiuwa, you've started Dylan Cardwell, you've started Russell Westbrook, you've started Drew Eubanks when Domas has been out.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're trying basically everything.
Except for Doug McDermott. He doesn't get to play. Sorry, Doug. Not
Great
taking
point.
shots. I'm just saying, like, if you're going to have a guy on the team and everyone else plays and he doesn't, and like at some point it's
Right.
like, okay.
What is he doing here? What is it you would say you do here? But no, I don't want this to become a Doug McDermott thing. It's less about Doug McDermott and then, like, why do you have a roster spot on a player who can't get any tick ever? But anyways, that's a different conversation. I've at this point with Keon where there's literally, for me, no excuse to not try something. They're trying to play a certain way. Got it. The certain way that you're playing is 3-7. I mean, we talk about this with the 49ers injury situation, right? It's year after year. It's a problem. It's like, let's just change something.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know what. Don't know. I don't know enough about medical stuff to know, but like, man, just do something to just change the vibes. I'm at that point with Sacramento. You have to do literally anything. And I can't imagine that having a game where you give Keon half of the Malik Monk minutes and half of the Dennis Schroeder minutes is going to torpedo your season.
Yeah.
Like that's what I don't understand here. It's like, that's the button you won't hit.
Yeah. To me, it's really weird because like there aren't a lot of pathways for improvement here. And I think the focus has been so much on what's happening with the forward spots, right? It's been so much on, oh my gosh, what do you do when Keegan Murray's out? And oh my gosh, Domantas Sabonis misses 3 games of the first 10 and you're totally shot, right? Like this team looks 100 times different if Jonas Valanciunas is still on it. The problem that I have is that front line is getting battered because your guards can't stay in front of anybody. It's an inline drive, like break, like jailbreak to the basket. And like they're breaking their zone defense. The opposition is breaking the zone defense by getting anyone near the free throw line who can pass and just dealing to guys who are back cuts again and again and again. So that's a problem. But even that, you know, the times where this has worked, where this like sort of chaotic like zone defense thing has worked, is when you have Keon Ellis and Nate Clifford or Keon Ellis and Devin Carter at the top causing problems. That's where you get turnovers. That's where you get problems. You know, it's like we talk all the time about the 49ers and some of the issues that the 49ers have. The issues the 49ers have on defense, it's so easy. It's that you have 12 sacks in 10 games. When you can't get to the quarterback picks you apart. The quarterback doesn't make mistakes. He doesn't fumble because you're not getting to him. He doesn't throw interceptions because he's got time and just picking you apart. If you can't get to the quarterback, that's the problem. In the NBA, it's a little different. If you can't stop the opposing guards, it just hangs your front line out to dry. Like, I don't know whether Drew Eubanks is a good defender or not. I would hope that he would stop swatting every ball, like every block shot, like 8 rows deep. So
maybe just get a piece. And
he got one this last game where it was like, oh, look at that, you kept the ball in play. But outside of that, it's like you don't even know what these players are. I mean, Domantas Sabonis, does he look bad defensively? Yeah, he looks horrible defensively. But it's because he's got a guard running at him and a big man right next to him, and they're just doing Lob City on him every time. he shouldn't be defending two people.
Mhm.
And every single possession, he's defending two people because your guards aren't stopping anybody.
Mhm.
So, like, the problem isn't just, a Drew Eubanks or Domantas Sabonis or DeMar DeRozan or anyone. It's all of it. All of it is the problem.
Mhm.
And that's where you really start getting to the nitty-gritty of the issues here. Is this team sustainable at all? Can they find a way to be better defensively with the same group of players? And the answer is no. So
Emphatically no.
that means you have to put somebody else in the game who might only have defensive skills and 3-point shooting to try to stop whatever's happening.
Yes.
I'm okay with them starting Keon Ellis and Nate Clifford. I don't care who sits. I don't care.
I am with you.
If you're just going to get boat raced every single game because you can't defend anybody, at least give yourself a shot.
And if the explanation is, oh, but look, Malik's numbers are great. Zach LaVine's numbers are great. All right, man. Cool. If that's really how they're approaching this, the coaching staff, the front office, ownership, whoever it is, if that's really how they're approaching this, and like, well, those guys got to play, look at their numbers, then everything they've said about establishing a culture, about establishing they're going to play this way, all of that goes out the window.
Mm-hmm.
You're now a team that just goes, okay, let's see, box scores. Oh, wow, man, Malik played great. Zach played great. Oh, Domas, another double-double. Nice. All right, yeah, well, hey, keep doing it.
It's really coming down to, like, do what I say, not what I do.
Yeah.
Like, really, it's like you're saying one thing, and then what we're watching on the court is completely different than what you're saying. And again, you've got to figure that part out, because if not, like, Doug Christie, he's not meaning to, but he's contradicting himself in his post game
constantly.
And it's like, how can you sit here and say that, you need players to play better defense and you're not playing your best defensive player or that you have right now? Or how are you saying that, hey, the guys who play defense are going to play and the guys who don't aren't, but then the guy who plays defense doesn't play? And again, I don't think that Keon Ellis, again, is an all-NBA defender, but he's a really, really good defender, and he can help you.
Typically.
And so I think, like, settling in, like, having a player who's not looking over his shoulder would be really, really nice. But also, like, this was exactly what we told you was going to happen. Like, this is, like, you just kept bringing in guards.
I keep going back to this part of the Doug Christie quote on Keon from last night. I'm here to win basketball games, but first and foremost, there's a way to play, and we have to find that way to play. We have to trust that way to play, and it starts defensively, period, end of conversation. It just is what it is.
Okay, so
I
will
players
tell you,
who are playing the right way?
No, but I think what he's trying to say is, like, the players, our good players, our frontline players, they have got to start playing this style of play for us to get out of this. Like, your only way out of this, that's where it's kind of like, like Michael Jordan isn't walking through that door type thing, but Keon Ellis walking into and playing 30 minutes a night. If this is how the rest of the guys are playing, you're still going to get your butt kicked. It doesn't matter.
Sure.
So I get what he's saying. Like, the way out of this is the players that are playing have to play better defensively. They've got to commit. And if they don't commit, eventually we're going to have to go to other players.
Okay, I'm going to save the Kings some time.
Yeah, it's time.
They're not going to.
No, they're not going to.
I'm sorry. DeMar DeRozan at age 37 is not going to become an awesome defender.
No.
Zach LaVine at age 30 is not going to become an awesome defender, even if he has been their best on-ball defender.
He's been better this year.
Totally.
Than in past years. I totally agree with the assessment. He's been better, but that doesn't change anything.
Yeah, right. His better is like, oh, wow, look, he's trying a little bit.
Yeah.
Like that appears to be what's better. We know that Domantas Sabonis is not a great defender. We know man, this is what you've got. We know this isn't a secret.
Yeah.
And if the plan is, hey, well, at some point, all right, 10 games hasn't been working, but hey, There's 72 more of these things to use the phrase of the season, teach an old dog new tricks.
Mhm.
No.
No.
Every game where they continue trying this with this specific group is wasted.
Oh no, it is.
There's going to be games where a team has an off shooting night, or maybe they get some deflections, and maybe they get a couple of blocks, and the defense will look better. There's going to be those games for sure. It's not going to be 72 more games of the Kings giving up 150. They're going to have some nights where the other team didn't shoot it great. But on a game-to-game basis, on a long-term basis, this team is trying to win games. That's why the young players aren't playing. That's why Keon isn't playing, because they've got to do what it takes to win. They're 3-7. Like, it's failing right now. They're on pace to win 25 games right now.
Yeah.
And there's nothing from any of the first 10 games, even the ones they've won, that have made me go, hang on, there's something there. There's something that tells me this team is not a 3-7 team. Like, they're not. Their schedule's been really brutal. Let's be real for a second. Their schedule's been really tough. What I say is they're not a 3-7 team. Like, they're probably right where they should be right now.
Well, and I'll tell you too,
through their first 10 games.
Golden State has had a ridiculously difficult schedule as well, and they're 6-5.
And Steph Curry's been out.
Yeah, and the reason why they're 6-5 is probably because their schedule has been so brutal. And if you look, they've played like 3 back-to-backs already in the first 11 games of the season. And when you're an old team and you're playing back-to-backs, the first, October 21st, they opened their season. Back-to-back on the 23rd, 24th. Back-to-back on the 27th, 28th. Back-to-back on the 4th and the 5th, where they lost to the Kings. That is really, really difficult. They have another back-to-back coming up in the next 2 days.
Jesus.
Where they play Oklahoma City one night and the Spurs the next night on the road. Like, their schedule has been difficult as well. But what you have to do in a difficult schedule situation is claw and fight and not get drubbed by 30 points or 27 points. And, again, the last 2 games have been a complete debacle.
Yep.
Not good at all.
Nope. Vibes are up. Good win against Golden State, and then face plants. And that's tough. It's a tough spot to be in with Denver and Atlanta coming in on Tuesday and Wednesday. Then you're at Minnesota, who just beat you by 30. Then you're at the Spurs, who look like one of the best 6 teams in the West. Oklahoma City. Then you're at Memphis. Well, you might get Memphis. But then you're back at Denver, and then you're home against Minnesota again. That's what I'm saying. They're 3-7. They probably should be, given the team they are and given their schedule. And it's not going to get any better over the next, 8 games.
Yeah. We talked about it to open the season 4-15, 5-14. It's totally on the table.
Yep.
First 19 games of the season. It's just a brutal stretch. And I get it. It is very, very difficult, but at the same time, you can't just keep putting the same product out there and think that it's going to magically find some sort of chemistry and rhythm and look phenomenal. Right now, it's been players having abnormally great games is when you win.
Yep.
Russell Westbrook going for a triple-double. That's when you win. And that's just, it's not sustainable. You have to find something that is sustainable. And I agree. It's got to be defense, but you don't have defensive players.
No, not at all. Hey, I want to switch gears very briefly to start the second hour. We've got plenty of more Kings coming up, but there was some big NFL news that makes the 49ers quarterback situation and their handling of it look even worse. We'll talk about that next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. I'll be right back.
Ooh, I need to. Are you leaving? Out of here? Oh. I need to go grab my ring.
Oh, yeah, no, go ahead.
I took my ring off.
Hey everyone, sorry, I'm doing some editing stuff. Fired up to get Joe Brazil back. Fingers crossed. Because then he will handle this. Bum, 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 bum. What day is it? It's Monday. Weird Monday.
Just a reminder, we're not here tomorrow. We have the day off for Veterans Day. You guys just keep naming random Kings players that aren't walking through that door. Soren, somebody already said Travis Outlaw. An original bastard. Come on.
Son of a.
Lutherhead. I covered Lutherhead. I remember asking Paul Westphal, I'm like, hey, why'd you guys cut Lutherhead? He said, it was time for Luther to go. I said, that's it? He goes, that's it.
If this world were mine. Oh. Jesse Tapia.
Oh,
Right back. Hey. All right, that's up, that's over. Bang, bang. Did I put Kyle Shanahan's quote in her? Ah, I sure did. Okay. Go me. Go past me. Hell yeah. Huge win for the Finns, for our Finns yesterday. Ah, happy birthday, Brian. Shout out. Best passer on the team.
Ty Lawson was really funny. First of all, he had these things called sleekers, which were
Slipper sneakers?
slipper sneakers. Those were his brand. Like
Hilarious.
the big giant shoes that they look like Jordans and stuff, but they're slippers.
That's so funny. I love that. Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Jesse Tapia helping us out on the ones and twos for the second hour. Taking you up to D-Lo and KC, which starts at noon. I need to whine about something real quick.
Oh.
I whined a lot about the Kings today, but now I need to whine about the 49ers. Because Kyle Shanahan said a wild thing about Brock Purdy yesterday.
I'm here for it because I did not get to watch the end of the 49er game because I had to drive down.
Oh, it's okay. You didn't miss much.
I know.
Kyle Shanahan said yesterday because there was chatter that, maybe Brock Purdy will be the backup. Maybe he's healthy enough to be the backup. Maybe he's healthy enough that if Mac Jones gets concussed on the first play, he'll be good to go, but he's not good to take the very first snap of the game, apparently. Asinine. I think the fact that they're even bringing that up as a possibility is one evidence that what Kyle Shanahan said about this being Brock Purdy's team is a lie. I think there is a very real quarterback controversy going on inside the building, no matter what Kyle Shanahan says about it. That there on Brock Purdy possibly being the backup, that says to me that this is not about, just once Brock Purdy's healthy, he's good to go. This is about, hey, Mac Jones kind of hooping right now. Hey, we're just gonna wait on Brock. Like there's a lot here. The exact quote on Purdy potentially being the backup yesterday, Shanahan said, quote, "He could have gone, definitely. I just decided to hold him, not put him in that situation." Not put him in that situation where he's the backup for quote unquote his team.
Yeah, that's weird.
Like, yeah, man, I wouldn't do that either. Just say he's hurt.
Yeah. I mean, if I'm looking
Why would you say that?
I'm looking at the next 3 games and I'm like, okay, this is where it would be nice to ease him back in against the Cardinals,
Panthers, Browns.
Yeah, it's a kind of, the Browns, by that point you better be eased in, or
it's a good defense.
Myles Garrett is going to sack you like 14 times.
Yes.
But I don't get it. Like, at what point? I do understand not putting him out there against the Rams, because the Rams, like, if he just got ready to play, the Rams are pretty brutal defensively.
Sure.
So, like, the next 3 games, you might be able to get away with like him easing back in, but I don't know. Like, it's turning into a weird situation for sure.
He's a $53-ish million quarterback. Like, are we at a point where we even need to ease him in though? It's like, you're the guy, Brock.
That's it.
If he's not healthy, then fair enough. Don't play. But if he is healthy enough to play, we paid you $53 million. Like, that's great, Mac Jones, but like, it should be okay. He's healthy. You're the quarterback now.
Well, that and Joe Burrow.
That's the second part of this.
Joe Burrow he's back at practice.
Joe Burrow
had surgery on his toe, was supposed to be out 3 months.
2, got hurt a week after Purdy.
Ugh.
Had surgery. Was 3 months, you said?
Mm-hmm.
That's right? Okay. Was supposed to be out 3 months. He's back in practice today and is tracking to return before Thanksgiving, which opens up a different can of worms and directs us back to the 49ers health staff. Like, hey, what are we doing? The Bengals managed to get Joe Burrow hurt, surgically repaired, and back in practice with a chance to play in 2 weeks before the 49ers could get Brock Purdy healthy?
And they're the Bengals, man.
And that's the Bengals.
It's the Bengals.
They couldn't have so first they made it very clear they rushed him back to get him back in week 4. And then decided not to have this surgery, which maybe he doesn't need it. Maybe I don't know exactly. But it's pretty insane that the Bengals were able to make the decisions and make the medical determinations that are going to get Joe Burrow back on the field, apparently before Brock Purdy is back on the field.
It's wild.
What a disaster.
Yeah.
What a colossal mess up.
Well, and he could still have to have surgery this offseason.
He might still need... I don't know what the hell is going on in the 49ers quarterback room. I think it is very nuanced. Nick Wagner wrote about this today, a friend of the program. He wrote about this today at ESPN, and Nick is a very good reporter, very level-headed. I recommend you go read him. But the crux of it is, okay, Brock Purdy is, let's say, 85%.
Mm-hmm.
And the 49ers have to decide. And then him playing runs the risk of, okay, he could hurt it worse where he's out for the whole year. But also, he's probably not going to be 100% at all this year. So at what point are they ready to take that risk of losing him for the year the reality is, if they had Brandon Allen and Josh Dobbs as their backup quarterbacks right now, and they were hemorrhaging games left and right and losing, Brock Purdy would probably back in the lineup already.
Yeah, you would think.
So it's this weird nuance of like, well, there's not really a quarterback competition. There's not a quarterback controversy, but part of the reason that Brock's not playing yet is because he's not healthy enough to confidently say, all right, he's definitely going to be better than Mac Jones, and he's going to be so much better that it's worth the risk of losing him for the year. Like, at some point, Mac Jones playing as well as he's playing does in fact matter, no matter how much the 49ers say it's not. The fact that Purdy is progressing, and they're like, yeah, he could be the backup. But we don't want to do that to him. Like, man, what? Just say you sat him down because he's too injured to play. I have gone from very confident that the 49ers know what they're doing here to I don't think they have any clue.
Yeah, I'm confused because it's not just him. Like the Ricky Pearsall question, like, man, 6 weeks?
It never went on IR.
6 weeks? Like, he literally could have had knee surgery and been back by now.
He's not even practicing.
A procedure. He could have had, like,
Yeah,
clean out or whatever.
Thank you. Thank you. Use the correct term.
Yeah. Shout out
It's
Bogdan
surgery. It's a
Bogdanovic.
procedure, all right?
Yeah, it's not a surgery.
It's ridiculous, man. Mac Jones is under contract for next season. And if he keeps playing this well, I don't think this is going away.
Okay.
And God forbid Brock Purdy come back and play and not play well. Next offseason is going to be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Going to be really, really interesting. For now, the 49ers 6-4. Their defense stinks. Couldn't get a stop yesterday. It's like watching the Kings. You guys want to get to Mad Props?
Yes.
It's time for Mad Props. 2 games, 2 props. Which number will be higher? That's for Kyle and James to decide. Here's
Jesse.
Mad Props.
Yeah, Mad Props. Better week this week for the crew than last week. Our first prop up is Malik Monk points, and this is from Friday's game against Oklahoma City. It would make more sense to do Sunday's game, I understand, but you can never predict what kind of injuries are going to pop up, etc. We even have an injury issue in this one that we'll get to. But Malik Monk points against Oklahoma City, or Christian McCaffrey carries. James, you and I said Christian McCaffrey carries. Malik Monk scored 15 points. If you had told me Malik was going to score 15 points, I'd have felt really good about the Christian McCaffrey carries. Alas, McCaffrey carried only 12 times. Jesse, a big winner. I can't do the ding anymore. Jesse's a winner on that one. Christian McCaffrey, 12 carries to 15 points for Malik Monk on Friday. Tough to get carries when you fall behind 21-0 in the second quarter.
Yeah, that's what they say, Kyle.
Game script gets a little sideways. Zach LaVine assists, or Eddie Pinheiro made field goals. Eddie Pinheiro did not make a field goal, Jesse.
Yeah, Eddie. Not great.
Jesse and I rode with Eddie P on that one. Zach LaVine got 2 assists, and that was well clear of the 0 field goals Eddie Pinheiro made yesterday. James Ham gets the W on that one. Our next play.
Real quick, pat on the back.
Yeah, please.
For me and you. We got it wrong, but also we did get the assist number right for Zach LaVine. It's
Like,
just Eddie Pinheiro just didn't do his job.
Spiritually, we got it right.
Yes, I'm big on that.
We weren't right, but we weren't wrong.
Exactly. We were on the right path.
This one gets removed from the ledger. Domantas Sabonis points, rebounds, assists, or Mac Jones pass attempts. I'm inclined to say that in spirit, Jesse would have won this one because the pass attempts was 39.
Oh, yeah. I would give me
And
that.
I don't know that Domas is going to get to 39 against OKC, but that's where James and I were. Alas, he didn't play, so it gets whacked from the ledger. We all rode with Dennis Schroeder field goal attempts over Puka Nacua targets. And a big winner for us. 10 field goal attempts for Dennis Schroeder. Didn't make any of them. 0 for 10. But we just needed the attempts. Puka Nacua, only 6 targets yesterday.
Dennis Schroeder's 1 for his last 16. And I actually think it's 1 for his last 18 going back to the previous game.
Ooh.
From the field.
Yeah, only 6 targets for Puka Nacua.
Feels odd, but I mean, I don't know. Their offense was just humming. Didn't need to force feed him the ball at all.
Yeah, and they were doing all that 3 tight end stuff.
Yeah.
And just cooking with that. Devontae Adams had a huge game. It was pick your poison. Puka, 6 targets and still had an effective game for them. Devin Carter minutes or George Kittle receptions. James, you rocked with Devin Carter minutes. He finished with 5. Jesse and I had George Kittle receptions. He caught all 9 passes that got thrown his way. 9 passes, 84 yards, and the touchdown he scored was ridiculous.
Oh, that was awesome.
A person that size should not be able to stop their momentum from going out of bounds and then shift their momentum toward the pylon and then lay out and reach the pylon. That's an amazing play. Didn't matter. It was
still
play
cool
nonetheless. I think force feeding George Kittle the football is going to be a good way for the 49ers offense to operate moving forward.
Yeah, I'd throw it to my Hall of Fame tight end as well.
Yeah, that's a smart move. Nick Clifford, points, rebounds, assists, or 49ers first half points. James, you rocked with the 49ers on this one. They only scored 7 in the first half against the Rams. Unfortunately for me and Jesse.
Yeah.
Nick Clifford, 0 points. 2 rebounds, 3 assists. 3 rebounds, 2 assists. He had 5 points, rebounds, and assists. So, James, you get the unlikely win. No, thank you, Jess. You get the unlikely victory. If you had said, hey, Nick Clifford, points, rebounds, assists, 49ers, 7 first half points.
Easy money.
I would have taken Nick and felt so good about it. Man, he might score 7.
I would have bought a house with the money I was going to win.
Yeah, man.
Just
brutal. So for the week, James and Jesse, you guys both go 3-2. I went 2-3. James, you and I are tied on the season at 3-6-1. Jesse way out in front at 6-3-1.
There we go.
Mad Props. We do it every single Friday. We revisit it every single Monday. We'd love to have you participate in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Let's get back to this Kings game, I guess. The Kings we get. Hey, here we go. Here's a question. 916-909-1320, and we'll talk about this after we take a break. 916-909-1320. Who had the worst weekend? The 49ers or the Kings? We'll talk about it next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. Yeah.
We have this crazy story from Adam Schefter. After a random drug test 2 weeks ago, doctors discovered that Broncos linebacker Alex Singleton had a testicular cancerous tumor that they removed the day after Denver defeated the Raiders on Thursday Night Football. Crazy. They found that in a drug test because clearly his numbers were all over the board. That's crazy.
That is unbelievably lucky.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Man. Fingers crossed that he is
it seems
going to
like
make his way through that.
Early detection really helped him.
Do you watch Traders? Have we talked about this on Peacock?
Mm-mm.
I think you would love that show. Tap in. Kristen Kish, one of my favorite chefs, is going to be on it next season. I'm really excited for that.
Traders is the one where they try to sabotage the challenges and stuff, but you don't know, right? Who it is?
No,
what am I thinking of?
I don't know what that is. But Traders is there's a group of people. I think they start with 20.
Yeah, but one person is the trader.
3
yeah,
traders.
the same thing. Yeah.
And the traders murder somebody every night, eliminate somebody. And the rest of the people have to try and nail down who the traders are. It is a fascinating, fascinating program. And I can't recommend it enough.
I fell asleep. The Great British Baking Show. I fell asleep in the finale, so I do not know what happens.
Oh,
no spoiler alerts.
Oh my goodness! I can't wait for you to watch.
No spoiler alerts.
Please, no spoilers. If I had more time, I would host a Great British Bake Off podcast.
Yeah.
I love that show.
That would be fun. I don't think so. But I mean, maybe Raj Badal. I don't know. NBA Guru Zach, I did not catch that. I'm just going off of what I've been told when it comes to Keon getting an extension. I can ask.
Just do the whole podcast on my day off. When I tell you I'm taking a day off tomorrow, y'all, you have. I'm doing it. I might not even open my computer.
No, I was very excited this morning when I remembered we had tomorrow off.
Yeah, it's Friday vibes on a Monday.
Yeah.
You have a Kings game, and it's an 8:00 start, which sucks.
Oof.
Yeah, at least you get to go watch basketball, though.
Yeah.
Really, Jesse? You're calling that basketball?
I'll be watching the game.
I mean,
You're
that's
that?
fair, James. That's fair.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
Shout out to everybody who took today off. Our guy Bryce in the chatty house. Bryce and most of the sales staff. You walked in today and you're like, yeah, it's quiet down here. Like, yeah, because everyone's at home.
Yeah. They're enjoying a 4-day weekend.
Our buddy John in sales was not going to take today off until he found out that a couple other salespeople were taking the day off. He's like, wait, I want to do that.
Yeah.
And then he said, if I get this work done that I need to get done, I'll take Monday. And apparently he got it done. So salute to our guy, John.
All right.
That's a lot of smart people in this building.
You know what? I'm going to walk out right now, too.
All right. See you, man. Can we switch the boards over real quick?
Let me go stay.
All right, fine. Let's get out to the Elk Grove Kia talk line, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. The question is, who had a worse weekend, the 49ers or the Sacramento Kings? And there's no better person to answer that question than our guy, TC. What's up, TC?
To answer the question, the Sacramento Kings, bro.
Yeah.
The Niners is the Niners who they are, bro. We already said who they are, right? The coaches, everybody's starting to see it now. Even you, Kyle. Kyle coming out saying weird stuff about Brock. We were all wrong about Mac Jones. Dude's really a good quarterback. Like, it's just, that's why I said from day one, I'm going to let it play out how it play out. And then at the end of all of it, we all going to sit down and have a beer, and then we're going to talk about the feelings and the reason behind how people felt and all that. We going to sit down, me, you, Kenny, we going to sit down and really have a conversation so y'all can dig me like, TC, why did you really feel about that? But that's another story, Kyle. I'm dead serious. We're going to really sit down.
I can't wait.
As far as the Kings, bro, I'm dead serious about this lineup. I don't care about the roster politics, who's making money, who's doing this. I'm starting Russ at the 1. The 2, you can either throw in Neat or Keon at this point. When Keegan's healthy, he's going to the 3. The 4 is going to be Precious, and the 5 is going to be Domas. And you'll figure everything else out on the back end. Zach and Gamar is on their way out anyway. I don't care about the roster politics, you guys. You guys are going to the bench, bro, and I'm playing these defensive guys. Doug, if that's what you're preaching, you want the guys, I think that's the best 5 defensive guys. The only hiccup right there is you got Nick or Keon at the 2. Other than that, bro, that's my starting 5.
I can't believe I'm about to say this.
Well, hold on. We need a drum roll or something for this.
All right, hang on. I got to
We have one,
I can't believe I'm about to say this. But ladies and gentlemen, I agree with TC. I don't hate an ounce of that. You want to start Russell Westbrook at the 1? Fine, do it. He's their best point guard. You want to start Neek or Keon at the 2? Fine, do it. Love the idea. Get some defense in there. You get to move Keegan to the 3? Yeah, nice. Precious at the 4? Okay, I guess. We'll try the Precious and Domas thing. I'm less confident that that's going to work. But if the Kings rolled that starting lineup out tomorrow, my reaction would be, oh, nice. Love this. Love the idea.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely, that's not the lineup I would go with. I definitely, like, I'm more on the go ahead and start Russ at this point. I am, but I'm kind of like, I wouldn't mind seeing a Keon Ellis starting at the 2, with Zach LaVine at the 3, Keegan at the 4, and Domas at the 5. I think it gives you more shooting. It gives you more versatility defensively.
Say your thing. Sorry, say your thing again. Russ at the 1.
Russ with Keon at the 2.
Yeah.
You can put Neek at the 2. I don't care which one. With Zach LaVine at the 3 and
Keegan at the 4.
Keegan at the 4 with Domas. Yeah. I mean, like, look, I think this team can withstand not having a really strong defender at 1 or 2 positions. It's when you have all 5 that aren't really strong defenders that you run into problems. And so if you can start balancing out with the Keon, with a Keegan and stuff like that, it allows you to play as Zach LaVine, and you can disguise some of the stuff. At least Russ plays hard. I think that they would have a better, like Domantas Sabonis would look better as a defender. It's just, as of right now, like, this is just a mess.
Okay, so on your lineup, I'm with it. I'm probably putting Neek at the 2 because I think in reality, there's not a world where Keon Ellis starts.
Oh, okay.
I just, like, this is not about your process. I think your process is right. And I totally agree with it. But given what Doug Christie had to say about Keon Ellis last night and had to say about the Kings, and the fact that Keon Ellis, well, the Kings are getting blown out and giving up 40-point quarters left and right, the fact that he can't get on the floor leads me to believe that in a scenario where Doug Christie sits down and just does this exercise, says, okay, scrapping everything. I'm just going to find the 5 players we're removing. I'm just finding 5 guys that I think are going to be their best starting 5. I don't think that there are a lot of versions of that feature Keon Ellis.
Okay. I mean, I disagree. I mean, I've watched.
I would too.
Yeah.
But I don't think you and I are on the same page as the Sacramento Kings.
No, I'm with you. I would just say that, like, how many teams won titles with, like, Danny Green or I don't know, just like Kentavious Caldwell Pope or
Lou Dort,
Bruce Bowen, Lou Dort.
Danny Green, 3-time champ. Lou Dort, 1-time champ.
Yeah. As one of your starters. Champ. Yep. Like, there are so many examples of a 5th starter being a guy who just shoots the 3 and plays defense.
Yep.
Just way too many examples. Like, players like Keon are extremely valuable. And I will tell you this, there are so many teams in the league that A, will call on him, and B, will look forward to signing him this summer. Like, there might not be, there's 10 or 11 teams with cap space this summer. So there's plenty of teams out there. But there's also a bunch of teams that have their mid-level exception. And so the 14 to 15 million range, I don't think there's going to be a problem with him getting it. No. This reminds me a little bit of the Dante DiVincenzo situation, because he was here last night and, so.
That putback dunk was insane.
Well,
I did not know he had that in him.
Yeah. I mean, that guy, when he was young, he was a huge leaper. He had the ankle injury, and it really, really took a long time to heal. But if they would have just, it's so stupid. If they would have just kept Dante DiVincenzo, he was ready to sign on a MLE at that point, which was like $10 million. You could have him like a 448 with Dante DiVincenzo. Then that offseason, instead of signing Dante, they pulled the qualifying offer, which was the most stunning moment I've ever seen. When I got that call, I was like, no, yes, they just pulled the call. I'm like, are you kidding me? Then you went and traded a first-round pick for Kevin Huerter to replace Dante DiVincenzo. Clearly, you had to have a quota of at least one redhead on your team. But Dante DiVincenzo, like for his career, is a better shooter than Kevin Huerter. He's a better defensive player. He's a better creator. He's a better player. You already had him in your building. And instead of fostering that and putting him alongside De'Aaron Fox and building chemistry, you went out and in the Domantas Sabonis trade, they took back one of the Holiday brothers, Justin, right? And they ended up starting Justin Holiday. No, it was Justin. Yeah. They started Justin instead of Dante DiVincenzo to try to hold Dante DiVincenzo's value down and just burned a bridge, flat out burned a bridge. That's what this feels like. You're just burning a bridge for no reason.
I get it.
Yeah. If you think if you think Keon Ellis's people are happy right now, you are very wrong.
Also, why? Why would you think that?
Yeah.
What makes you think that Keon Ellis and his camp would be fired up about this?
This is not a process that makes sense. So just tough.
Let's hit the Elk Grove Kia talk line. Our guy Dan wants to talk about Keon Ellis. 916-909-1320 if you'd like to join the conversation. Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, hi. Thanks for taking my call, guys. Yeah, the weird thing to me about the Keon Ellis situation is when you guys were doing your Kuminga watch, in the trade talks, it was like Keegan's off the table and Keon's off the table. And it seems like, they just weren't willing to deal Keon. And now we're 10 games into the season and we're already just bailing on Keon. It's so bizarre. Like, I don't know if this is true or not, but it feels like if they were willing to throw Keon in a trade, they could have had Kuminga, and now that's all out the window. And I don't know, I don't know what the Kings' infatuation with signing veterans and burying young players is, but we've been doing it, since basically Fox and George Hill. And, I'm not trying to defend Bagley or anything, but who drafts a guy second overall and then puts him on the bench and makes him play behind Bielitsa? The Kings just do the most weird things that don't work. It's kind of like they look at every successful franchise in the league and just do the opposite. And I don't know, just a disaster.
Couldn't agree more. Thanks, Dan.
Yeah, I would point out the one difference between when the Kuminga stuff fell through and where we are today. They signed Russell Westbrook.
Well,
I mean, they did, and that's why he went from being a potential. That's what we discussed this. Everyone thought. Well, I know Damian and Kenny for sure thought that the guy who was going to lose out was Malik Monk.
I thought that.
Yeah, I didn't. The whole time, I'm like, no. Malik Monk is an extremely efficient and valuable player. And the second that you get him out on the court, you're like, oh my goodness, he's just a lightning rod. And you need
for a 3-7 team, totally.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it doesn't mean he's not playing well.
He has been. He has been playing really well.
Yeah, and it hasn't meant that. Yeah, I mean, he's been really good his 3+ years in Sacramento, but whatever it is, going on 4 years. He's been really good. So
yeah, he's playing like a 6 Man of the Year candidate again.
Of course, but 6 Man of the Year candidates don't get chosen from 3-7 teams.
Yeah,
that doesn't happen. So
correct.
It doesn't matter how good he is by the end of the season. Just not going to matter. They're just going to ignore the fact that he's averaging 15 or whatever a game. But for me right now, I mean, it was clear Keon was going to be the odd man out, and I thought the Kings they kind of showed their hand when they made him play for the $2.3 million this year. So yeah, it's tough. It's a ugly situation. And I think it's going to get worse. And again, Keon saying the right things. He talked to Chris Biederman on Friday night We were all in the media room waiting for Russ or waiting for Doug to show up, and Biederman was able to go to the locker room and talk to Keon. And Keon's saying the right things, but that doesn't mean anything when we get to the end of the season. I mean,
Right.
You probably should look into trading him now, and even then, his value is so low because he's not under contract. He's a short-term rental, and there are going to be a lot of teams looking at him.
Yep.
Like just a really, really weird situation. This whole thing too that's been floated out there that Keon is so replaceable. Like whatever. He's not for you. He's not for the Sacramento Kings. He's not replaceable.
If he's that replaceable, then why do you have one of them?
Well, why don't you have a small forward version and a power forward version and a center version of him, a point guard version? Go ahead and find those if they're so easy to find. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm waiting. I've been waiting for 8 years.
Yeah, I hope he's easy to replace. That'd be great. It'd be a pretty dramatic change from the front office.
Yeah.
This is the other thing. And I want to preface what our guy Kevin said in the chatty house. YouTube.com/ESPN1320 if you'd like to participate in the conversation there. I can't guarantee it'll always be about what's happening on the show, but I can guarantee it will at least be entertaining. I want to preface this. This is not reporting. This is something that was clanging around in my head, and Kevin pushed it forward, and I feel like we need to address it.
Okay.
Because this goes back a little bit to Vivek storming out of the game last night, early. Kevin said, pretty sure Doug Christie is being ordered to not play Keon. I don't know if that's true.
I don't either.
I'm not going to sit here and go, that's definitely happening or that's definitely not happening. But the fact that that's in the realm of possibilities is a problem. If there was reporting that came out tomorrow, next week, in the offseason, whatever, that said, yeah, the reason that Keon Ellis didn't play is because the front office and ownership didn't want him to play. And they'd kind of backed Doug Christie into a corner. And that's how it went. That wouldn't shock me at all.
Yeah, it's a tough situation.
Yeah.
I mean, and like
conspiracy theory. Thank you, Stephen. It is very much conspiracy theory theater.
Well, that, and I would also tell you that they're keeping the value up of specific players is always going to be a franchise decision. So, like,
sure,
keeping the value up of whether it's Dennis Schroeder or it's Zach LaVine or it's DeMar DeRozan for potential trades down the road.
Mm-hmm.
What you can't do is just completely tank these guys. And I'd say the same about Malik Monk.
Mm-hmm.
If you got Malik Monk out there on an 18, 19, and $20 million deal this year and the next two, the last thing you want to do is play Malik Monk 8 minutes a game and have his numbers drop to like 4.5 points and 1.2 assists. And he's just wasting away on your bench.
Mm-hmm.
And now not only do you not have options at all to trade him, but you cannot trade him. Like you've just like eliminated the possibility.
Mm-hmm.
So there's always going to be some of that. And those are franchise decisions that happen all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So there are teams that just go, hey, we're just going to pay Bradley Beal a whole bunch of money to leave.
Yeah.
And now Bradley Beal, of course, they weren't allowing him to be Bradley Beal there. Like, okay, he's also on a 3-7 team.
Oof.
Yeah.
I like our weekly text back and forth about are the Clippers ass.
Yeah.
It's my new favorite bit. Our guy Derek in the chat, specifically one that could afford to be a little bit less shifty, brings up an important point, and it's something that we touched on earlier, but we need to touch on it again because I think it's an important caveat here.
Yeah.
Derek said, why are we treating Keon like he's Michael Jordan? He's a two-dimensional player, open threes, and kind of pesky on defense. Yeah, right. This is not, this would turn the Kings season around. That's a very important point.
Mm-hmm.
Neither James nor I are saying that. But when a team is 3-7 and their defense has looked abominable for 10 games now, and you have a player on your bench who is a better defender than anybody you're playing, it would make sense that you would try and find some minutes for him. And the Kings don't appear to be eager to try and put him in a position to help them defensively. Correct. He's not Michael Jordan. I don't think Keon Ellis is going to be an all-star. He's not a defensive player of the year candidate. But when you look at the totality of what the Kings have defensively, he is leaps and bounds better than most of what they're putting out there on a nightly basis.
Well, that and I mean, just the reality, you gave up back-to-back 40-point quarters. Like, he's the best defender you have on your roster today. Keegan Murray is a better defender, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
But Keon Ellis right now is the best defender you have on the roster. If you're giving up 40-point quarters, 2 of them in a game, just to FYI, you lost. You lost the game, and you lost it probably by 25, 30, maybe 40 points. But 40-point quarters are like you're dead in the water.
Yeah.
You got no chance to recover.
Yep.
80 points in 2 quarters, game over.
Night. It's done. All right. Excited to talk about this with D'Lo and KC. We also got to talk about the Niners defense that they said is good. I got questions. The handoff should be a lot of fun today. It's coming up next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. I don't disagree. For me, it's the process. And if Keon is so ass, then why didn't you put him on the table for Jonathan Kuminga? Like, it went from, they're not going to pay him because they're going to pay him next offseason and he's a huge part of their future. And oh my God, you can't put him on the table in any trade. That's crazy. To, well, why would you play him? They would lose anyway.
I told this story before, but
Mike's not off. It just looks like it. No, bottom 5. No, but it's mostly because I think there's a lot of teams that are going to be significantly worse.
Oh, I think that's on the table. Bottom 5 team? I think
in the
so.
West or in the NBA?
In the NBA.
In the NBA?
Oh, I think it's possible.
Brooklyn, Indiana, Washington, New Orleans. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, never mind. It's on the table.
Yeah, I've told this story before, but
Charlotte's better than I thought they'd be.
I had a moment a couple of years ago with Vivek where they signed Darren Collison and let Isaiah Thomas go. And we were at Summer League, and he like tapped me and John Santiago on the shoulder and like, what do you think of the signing? And it's like, huh.
Why do you want the answer to that?
And John Santiago looked back and said, well, I wouldn't have done it. And he was like taken aback. And I'm like, yeah, man, Isaiah Thomas is a much better player. He goes, well, we don't think he's a starter. And I said, well, he started for you last year and averaged 20 and 7. What do you mean he's not a starter? He clearly is a starter for you. Well, that's a lot of money to spend on a player that might come off the bench. I'm like, okay, well, just since we're going down this lane, you are the team that paid Carl Landry a 3-year, $24 million deal last year, and we know he's coming off the bench. He's clearly a backup. Yeah.
We've been doing 2 hours of this. Lock in, bro.
Oh, I'm talking about not signing Isaiah. It was just like, yeah, Pete convinced Vivek that was not an NBA point guard. It's like, all right.
That's so tough.
Yeah, I think he's in Orlando still. I don't know.
He's a lifer. He's an NBA lifer. It's a job. Different places.
It is kind of crazy how that happens. Like some guys just are going to work in the league forever. Like no matter what, they'll be an advisor somewhere.
Like, look, we love
Alvin Gentry, shout out.
I'm just about to say, we love him, but
Yeah.
Alvin has quote unquote not succeeded in a number of different places. But you guys are as always with us.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
Kyle Madsen, James Ham, Jesse Toppy on the ones and twos, D-Lo and KC in the building. Friday the handoff.
That was emphatic.
I asked the question.
Friday vibes on a Monday.
I asked the question.
Well,
Well,
weekend starts tomorrow.
speak for yourself. I asked the question last night.
Wait, what?
Yeah, speak for yourself. Yes.
Isn't that Friday vibes on a
No,
Monday?
No, speak for yourself. I asked the question last night on
Damn.
Sports Sunday. I said,
That's his way of telling you to shut the hell up.
You know, I got it.
With all due respect.
I said,
I'm his
what,
guy.
I said, what the hell did I do? What did I do? I'm a good guy. I treat people well. Give back to the community. I help people if they need to move.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm a good guy.
Yeah. Agreed.
What did I do? What did I do to deserve this past weekend? What did I do to deserve the Kings playing the way they did?
Oh,
What did I do to deserve the 49ers getting a mud hole stomped in them on Sunday?
Oof.
What did I do to deserve Sac State women's team being down by 3 with about 5 minutes left and then losing by 17?
Oof.
What did I do last week to deserve the Blue Jays to never get a clutch hit for 2 games at home and the Dodgers won the World Series? What did I do to deserve this? I'm not a bad person.
Karma Kenny.
Nothing's going right.
It might be.
Luckily, the damn Sac State football team won a game, else it would have just been a complete destruction.
And the boat racing covered minus 20.5.
Mm.
Look at the Hornets go.
Go, go.
Yeah,
Go,
love to
go.
see it. Love to see it.
Yeah.
A couple wins.
My
sneaking into the
Aggies won
playoffs.
too.
They did.
Oh, look at
Yeah,
that.
we're
Look at
looking
UC
like- it's a
Davis.
showdown.
The 22nd.
The
20 seconds going
showdown
to be a
is
movie.
happening. Yeah,
It's going to be a
showdown is
movie on the
happening.
20 seconds.
Yes. But yeah, I didn't deserve any of this. I didn't deserve any of it.
Maybe it's because your hat has jewelry.
That's a good thing. I supported small businesses.
Yeah, that up and coming business, Tiffany's.
Yeah, right. Ever
Little
heard of
mom
them?
and pop.
Little blue box.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. It feels like, and I know it's only game 10 and there's 72 more, but man,
This
which
week,
may,
That's
which, glass half full, glass half empty. Either there's,
Well,
hey,
that
there's
bitch is getting empty.
Now I just want to cry.
Yeah,
You just told me I've got.
that
there's
bitch is
seven-
emptying out a little
it's
bit,
like, hey,
man.
that's cool. They got 72 more games. They'll turn it
So-
around. They're like, oh
so-
god, there's 72 more
So
games.
prior to Friday, like I think it was you that said, I feel like they're due for a clunker.
Yes,
And I kind of
I
thought,
did say that.
yeah,
James
you might
said
be
it too.
right, but
Mhm.
you know, hopefully not. You might be
Mhm.
right.
Mhm.
And then it hit, and it's like, all right, like
Mm-hmm.
it's fine. It sucks that it was, the Friday night with
Sure.
the NBA Cup and all of that,
Mhm.
but it's okay. I think they'll play well against Minnesota.
Mhm.
I don't think I'll just die on this hill. I don't think Minnesota's good.
Minnesota could win a title, and you'd be
I've
like,
said that for a year. I was like, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, they got to the conference finals last year, and I still
2
don't
years
think
in a
they're
row.
good.
2
Yeah, I
years in a row.
still don't think they're good. But last night was discouraging. Yeah, getting your ass whooped the way you did last night, and then Doug talking about the level of compete, and like, wow, man, what are we talking about? What is going on?
That was the biggest problem for me last night. It was what, 6 minutes into the game and was like, oh no, like this is gonna get sideways.
Mm-hmm.
They just didn't. Minnesota came out playing like 100 miles an hour, and the Kings just didn't. Like they looked like they were a step behind, and then sure enough, that just played out over the next 36 minutes, or 43 minutes, or however my math went there. I forgot how much time I said, but I didn't expect that. Like if you told me, oh, they're gonna get blown out by OKC, but then they're gonna lose to Minnesota, but they're gonna play tough. Like they're gonna do the thing where, it's super high scoring and they can't get a couple of stops on. Like okay, fine, like I'll buy that. I was not expecting them to face plant against OKC and then never get up.
Yeah,
That
me
was
too.
that was tough.
I mean, that's my biggest issue is getting stomped out the way they did both times. They had me on here once again, said it last night. I'll say it again. They had me looking like Boo Boo the Fool. Last week, just give these guys more credit for being tough and competing all the time. Had me out here praising them for that at the very least. That and they couldn't even do that. You lose the 2 games, you lose the 2 games. Just whatever. You're not better than those 2 teams. But to get embarrassed the way you did in back-to-back home games got people like myself looking foolish. Got me looking stupid out here.
What do you guys make of the Keon Ellis chants? That's been the topic du jour today.
A little embarrassing.
For whom?
Us, Kings fans. Keon Ellis is a good ball player. We don't need to be chanting, we want Keon.
Well, for what it's worth, Niner fans chanted for David Carr one time. So
yeah, that was embarrassing. I remember that time. That was the same night.
I think it was Sunday Night Football against
Sunday
the
Night
Eagles.
Football.
Stop right there. What's that tell you?
That Keon Ellis is roughly as good as David Carr.
God, I hope that's not what that tells you. But maybe that's not who we should be crowdsourcing. Maybe we don't literally crowdsource the crowd. Maybe fans desire, maybe that shouldn't be the barometer for how good Keon Ellis is or whether Keon Ellis should play.
For what it's worth, I'm not just some fan.
It's a good point. You're Kyle F. and Madsen.
Yeah, that's right.
Now,
go ahead.
I have other questions. Like when
Please.
you have a guard that's in the midst of a 1-16 stretch, like, okay, maybe we figure something out. Like, we talk about it now. We'll talk about it all day. I don't agree with the decision to bench Russell Westbrook. I don't care how big Minnesota is. I didn't understand that. He was playing incredible basketball. And it's like, and at some point, look, that candle is going to burn out. Write it till it does. Like we and whether it's the 4 or whether it's the 1 or the 2 or whatever, I feel like there could have been other adjustments where Keon did get involved earlier just because of the stretch of basketball that was happening. I didn't feel like you had to keep going back to Dennis when the game was progressing the way that it was. Now, by that point, I mean, the game ended in the second quarter, so it didn't matter.
Yeah.
Like I started writing today's show in the second quarter when that 18-3, when that 18-3 run happened, it was like, this is it.
Yeah.
So I Kings got blown out twice. Writing was on the wall, but it felt like it just felt like Doug kept leaning on players that maybe he didn't need to lean on. And I thought he had a couple of miscalculations yesterday, starting with Russell Westbrook and then continuing with riding out Dennis Schroeder when, maybe he just needs a second. Hey, man, catch your breath. We'll try again next time.
Yeah.
Try again next time. Like, I'm not saying you bench Dennis Schroeder. I'm not saying he's no good. I'm not saying anything like that. So if you have, he used the word logjam. If you have a logjam at that position, one of those players is playing terrible. All right, let's switch it up then. Let's see if we can get Keon out there to do something.
I do feel at this point that they were so high on Dennis Schroeder that they're kind of pot committed. And it's like, hey man, at a certain point you have to adjust. Like one of your questions, like if there's one thing you could do, and I can't believe I would say this at this point in the season, but I would start Russell Westbrook at point guard and I would bench Dennis Schroeder.
Yep.
He's not playing well enough at all. And not only did he go 1 of 6 from the field last night and 0 for 10 the game before, but it's the way that he did it. Like when he feels like he has to get a shot up, he doesn't care. And it's some of the worst. Like, what are you doing going up against Rudy Gobert?
Yeah.
Trying to get downhill on Rudy Gobert at the rim. You're just getting swatted all the time. And so it's not just that he's missing buckets, as if he's missing buckets that he has no business taking. And that's where it's like, it's very frustrating that this team is my turn. And they're not playing as a team at all, because that's what this really comes down to. The offense, we see it. Everyone's having a good night offensively, but they're really not. The offensive rating is horrible. They're not a good offensive team. They're just a bunch of offensive players. That doesn't make a good offensive team. The defensive side of the ball, none of them play defense, and they're just not. They're not a good team defensive team. They're not an individual defensive team. They're just a bad defensive team. And like the only way to fix that is to either keep scheming and trying to hide the fact that they're a bad defensive team, or it's to put other players in the game. And, I think it's very telling. Of course, it has something to do with the position he plays, but that Precious Achiuwa, who signed 5 days earlier, is starting and getting major minutes, and Keon Ellis isn't. Like, because I know they play different positions, but I don't care. Like, you're playing him because he plays defense and he rebounds. I get it with Precious, and I thought he played pretty well. But you've got to find other ways to get players on the court that actually play defense and actually give you a shot to avoid 40-point quarters.
I want to real quick go back to the Dennis Schroeder thing. He was 0 for 10 against Oklahoma City. He was 0 for 2 in the first quarter. And this goes back to what we were just talking about. We saw Mike Brown do this with Malik Monk all the time. Like, hey, Malik doesn't have it tonight. He's going to play 10 minutes. I don't understand why after an 0 for 10 game and then an 0 for 2 start, you just go, all right, hey, Dennis, you're done for tonight. Take the rest of the night off. You got 6 minutes. Might come in later in garbage time or whatever. But hey, you don't have it tonight. We're going to try something different. Like, I feel like at 3 and 6 and you're staring 3 and 7 in the face, you would try something like that.
I don't believe you do that.
I just don't think.
I don't believe you do that. And I'm thinking in a coach, because you got to give these guys an opportunity.
Okay,
you got to give them a chance, and it may be the wrong thing. Last night it never worked out.
Mm-hmm.
But he's Dennis Schroeder. He is who he is in this league. He's not a 0% shooter for his career.
Mm-hmm.
He's a guy that has had those moments, and you gotta give him an opportunity. I think that's some of the things Doug was talking about last night, where it's just not gonna be like, hey, you started off 0 for 5. Like, we ain't doing that tonight. It's gonna be like, I'm gonna give you the respect to try and work through it. And in Schroeder's case, I'm gonna give you a couple games to give you an opportunity to work through it. Like I said, I'm not saying it's the right answer. I'm not saying that it's just this is exactly what's going to work. It might not work, but I am a believer in, especially veterans, you give them the opportunity to work through some things. I mean, I was just as disgusted as everybody else about what happened over the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
But literally 7 days ago, or close to 7 days ago, they went into Milwaukee and they did their thing. Schroeder had a great game.
Mm-hmm.
They played okay against Denver. They beat the Warriors and did all this other stuff. Everybody was shorthanded. But this was days ago. This was, I'm not saying this is a good team right now, but this was 2 games.
Yeah.
And a week ago it looked different.
And I would point out too, the 2 guys that you brought in instead of Schroeder and Monk and Russell Westbrook, they were combined 3 for 14 from the field. They didn't help you either. And again, defensively, they are a downgrade from Dennis Schroeder. And I'm not going to say, hey, put Keon in at the point guard. But Keon isn't a point guard. Like, so I get it. You have a bunch of guards. And, what Doug said at one point was like, look, we have a major minute guy in front of him that this starts. And then we have another major minute guy who's eating up the rest of the minutes. And I get it. Like, Zach LaVine is your starter. Malik Monk is coming off the bench. That's your 2 shooting guards.
Mm-hmm.
But there has to be ways to find to fit him on the court, or somebody can't play. Somebody else can't play because you're 3 and 7 and you need to find somebody who will play defense. And so there's going to be a short straw. Somebody has to draw the short straw, or you're just going to keep running the same thing out there and expecting something different. And you're going to continue to lose, especially with the schedule that's in front of them.
That's sort of where I'm at. They're 3 and 7. The game in Milwaukee, they did play great. They played better in Denver. But for the most part this season, we have way more evidence than not that the Kings are just not great. And I don't know that rolling the same group out there for 20, 25 games to go, oh, wait, no, this doesn't work. Like, yeah, no, we know that. I think we kind of know already that this group of players doesn't work. And the reason I think so many people lean toward Keon is because we have an idea of what Keon is. And so why can't he play? Why can't he be the one that gets minutes to try and stop this hemorrhaging on defense? Maybe it doesn't work, but just evidence, just try. I think that's why people are chanting his name. Do something.
But,
try something.
And I like Keon. It's going to sound like I don't, but I seen Keon get his ass lit up.
Sure. Yeah, he hasn't been perfect this year,
when he goes in there, it's not like, oh, everything's great and perfect. I seen him miss shots. I didn't see him get the nod in the fourth quarter over a guy like Malik and Austin Reeves light his ass up. Keon not be in position to help. Keon not be in position on the back doors and stuff. I've seen him fail in big time moments as well. That doesn't mean he shouldn't get another opportunity. But I think people are having selective memory when they think about when we've seen Keon this year. It's been very up and down, just like the rest of the guys out there.
He looks like he's looking over his shoulder. And he's also looking like a player who knows that he's in a contract year. I mean, both of those things. I see it I think he's forced some shots. I mean, but he's still shooting 42.4 from three. But he has forced some shots, and he's played windshield wiper defense. He's flying by one way, flying by the other way. It's hey man, just calm down. But it's because I think he's looking over his shoulder the whole time going, okay, I've got to show up right now because I got to earn my minutes, and then I got to earn that big contract. And what it's looking like it isn't great if you're just to settle in and have a role, but he doesn't have a role. And that's the problem.
I want to make it really clear that everybody's listening to KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader, always free on the
does that when you change the
layout. There we go.
We're
back. We have never been more back. And that's it. I don't want it to seem like Keon Ellis is the difference between 3-7 and 7-3. I think people are just frustrated. And I think people aren't going to chant for Maxime Reynaud.
I think it's people don't like Dennis. They don't like Russell Westbrook. They don't like Zach LaVine. They don't like DeMar DeRozan, and they just want Keon Ellis to replace one of those guys. I think that's a big part of it.
I see.
If Russ has earned a lot of fans.
Russ. Yeah. I think Russ had a lot of fans to begin with, and you're probably right.
I don't know if it's that deep though. I think if they went, if they went, if
that's too bad.
It's tough. If they had subbed out, they had their starting five on the court, and they sub out Precious Achiuwa and Keon Ellis comes in, people would be excited. People wouldn't be like, "Wait, no, not for him." I don't think it's that.
I don't mean in an isolated instance. I mean overall on the season. They're frustrated. They want Keon Ellis to play 40 minutes a game. And they want DeMar to play 10 off the bench. They just this city, for no matter how good he is, no matter what he does, they're not gonna. And I'm talking about the Twitter universe. I'm talking about the chatty house. I'm not necessarily talking about the people at the arena. They are just not going to lean into the fact that DeMar DeRozan is a Hall of Fame basketball player. Hell, Zach LaVine averaging, I'm sure it's at 28 or 27 at this point. And I'm still not sure people are in on that. They still love Malik more. They still love Keon more. They don't feel like DeMar and Zach are their guys. Russ, they've taken. I think they've adopted Russ. Russ, I think Russ is
I don't know if you adopt Russ as much as he just kind of forces his way into your home.
Well, you live with us.
And then he's sitting on the couch eating potato chips.
Whether you want or not, hey, he's living with you now.
And now he's your favorite house guest.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly.
You and Russell.
Yeah.
You and Dupree.
It's tough. I'm looking at sort of the offensive rating, defensive rating for a lot of these guys, and you want to get tied up more in net rating than you do who has a horrible offensive rating or a horrible defensive rating. But they have some players that just are not playing well at all. Dennis Schroeder is a 101 offensive rating and a 122 defensive rating per Basketball Reference right now. So he's a negative 21. Where again, DeRozan's a 121 and a 124, so a negative 3. You can deal with that, and again, same Zach LaVine 124, 125, a negative 1. Domas is a negative 8. Westbrook's a negative 10, depending on who he's playing. Some of the few people who are playing well, Malik Monk 125 to 122. Keon Ellis, 118 to 119. But when you got Drew Eubanks out there going a 98 offensive rating with a 117 defensive rating, and your backup center is a negative 19, it's really tough to overcome these things.
Yep. I think that's kind of it.
Yeah, my biggest thing, because while I had higher expectations than some people about this team, I never thought they were. I don't think they're some type of contender or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
So they're 3-7. They're 3-7. They could go 4-6, and then I think at the end of the day, it's all going to total out to like what we talked about, or what I thought, like closer to a 500 type team, right? But the thing that bothered me the most about this weekend was the effort.
Mm-hmm.
It was not the losing. It was not even losing to OKC in Minnesota, teams that are better than you. It was getting stomped out the way you did. And I just kept thinking back to, all that talk they were doing in training camp. Oh, we hear what people are saying, and it motivates us, and it pisses us off, and all this other stuff. But the further you get away from that, the more you go back to the soft ass habits that you have.
Yep.
And you're looking like OKC in Minnesota looked at you, Sacramento Kings, DeMar DeRozan, Zach LaVine, Domantas Sabonis, all you guys, Dennis Schroeder, Malik Monk, they looked at you as, it's the time to get back on the ball.
Yep.
Like, we're going to get right. We lost in Portland if we're OKC. Ant just came back. We had a tough game against New York. We getting right. We getting right tonight. And they did that. And that's highly disrespectful. And they're right. I'm not saying they shouldn't be disrespectful.
Sure.
But those guys should feel some type of way about that. That's it. You guys looked at damn near like a joke.
Mm-hmm.
And all that talk, oh, we heard, and we feel some type of way about it now.
Their former
now
players are
doing
calling
nothing.
you out now.
What happened?
DeMarcus said they asked, are the Pelicans the worst organization in the league? And he said, well, it's the Pelicans or the Sacramento Kings.
Ooh.
And we back.
Yeah.
Then what I think is we're back in that familiar thing that I always talk about, whether it's DeMar, DeMontis, DeRozan, Monk, all these other stuff. I think we're on the verge of, well, it ain't my fault. Nobody taking pride that they're literally looking at you, Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, Sabonis, and saying, yo, we gonna get right again. It ain't my fault. It's the owners. I mean, it's the culture. It ain't me.
This is something that James and I talked about.
Everyone says the same thing, but I'm the problem.
Right.
This is something James and I talked about before the year, where we were looking at the preseason predictions from ESPN. And I think they had the Lakers as a 6 seed with 46 wins. And so I asked a question to James. I said, what needs to happen for the Kings to be there? What's a 46-win version of the Kings look like? And this is all coming back to what you're talking about, Kenny. And the number one thing James said, outside of like be healthy, which, okay, that's number one for every team. Mm-hmm. The number one non-health thing was avoid drama. And I agree. That is the thing that can fester in ways that we may not even see publicly, but it manifests itself on the court to where we're going like, God, it didn't even look like they were trying. And I think it's that. Like, that was my greatest concern this year when what do we say? 30 wins, 31. And you, Damian, said, I cannot conceive of a way this team wins 30, 31 games. No. This is it. This is the way where they start 3-7 and all of a sudden it goes, not my fault. And that manifests on the court in back-to-back 30 points.
That's how it could happen. I just didn't think that it would.
Not this quickly.
Yeah, certainly not this quickly.
Yeah, 10 games in. Like, I hope it's not there.
I thought these guys would have a little more, and I'm not saying they don't.
And they might go win tomorrow and everything is better.
We don't know this.
We're reacting to what we know right now.
To a certain degree, for me at least, this was a really, really bad 2 games that they hadn't shown for the most part for the other 8 games. That doesn't mean they won every game, but the compete level was there for the most part before this weekend. So I don't want to go back on that.
Sure.
But like these guys, they look soft this weekend. They look soft, and it's like, where's the personal pride?
Yeah.
Where's the personal? The guy in the chat, my bad, Pierre, he says But the thing is, they're right. The organization is just bad. That's fine to look at. But this is what I'm looking at if I'm on the court.
Mhm.
Anthony Edwards isn't playing Vivek. He's not
Well,
looking.
especially because Vivek left.
That too. He's not looking at like I can get by Vivek. He's looking at Zach. I can get by Zach LaVine.
Yeah, right.
And where does the personal pride come in? So regardless of what's going on upstairs, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but this guy is looking at you, Zach LaVine, or you, Malik Monk, as a chair and saying, nah, that's not who I am. I don't know what's going on up there, but that's not who I am.
Right.
And I'm not saying they're there yet, but I worry if they're getting back and say, well, that ain't me. It ain't my fault.
Yeah.
And
I had
that's what you're
26
talking
tonight.
about.
We're good.
Scout says when the owner walks out, things aren't good. I disagree. Bro, keep walking. Just keep walking. Like
Cross that bridge.
That's what I love about all of the tweets last night. Oh, Vivek and Scott, they left their seats. So what? Like, what's Vivek gonna do?
The rest of them came back. He didn't.
Okay, great. What's he back there doing? Making calls?
Maybe. Like that's my fear.
Now think about
I don't
that.
care.
Now think about that. Is that really what you want?
No.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that, but that's what we talked about. Like my fear in that is not like, okay, yeah, the owner walked out. Like, yeah, it's a bad look for trying to get fans to put their butts in seats. I totally get it. Like that's fine. My fear is that reflects that Vivek is frustrated enough that he's going to start making calls. And that's what I don't want.
And I'll say this because I heard it again recently. This is Scott's show.
I hope so.
Whatever happens, and I believe in him. But from the roster to how you walk through that door as an employee, this is Scott Perry's show.
Is Doug Christie his coach?
I don't know that, but I know that this is his show. I want to be clear. This is Scott Perry's show. This is damn near his organization. Once again, to the roster, to how the salesperson walks through the door, like what you're wearing. This is Scott Perry's show. I believe in him.
Is there dress code over at the Sacramento Kings?
Yeah. No, there is. Yeah.
Man.
I believe in him.
Bring that DEI department back. Sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I believe in him.
I got a button for that.
I'm willing to trust Scott Perry. But I do want to be clear with people. James probably heard the same things. This is Scott Perry's show.
I hope so.
He interviewed everyone, including ushers, and he went down the list. He interviewed a ton of people, whether you're going to be here or not. And they made major changes,
but
everywhere.
Well, not everywhere, but
well,
come on, James, be a professional.
An abomination.
I don't. This isn't my role to do this because I haven't been. It is until it isn't.
It's true.
That's
too.
it.
That's true too.
And
we did this before. About draft picks and meddling and all this stuff. I don't know none of that. I know where I heard Zach and I know where I heard DeMar. Both of them are on the Kings.
Why is Doug Christie only on a 2-year deal then?
Great question by Jesse.
Like what sense? I don't necessarily doubt that this is Scott's show, but if this is his show, why would you hire a coach for only 2 seasons?
Here's just my
how does that work? Where if you're expected to be here long term and to work this out, you hired your guy to be here with you.
So here's
a great question.
Here's my suggestion. Just my hypothesis. This one I really haven't talked to anybody about. It's just I'm reading the tea leaves.
Well, this is brand new.
Yeah, I'm just reading the tea leaves.
Kim Piffany.
Yeah. Shout out to Scandia.
Shout out Kenny. Tails on 80. You know what it is. I think he's only on a 2-year deal because that's what Scott wants. I think Vivek has always wanted Doug Christie to be the head coach. And if Vivek was running everything, sign him to a 4-year deal. He'd want Doug Christie here for a long time. But the fact that it says it's only 2 means Scott will take a chance with him, but he's not sold on him.
Yeah,
And that might be a problem in itself.
Yeah, that feels like a
They've-
problem. That feels like just more
Well-
to Sacramento Kings just missteps. You don't take a chance on a guy you're not bought in
Well-
on to start.
well, right, and
Yeah, I
The-
don't disagree.
this is-
I'm
this
just
is
saying
my-
that's what it is.
this is my issue, and we talked about this after the report came out about Doug's contract from Sam Amick. But okay, so it's 2 years, which is in line with the 2027 takeoff date of okay, that's when it gets real. So you have a coach who gets to do the next 2 years. Maybe he's Red Auerbach, and maybe he's the best coach in the league, and you fall backwards into a great coach. But if he's not, then cool. You're burning the next 2 years anyway, ostensibly, and Scott gets his own guy in 2027 when they've had their books cleared. Like that's what this feels like to me.
Yeah. I
Well,
see that.
I'm going to add the other ingredient.
Please.
The other ingredient is that Doug Christie was hired on May 1st to be the coach.
Mm-hmm.
And at that time, the Kings had $8.5 million and $8.5 million over the next 2 years of Mike Brown hanging over their head. Mike Brown took the Knicks job on July 7th, and there is an offset, and the Kings are not on the hook for all of Mike Brown's money. A bunch of it gets covered by the Knicks. But when they initially hired Doug, they hired to him lower first 2 years because they thought they had to pay
Right.
Mike $8.5 million. So you're looking at $10+ million a year in coach's salary, and 8.5 of that fell off the books. And so realistically, you probably asked Doug to take less money for those first 2 years
Thinking you were going to have to pay more for Mike Brown, maybe.
that you were going to have to pay Mike Brown, because no one thought that Mike Brown would walk out of Sacramento and get a job the next day. They thought he would get a job as an assistant, but I don't think the offset works the same as an assistant as it would as a head coach. So he got the head coaching job with the Knicks, and I believe the Knicks are covering almost all of the salary that Mike would have made. And so that might also be a reason why you had a 2-year deal with it. They said the third year with Doug is a team option, but it's at a much higher rate than what the
Right.
first 2 years are. But the chances of
If
him
they-
getting to that,
If they're winning 30 games a year, I don't think there's a chance Doug the coach in 2027.
I agree.
Like they're gonna have to be significantly better. Did the 49ers or Kings have a worse weekend?
Kings.
Think?
The Kings, yeah, because there's a lot of excuses for the 49ers.
yeah.
It felt like
And-
reality hit.
Yeah, like for me, it did,
Yeah.
because I might have been a little. I felt like they could get through. It felt like they could get through anything, and I can't. I don't.
Mhm.
I know we're going to go over this later. That was the best team left on the schedule, right?
I mean,
Ooh,
the Colts are there.
the Colts, that's it, that's the other one.
Seahawks are there, too.
Seattle. Ooh.
Yeah, see,
Seattle.
Seattle,
Ooh.
boy, your
Seattle's
rankings,
terrifying right now.
your
They're-
rankings are looking really, really good right now.
DeMarcus Lawrence scored 2 touchdowns yesterday.
That's
a
crazy.
defensive lineman.
That's
That
insane.
was tough.
Absolutely insane. Maybe it was reality. Like you got into a 21-0 deficit, and there was a point where it's like I didn't think they were going to pull it off, but I was like, oh, they got back in this game, and 90 seconds later it was like, oh no, the game's over.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
that was a hell of an answer by the Rams,
Mhm.
who, to me, the story coming out of that game, obviously our job is to cover the San Francisco 49ers, as the
Mhm.
Rams look like a Super Bowl contender.
Yeah, man. Matthew Stafford's the MVP right now.
That's interesting.
Are we
That's
sure?
fine for me. That's
Yeah,
fine for me.
25 touchdowns and 2 picks.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd also say, like, watching that game play out,
Jonathan Taylor's been sick.
you can have a bad game like that if you're the 49ers, especially when you got 3 weeks coming up that are all winnable games.
Mhm.
The difference with the Kings is the Kings just lost by 31 and by 27 in back-to-back games. The 3 games they've won this year are by 1 point, by 2 points, and by 5 points. So you're 3-7, but those 3 wins could have easily gone the other way.
Sure.
Mhm.
Where the 49ers, it feels like, okay, you're okay to have a bad week against a really,
Mhm.
really good team. What this week told me is that the 49ers might be able to survive a wild card weekend, but the next weekend they're getting thumped by whoever it is in front of them.
Sure.
So
At
here-
least today.
So, and here's what I would say about that, because Kyle called the game down to a T last week when he talked about the Rams and what they were able to do against that 49ers defense.
Mhm.
you were right. I'll leave a little bit of a caveat to
Mhm.
what I was saying, though. My argument was with some of those guys getting back offensively, and if you tell me nobody else is leaving on the defensive end. Also, the Niners, I still believe, even after that, I still do believe they can beat these teams.
Okay.
But I didn't say they can beat them with any type of game. Like, they have to play an A+ game.
Yeah.
And they
right.
have to take care of the ball. They have to play a perfect game to beat these guys. There are teams in the past where I think even if you played a perfect game, your perfect game isn't good enough to beat that. Rams, Seahawks might be moving up that list too.
Man.
Packers, those guys. I think if the Niners play a perfect game, they can get them. But I know they cannot play a B- game and even hang with these guys. Like they with the injuries, they can't do that. Like, they have to be perfect and not like I don't even know if this is a term, but we talk about playing behind the sticks. They can't play behind the scoreboard. Like, if you get down
you can't
2
come from
scores,
behind, for sure. Pause.
nah. Well, you get down 2 scores with this Niners team, it's a wrap because you can't get enough stops to make up what you need to make up on the offense.
The game went sideways yesterday when Jawan Jennings fumbled at the Rams 26, and then the Niners didn't get a 4th and 1 at the Rams 11. Like, you turn the ball over twice there, those turn into touchdowns, and it's 21-0. And I mean, God love them, they put up 26 points and they scored a bunch of touchdowns, and that's great. Like, I don't think the offense is a major problem yesterday. Their margin for error is just nothing.
Right
like,
there.
it's not there.
We talked a lot about their defense last week. Like, and I can't make the case that their defense isn't horrible coming off of what had to have been their worst defensive game of the year. But their pass rush is really bad.
It's just non-existent.
Right. That's why it's bad. Like, it does not exist. Yeah.
Well, that, and on top of that, they're not getting any. They've got 1 pick on the season, and they've got I did the math. I think they have 9 forced fumbles, and one of those was by Warner, and one of them was by Bosa.
Sick.
And I think one of them was from Michael Williams. All of those guys are gone. So what's left is, like, you're not getting any turnovers. You can't get any pass rush. You're not getting any interceptions. You're not turning what is it? 0.7 turnovers per game is what they're forcing.
Some small.
Horrible.
Yeah, their pass rush is bad and their passing defense is bad.
They can't get behind more than 10 points in a game. It's over. Yeah. The other thing, but here's the thing about getting the offensive players back that plays complementary football to the situation. I think for a long time in that game, they were like 1 of 6 on 3rd down, 0 of maybe 1 of 2 on 4th down. You get your better offensive players back, and the way to win is to possess the ball for the 49ers. If you can keep drives going and keep that defense off the field as much as possible, that's your chance. And when you can't do that, you're not converting 3rd downs, 4th downs, and all that, and you're turning the ball over.
That was it.
You don't have a shot. You don't have a shot.
What players on offense?
Brock and Pearsall.
We're sure Brock would be that much better
in certain situations.
I thought Mac was about as good as you could be yesterday.
Mac is he was good yesterday.
He looked healthier too, moving around a little.
He did look good,
but he doesn't extend plays and make plays out of nowhere the way Brock does. And I think on 3rd downs, and when that pocket starts collapsing the way it did on some of those 3rd downs, even the pick to Christian McCaffrey, like that's a floater. That's a Brock play. That's a Brock play. And I think Brock can escape. He can scramble a little bit better. The scramble game is non-existent. And we saw Brock would do that in the Detroit game, in the NFC Championship game. Like, that's non-existent.
Yeah.
You don't have to account for that at all. Mac is a bit of a statue back there. And if he has enough time and he can make his reads, he delivers the ball well. And we've seen him create a little bit, but it doesn't look the same to me as when Brock goes off script.
But yeah, Mac doesn't when he makes a mistake, it's usually pretty, like, he makes a bunch of them in one game. It feels like Brock is going to let people back in the door maybe once or twice, in a game. Like he makes mistakes all the time where you're like, man, you can't have that interception.
And I don't have the numbers in front of me. You would probably know off the top of your head, but we talk about the touchdown to interception ratio. It's feeling kind of 1-to-1 with Mac, and people talk about how great Mac is as opposed to Brock. It's feeling a little 1-to-1.
It's 2-to-1.
It's
2-to-1.
3-to-1 yesterday.
Yeah, 13 touchdowns, 6 interceptions on the season.
Okay.
Brock is 1-to-1, 4-to-4.
Yeah.
And the 2 games he played, he
I
had
think
a bunch of picks.
I think Jones is playing at a high enough level right now that, and I agree with you. When you come playoff time, if you're trying to contend for a Super Bowl, I think you need that secondary playmaking. Like at some point, it's going to matter. I just don't know in this world where Niners scoring 34 a game. That's how they have to win right now. I don't think that difference is Mac and Brock.
It's the ball. To me, it's the possession of the football.
Died a little bit.
to me, it's being able to extend drives consistently. And maybe I'm just hung up on that third down. I thought they couldn't do anything in that first half because number one, they turned the ball over, and then they couldn't extend the drives. Like that 21-0 happened real quick.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because they fumbled and then missed a 4th and 1 at the Rams 11. Like they were moving the ball. 6.3 yards per play is a really good number. I think that's where they finished. Like it just I don't what they
so
finish
if you really feel like it boils down to those 2 plays, are we throwing the dirt on them a little too quickly? Like, because they did battle back into that game. Like it was a 1-score game. And I mean, great, again, their defense gave it back in 90 seconds, but still.
The reality of yesterday for me was like, man, I don't think they can play when we're talking about a Super Bowl. I don't think they can play 4 perfect games in a row. That's a hard ask.
That's fair enough.
And I think that's what they would have to do. And I agree. Could they go into a wild card situation and beat Green Bay in a one-off? Like, yeah, sure. Why not? Could they beat I don't even know the Tampa in a one-off? Like, sure, man. Like, why not? But
might even do it twice, but they can't do it 3 times.
Yeah, man. It just the level that they would have to play on both sides of the ball. I just don't think they can do 4 times. But I think it's still a playoff team. Like I expect them. They should win their next 3
or 4.
They got to go
Cardinals, Panthers, Browns, Titans.
Out of these next 5, they got to go 4-1 to kind of lock in that playoff spot.
Yeah, they're going to do 10.
10 wins with 3 left, I think. After that, or 2 left. One of the 2.
Man, in Seattle, Smith and Jigba. That dude has
he
has 1,041 yards in 9 games.
Yeah.
He's on pace to break.
He's
on pace for 2,000 receiving yards on like half the amount of routes that Calvin Johnson ran the year he had 1,900.
Jesus,
it's insane.
Yeah,
you said half.
Goodness.
Yeah, it's the route participation numbers are just hilarious. Smith and Jigba's on one right now.
Yeah, it's crazy.
What do you have? 4 for 82 and a touchdown on their first 2 drives yesterday, or something like that. That's an awesome game on 2 drives.
I mean, we'll talk about it more throughout the week. But who you guys think wins that game next week?
Which
Rams Seahawks? Isn't that
it's
next
a
week?
105 game.
That's insane.
You got a 125.
125.
Wow.
That's a really good game. But at the same time, Seattle hasn't played anybody, man.
Yeah, they've had
but they're putting up major.
They're doing what you're supposed to.
Where's Darnold in that conversation? Like I asked last week, I didn't ask. I said, I'll throw this at you. We have to take one team out. On Friday, it was Lions, Bucks, Rams. 1 seed quarterback gets the MVP. I have to take the Bucks out of it because I don't think they're going to be the 1 seed, and I think. If I learned something yesterday in the NFL, is the Bucks might be a tier below everybody else in the conference.
Kyle was cooking it.
But I'll put Seattle in it now and ask Seattle, Detroit, Los Angeles, 1 seed, quarterback gets the MVP.
I don't hate it. I think Sam Darnold, in the voters' minds, falls victim to the thing we've talked about with Domantas Sabonis for 3 years.
Sure.
Is like, I can't give that guy the MVP because I don't trust him in a playoff game.
I beg someone to look at Jared Goff's numbers as a Detroit Lion.
Yeah, they're ridiculous.
When you start because if we're factoring in things like Sam Darnold's playoff failure last year, look at Jared Goff's numbers as the Lions quarterback. look at Jared Goff's numbers as the Rams quarterback. Like, he's been very, very good.
Yeah.
And it's just kind of been glossed over because he got traded because his team felt like they needed a better quarterback. They got the better quarterback and won the Super Bowl, right?
Sure.
So, like, but in the process, he's been really, really good.
Yeah.
I know we got to go. Speaking of
We
a
do.
wild game in Washington, it was just wild. It was a bizarre event.
And it has
in
nothing to do with
Washington.
what happened on the football field.
Well, there was some stuff on the field too. We'll talk.
Oh,
We'll
not
talk.
me.
Can I quick
I
note
looked
on
in the
that?
upper right-hand corner like, what the F is that?
But it led to bizarre stuff happening everywhere. We'll talk.
Quick note on that. The Seahawks won 44-22. It was the first ever 44-22 final in NFL history. And 5 minutes later, the Lions won 44-22.
Oh man,
That's crazy.
Weirdness.
That's
It was
crazy.
a weird situation.
Weird Sunday. Great D'Lo and KC coming up next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. Drink water, be nice people. See you at Chiadios. Appreciate you guys.
Chatty House, what's good, baby?
Oh, by the way, Jesse, I didn't text you. My bad. The thing is up. Okay, appreciate you. Yeah, Justin. Shout out to the Brody.
Could we adjust your camera a little bit so you feel
this way,
the?
this way. Here.
Yeah. That's it.
I don't know why James does that.
I don't
I do
either.
that every time.
Mhm.
Hell yeah, Justin. Shout out to the Brody. Shout out to my mans. Good times on Friday, man. That's my dog, man. The marathon continues. Go check him out. Oak Grove Audi. Man, it was sneaky hot yesterday. Well, where I was at. I was in
It
the
absolutely wasn't. It absolutely was hot.
Why the hell is it so damn warm?
Oh, right on, Zabo. Glad you got that gear in. Glad you're digging it. Yeah, I knew y'all would love them joints, man. Super comfy. I couldn't believe when I saw that man up there. Don't want politics and sports, though, right, guys?
I just found out not too 30 minutes ago about Dayball. I didn't see that this morning.
Mm-hmm. I didn't even see that text first. I saw the interim head coach text first. I was like, what? Oh, they did it.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We a number one spot. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
What's good, baby? Hey. Hope you had a good weekend. Let's do that one more time. We appreciate you for tapping in here on this Monday, November 10th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live. Alongside executive producer. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Real quick, we didn't get a chance to talk about this with the insiders. We are launching our High School Player of the Week program over at ESPN1320.com. If you head over to ESPN1320.com, you'll see a submission form for your son, daughter, niece, nephew, friend, you, whatever, to be our High School Player of the Week. We're going to name our first ESPN 1320 High School Player of the Week next Tuesday.
There we go.
Next Tuesday at 3 o'clock, we'll announce a High School Player of the Week every Tuesday at 3 o'clock, and we'll be taking submissions until then. So head over to ESPN1320.com right now. Follow all of the instructions, pictures are involved, waivers, all of that stuff. We want to show the students around Sacramento surrounding areas
That's right,
some
man.
love here on our platform.
Just in time for playoff season.
Mm-hmm,
I think they had first round this past Friday, but second round starts next week. So, get somebody performing well in the playoffs, and then
Yes,
hoop
sir.
season. Man, I think there might be some games next week.
I was gonna say it's got to be soon.
Yeah, some basketball
Gotta be
games next
soon.
week. So
So again, High School Player of the Week submissions over at ESPN1320.com. They're not high school athletes, but no one from the Sacramento Kings is winning that award. That's for sure.
no.
Just based off this weekend alone. Friday was bad. I didn't really care. It was kind of like, all right, I think, I don't want to say we knew it. I didn't. Like, there were people like, I don't know about this one tonight. Played them really tough last game. Domantas Sabonis wasn't available. Like, there was reasons to feel uneasy going into that game.
I thought they were going to play better.
I didn't think they were going to play like that.
Yeah.
But in the end, it was just like, okay, whatever. Like, you lose by 15, you lose by 20, you lose by 5, you lose, whatever. It's fine. I expected last night to be much different. And of the two games, getting your ass kicked in both of them, last night's was the one that really bothered me because Minnesota isn't that much, but they're not that much better than Sacramento. Though the score says they are, so they get to be that. They're a team to me that hasn't, we talk about connecting and hitting on all cylinders. That's a team that has failed to do that through the first 10 games of the season. Like, they're just more talented than Sacramento is, and their record is only marginally better. But they ran the Kings out of the building, man, and that 18-3 run was so frustrating because I knew they're not coming back from this. Like, they're about to get run out of here again.
Yesterday, like you said, the loss against OKC, like whatever, but yesterday felt like it just out in the open. This team isn't really on the same page right now. It's just nothing's really connected as far as identity, the way they're going to play, and just things like that. There's a lot they still got to figure out. I'm not sure that they do.
Yeah. They look soft. They look soft all weekend. Oklahoma City turned up the intensity and at the end of that second quarter and just really put that game out of reach. And Minnesota came in here right before the 18-3 lead. They were, doing some things, and the Kings got it to 4. I think it was like 49-45. And they turned up the intensity, and that was all she wrote.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a sign of a soft team to me. And I'm not going to classify them as that right now because I'm still got my eye on what I talked about last week about how they compete and all this other stuff. So I'm not going to jump off that in a matter of a couple of days. But this past weekend was soft. That was soft. And these two teams came into Sacramento with a mindset of let's get ourselves together. Let's get ourselves right. Coming off a loss or trying to incorporate Ant back into it. Let's get right. And they did just that against the Kings. Kings put up no resistance.
Ant was terrible until he wasn't.
Right.
It was like Ant was at the end of the first quarter.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's like, oh, no, Ant's back. He was gone for 11 minutes.
Yeah.
It's like, no, Ant's back.
Just lit him up in that second quarter, third quarter, man. That was very, very disappointing to see from that Kings team. And
40 points in the second, 40 points in the third.
2 40-point quarters. Come on, man.
I think 3 in the last 2 games. 3 40-point quarters in the last 2 games. Let me double check. Yes, a 40-point second quarter against the Thunder on Friday night.
Once again, just soft basketball. You know what I mean? And they got some soul searching to do, or they don't. Maybe they don't care. We'll see.
Yeah, I hope that's not the case, man. Because if it is, it's gonna be a long season. Like if we do get to a point where Silk the Shaka and Mystical, it ain't my fault. Yeah, we're not even at Christmas yet.
Right.
I feel like that's kind of some of the issues you run into when you build a team like this, because like other than Domas and Keegan hasn't been available yet. Keon's just damn near out the rotation.
But
these guys are all just kind of thrown here, just with no real investment, no real I don't even know what they're like. You play to win, play for playoffs. But if you ask them what is the future goal you're trying to reach here, I don't know if DeMar DeRozan, Zach LaVine, those guys can answer that. They're just here right now.
Well, I don't know any of them are looking towards the future with Sacramento, but if they're looking towards the future, so to be clear, I don't think we're headed towards that. I don't care, or it's not my fault.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we're headed towards that because I think DeMar DeRozan is the ultimate professional.
Right.
He's been with who the Raptors, the Spurs. Am I leaving someone out? Chicago.
Chicago. Yeah.
No one's ever said a bad thing about him.
Right.
Not even remotely close. He is the ultimate professional. I think Zach LaVine is a professional too. Russell Westbrook is a professional. Yeah, I'll end the list there. Those guys are professionals. They're going to. I think there's going to be a lot more. You heard Zach LaVine. We got to figure this out. Well, we've got to get together. We got to figure these things out. DeMar DeRozan has said the same things in the past too. I think they'll call more. They're far more likely to die on the hill of trying to figure things out than constantly blaming other people on the roster. I don't think that they'll do that. Sorry.
To that point, let me ask you something.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think there's a difference between trying to figure some things out, and how do I put this?
I don't know.
Expressing to the people in that locker room that this is unacceptable? Is there a difference between that? Because it kind of feels like there is.
Yeah.
No, we're going to keep
figuring things out. That feels like stuff on the court to me.
Right.
On the floor, you're during hey, how did Ant get loose here?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Or how did this keep happening? That's what I feel like figuring it out is on the floor. What you're talking about, that to me is a post-game discussion when emotions are still high. You have those type of discussions about, hey, this was embarrassing after you lose your second game by 30.
Mm-hmm.
Because people like to act like, oh man, KC, I'm sorry, I was angry. No, man, that's when your emotions are at their rawest because you've turned the filter off.
Mm-hmm.
Say what y'all got to say to each other. Say what you've got to say to one another. Get it out and start working through it. To answer your question, like plainly, those are not the same thing.
Right. And
Those two situations you presented. Not the
I
same.
wonder if the expectations of looking at what happened over the weekend as being unacceptable, I wonder if that's there.
Meaning, do you think someone said it? Is that what you're questioning? Whether someone said this is unacceptable?
I mean, not necessarily, because I'm not really into, like, we can talk about it. That's fine. What you gonna do on Tuesday at 8:00? You know what I'm saying? Like, we could talk about it after this game and say it's unacceptable, and then you come out and you can say all the good things. You can tell. I say this to the kids all the time. I see Rachel in there. Avery will tell you. I tell them this. You can tell me whatever you want. When the lights are back on, are you gonna play like it's unacceptable? Are you gonna play like what we saw over the weekend was unacceptable? And that's what I wonder. Like I said, they can tell me all the nice things they want to.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing that I wonder. Are you going to start playing like what we saw over the weekend was unacceptable? And like I said, there doesn't need
to be an acknowledgement of what happened.
But what does the acknowledgement mean if you don't correct the behavior?
No, for sure, absolutely.
So like, we can talk about it, and we're going to talk about it, and that's great. And then we're going to get out there on Tuesday and do the same things we did over the weekend. Now your talk is hollow. I almost don't want to, next time we got to talk, I almost don't want to hear from you because it's hollow. I need to see the attention to what we're talking about. And they may bring that. They may bring that. I don't know. I'm with you where I'm not at the point where I believe they're going to get into starting pointing fingers and, hey, this is your fault, or like, it's not my fault. You know, I still believe that's not where we're going to get to. But this is a moment right here to figure out, like, what's going to happen. Are you going to apply that same commitment to the standard that you're trying to set? Doug Christie talked a lot last night about the standard of Sacramento Kings basketball. Do those guys hold those same standards for themselves as Sacramento Kings? We'll see.
Yeah, don't have an answer to that. But going back to what Jesse said a second ago about looking towards the long-term, goal with Sacramento, even if they're looking towards the long-term goal of them individually, they're better off if this basketball team succeeds. Like, them failing and going, well, it wasn't my fault, it's the organization's fault, it's this fault, it's that fault, that's not going to help them. DeMar may not have a ton of contract negotiations ahead of him. Zach LaVine probably does. Like, this situation isn't helping Domantas Sabonis and his future earnings. Like, it benefits, and that's the thing. Unless you're in expiring contracts, like, it benefits everybody to be successful. Malik Monk got the contract he got because he was the Sacramento Kings team was successful. Domantas Sabonis ultimately got the contract he got because the Sacramento Kings were successful. Again, Russell Westbrook, an older player, probably not a lot of contract negotiations ahead of him, but Zach LaVine does. Domantas Sabonis does. We're talking about Keon Ellis a few minutes ago. Keon Ellis does. It's in everybody's best interest for this Sacramento Kings team to be successful.
Do we think there's even a point where we get to where it's like, yeah, this is bad, just blow it up and sell guys off for what
I just don't think you can. I don't think you can.
Yeah, well,
like, you're going to sell guys out. You're going to trade Zach LaVine?
Well, that's what I mean. I guess, like, with Zach LaVine and Domas Tucker, maybe you are trying to move DeMar DeRozan by the deadline.
But that's inconsequential to me. Like, DeMar DeRozan, I don't think nets you a first-round pick. Unless you're the Bucks, maybe the Nuggets, or you're like the Thunder. You're like a team who's like, hey, especially in the East, hey, we might be able to, hey, let's give up next year's first. And it's like, it is fine. It's a first-round pick, but it's also, 27th. You know what I mean?
No, 100%. What he might net you, though, and I'm just throwing out a name. I don't even know how this would work or if it's good enough or what. He might net you a Jaime Jaquez that you can bring into your program, into your franchise, that you see value.
So someone that another team is
a younger
potentially
guy
trying to move on from.
Yeah, it's not a first round pick, but it's a younger guy with potential.
I'd rather have that.
Yeah.
To be honest, like, if we was going to do that, I'd rather I'd rather do that. The thing with that though, Jesse, is and maybe there's something there. I just don't see it as a
I guess my question was just with what I'm asking you guys too is like I'm not sure that these guys just rally around and figure it out.
But to me, yeah, and that's fine. But there's no blowing it up doesn't exist because you don't have sought out players. I don't, and I'm not saying no one in the league would trade for Domantas Sabonis because I don't think that that's true.
Trading for
will.
a $45 million guy is tough unless you want him to be a top 2 guy on your team. Because I mean, a third option is $45 million doesn't really help.
I think
we've learned Domas isn't a top 2 guy.
We talked about it a number of different times. We talked about it all summer. People always point the finger at Zach LaVine being the worst contract in basketball. I think Domantas Sabonis, if he ain't number 1, he's number 2.
Yeah.
I don't think he is a tradable player right now. But if you disagree, what are you holding on to him for? Like if you disagree, if you're like, no, you can get a first rounder, and we'll talk to James at 3:00. You might say the same thing. Then why if you can get a first rounder for Domantas Sabonis, why and a maybe a young player or a younger center or something like, why is he here right now?
What about Memphis? What if Memphis called for
Ja for Domas? And filler and stuff like that.
I wasn't thinking they'd trade Ja for Domas. I feel like if they're adding Domas, they're adding him with Ja.
Are they looking to really build around Ja though right now? I feel like
my opinion has been maybe they're trying to build around Jaren Jackson. Now that's not my plan, but they obviously love that young man. Like they obviously think very, very highly of him and the way he plays basketball. I don't think Domas is the right guy to pair with him if Ja Morant isn't there. So if I'm, and forgive me, I don't know who Memphis' general manager is. If I'm Memphis' general manager, I'm steering the conversation away from Ja. Like, no, what would it take for us to get Domantas Sabonis here?
Oh, it makes $45 million. So what big money contracts do they have?
I don't know. I mean, the amount of times.
Don't worry, guys. I'm opening up the trade machine.
The amount of times TC has said like Brandon Clark or something has been like pretty crazy. Is Kentavious Caldwell-Pope still on that team?
He is.
That's 20 and some change, right?
21.6.
So that right there is 32. God, that's still not even close. Well, maybe you can't do it without Ja. I don't know.
I'm trying to think who else is on that roster. But
well,
I would.
What's Jalen make? Can we get Jalen? But that's probably like $1 million. That's I mean, not trying to be
like
like
1.9.
Oh yeah,
because he was
a second round pick.
Second rounder. So,
maybe there's one other team. Brooklyn. So they got the money. They got the money and they got the Jordy. Jordy might be like, I love Domas. But I don't, again, Nick Claxton, that's 25. I don't know where you make up the rest. And you can take Domas out and insert Zach LaVine if you want to. Of course, Zach on Memphis with Ja, that doesn't make any sense. That would have to be a swap for one another.
Trade Machine says that Nick Claxton for Domas straight up works.
Really?
The Trade Machine, I don't know. It's Fanspo. That's what the Trade Machine says.
Yes, he said, I don't know. It's the Trade Machine.
Yeah,
it says it works.
So.
But
maybe because maybe the difference is Brooklyn can absorb.
Yeah, they can take in money or whatever.
Yeah, Brooklyn can absorb money
and they're not like apron teams.
Them and Utah, I think, are the only teams below the cap.
Yeah, they can absorb the money, and the Kings are taking less, I think. So
okay,
whatever.
Okay,
however it works.
Okay.
Like I said, Fanspo says it's cool.
Yeah, I don't see any reasonable destinations for Domas.
Yeah,
not one. So to your point about how are you going to blow it up? I mean, it's just not there. Like maybe it'd be a soft blow up with DeMar, Malik.
That's
maybe after
soft,
the 15th, you get someone with Dennis Schroeder.
See, I don't think you can move Dennis now.
Well, we kind of joked about it, sort of, but are we really just waiting until 2027?
I think
you're making the best out of what you got now.
So here's just casual observations with D'Lo.
I like that show.
Subscribe as well.
Yeah.
If that's the plan,
Kind of makes sense.
You are not going to have trouble getting a cheap ticket to a Sacramento Kings game.
I was looking that way this weekend.
I mean, like I'm trying to be mindful of the fact I went to a Lakers game where LeBron, we knew for weeks, wouldn't be here. We found out early that Luka wouldn't be here. Like, that plays a factor. We knew the night before Steph wouldn't be here when they played Golden State. Those are the two games that I've been to this year. And like, I'm going Wednesday. That is not going to be a well-attended game against the Hawks.
No.
Trey ain't going to be here.
Yeah.
We ain't had we've missed all sorts of stars.
Tap in for Zachary Reese-Shea.
Good ball player.
Very good ball player.
Yeah, vibes are down at the Golden One Center. The seats are getting emptier by the night. Once again, I'm not blaming nobody for that. I'm just saying that's just the observation. That's what's going on. And when you talk about moving on from people, like you said, it'll be easy to attend the game in Sacramento. You know what the crazy thing I thought about over the weekend? And I'm really like, everybody know I rock with Sac State and everything. So, you know, it's love, but this is just me thinking. The Kings don't even have the biggest star in the city.
Shout out Mikey Williams.
Mikey is everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
At least on the algorithm and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Overtime be coming to see him. Ball's life be coming to see him. Mikey,
or they just steal Leezy's content and put it on
hopefully
their
they
page.
asked them.
Yeah.
Overtime was there.
Yeah.
Overtime was there on the first game though.
Okay.
I don't know about Ball's
Still
life.
stole Leezy's work. Right off our page. I was like, God, this video looks familiar. This is Leezy's video. That wasn't Overtime, actually. I think that was CBS that did that.
Damn.
I'm like, for real, y'all bitches really just stole our
just hit him with a DM. Like, can we use it? What are you gonna say? No.
Or at least credit him. At least, hey, photos at Leezy.
We got to work. I told Leezy start putting a watermark on
I told him to. He's worried about messing up the content, but I told him to.
That's the move.
Yeah.
Just for him in general, not even for us, but just Leezy at whatever. Like, put that on the thing. But yeah, that's the other problem with the Kings. There's no star power there. People like Russ. People have grown to be interested.
Russ has Malik Monk levels of excitement when he scores. Like those reactions. When what?
When he dribbles, when he just starts dribbling.
Yeah.
Like, oh!
Those reactions mirror each other.
Yeah. I met Russ, by the way.
Oh, very
Shout
good.
out to the Brody.
Very good.
I told him, you got to meet my guy.
No, you didn't.
I did. I did, because I was with Lania. Lania, shout out to her. It was like a minute. And she's like, "Oh, this is my guy KC. You gotta check out him and his boy D-Lo. They got the best radio show in the state." He's like, "Oh, okay, what's up?" I said, "Yeah, man, me and my boy, man, we've been trying to get you here since June." So I'm here now, baby. I'm here.
What's up?
I said, "All right."
That's beautiful.
So Russ will be on the show soon.
I'm sure he will.
Best friends, basically.
Yeah, well, that's a good look. That's a good look. We just start booking guests through Lania then.
That's it, right?
Lania, let's get
right.
We'll get Russ on. We'll come back, man. There's a lot more to talk about as it pertains to the Sacramento Kings. They obviously got a big week ahead with a couple more games here at home. And, man, we'll talk about the 49ers. Was Kyle Madsen on to something yesterday? Or was Kyle Madsen on to something Friday?
Looked like it on
Man, Sunday. He might have been. And I learned something about that team that I didn't know, which just speaks to the state of that division. We're talking about the Ravens. We'll explain what all of this means. We're just getting started. We're so happy that you're here with us. It's D-Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. And Kyle looking around for his water bottle.
A lot of people upset about that 8 o'clock game tomorrow. I think it's 9 o'clock in Denver, so they're pissed off too.
Damn. Sorry for you. I'll be watching. Well, I'll be there, but I'll be watching anyway.
Big ring, Chris. It's going to get real delusional around here if they win next week in Madrid. I'll tell you that. It's going to get real delusional. I only got 17 games in the NFL season. I got to make the most of it. LOL, you beat the Commanders next week. Then you got the Saints and Jets. Chance to go 500 against the Steelers on Monday Night Football. I don't know.
Coach JT, what up? What up, though?
I know KC hates him and thinks he's the worst person on the planet, but I still believe in Mike McDaniel.
Like I always say, y'all can keep him.
Hey, Michael, I'm still out on the quarterback, though.
So I played in a softball tournament this Saturday.
It's like a celebrity invitation or something.
Nah, man, I'm playing with my guys, man. It's just what we do. It's what I do. They know nothing. It's just what I do. I'm a softball player. Clip that. But I go out there with the jewels on. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to, Big Papi Ortiz. Shout out to Bonds when he was doing. That's what all my boys do. All my great baseball players do. They got the jewels on. So I had this one chain with it was my fault. The pendant was a little too big, but I was wearing it anyway because that's the only time I wear it. Cross. And I go to, I'm out in left field and I go to field this ball and I get it and I do a little spin to throw it back in. And I guess as I whip around, the chain whips around too. And part of the point of the chain hit me right in the eyeball.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. And I could barely see throwing it back in. I could just barely see. Like it was bad for the rest of the day.
Mm-hmm.
And then at night. And it was so bad. I looked it up. It just felt like something was in my eye.
They see on WebMD, am I going to lose my eye?
I went to Google. You know that. I was like, what do I do? What happens? And I put poked in the eye. And they're like, well, if you have blurred vision, you might want to go see. I didn't have blurred vision.
Uh-huh.
I was sensitive to light, though.
Casey got poked in the eye and had to WebMD it. Right. Sorry, man.
It was getting dicey. I was like, bro, I can't. Because when I was really starting tripping is when I got sensitive to light. That night, I was a little sensitive to light. I was like,
so for those,
Jazz, is that you? I can't see. Is that you, Jazz?
So for those who listening on the radio weren't paying attention, Casey was wearing some really rich people jewelry.
I didn't say that. That is
baseball,
you're misrepresenting what the
and
story
one of the
was.
diamonds poked him directly in the eye. And
would it pass the diamond tester?
Oh, of course it would.
No, it's not. No, it wouldn't. Of course.
It now his eyeball would. There's
Yeah.
a diamond lodged in his eyeball.
Bedazzled his eye.
Oh, that's tough.
Yeah.
That's
I'm
tough.
back now. Yeah. Saturday night was rough. It wasn't rough.
What day was it? This was Saturday afternoon?
Yeah. It wasn't rough. Like I could see it just kind of bothered me. It felt like something was in my eye the whole time. That's all.
No.
Casey,
They're saying McKinney saw 3 rims.
What I'm saying, yeah, he's telling the second. I'm seeing 3 second bases right now. I don't know where to throw it.
I just threw it to the middle one.
Hey, after that happened, I hit 2 bombs. I hit 2 bomb. I'm talking probably about 340.
Mhm.
It was about 340.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. Maybe it just, made me turn up a little bit more.
So let's get the whole story clear. The diamond pokes you in the eye,
Stabbed in his eye.
blurs your vision, messes it up for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
Got to WebMD it, got to Google it.
Yeah.
But
Mhm.
you still hit 2 340-foot bombs
Bomb.
after the diamond poked you in the eye.
Damn, man. That's what happened. 3-4.
Was this before or after you hung out with Russell Westbrook?
After?
Okay.
And I didn't hang out with the rest.
Yeah, quite the weekend, man.
Yeah, it was after. And the only reason it went 340 is because it hit some trees. It probably would have gone about 360.
And you measured it.
Yeah.
Okay, of course.
That's what we do. Hey, guess what? Guess what?
I can't.
No, your boy out here playing over 40 softball. That's crazy.
Oh,
man.
That's crazy, bro. That was the tournament it was. I was like, damn.
how many guys icing their knees or whatever after the game?
It's one for sure.
Oh.
That was a long day of softball, man.
Oh man, the
Also,
over
just
40 league.
Real quick, as we mentioned, it is hilarious that LeBron tells the story. Yeah, I saw 3 rims and just
That's
chose to shoot at the
amazing.
middle one, and I made the shot, guys.
That's
Like,
an
yeah.
amazing one. No, the best part about all of that is he's telling Steph, I see 3 rims, and Steph is like, bro, get out of my face. You're such a liar. Get away from me.
That's a classic moment. That's an all-time NBA moment.
Oh,
I keep telling you,
absolutely.
we're gonna miss LeBron when he's gone.
We are.
Well,
We
he's
are.
kind of gone right now.
Well,
They said viewership is up too, by the way.
Like, massively up.
so,
Like, never been better.
you know what the funny thing about that is? I don't know. I never know. I don't have the days memorized.
Mm.
So I always have to open an app to see what game is on and where.
Today's a Peacock night. Monday's a Peacock night.
I haven't tapped into the Peacock games yet.
No, don't look at the ref. There's nothing to
I didn't
at.
look at the. I
No,
didn't
there's
know.
nothing
Let's
to look
play
at.
on. Let's play on. Let's play on. Let's play on. 'Cause
I
I said I have no. Let's play on. Yeah, let's play on.
You
Wow,
got like a playing Peacock.
that's a foul. That's egregious.
Tomorrow's NBC Kings game. Wednesday, ESPN.
I found myself going to just NBA.com a lot and just logging. Oh, this game's on and
Mhm.
clicking on it, and it's never the whatever game, so it just pops up on my screen.
Right now,
Amazon Friday.
NBC and Amazon got the belts right now.
Yeah, they're cooking.
NBC is great.
Yeah, they're cooking.
NBC is really
Then
good.
things will change again when football season is over. I think you get for sure. Right now, Thursday is NBA TV. I think when when football's over, Thursday might turn into prime.
We had something here. Oh, Charlie's thing.
Mhm.
We had Charlie's party last Thursday, and I had the NBA TV game on for a little bit. I couldn't hear it. Like I just assumed it was the announcers, like the home announcers.
Yeah.
But
It's not like we can even watch the ESPN games right now.
you
Anyway,
can't watch it. Yeah.
Jeez.
We got a Monday night football game worth watching too.
Yeah.
Shout out to everybody pulling up to Sky River next week who will see a Monday night football
Hey.
game for the first time in 3 weeks.
Hey, let this go one more week, please. It'll help.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
It'll help.
We'll be at Sky River Casino next Monday night for Monday Night Football. It'll be it doesn't matter. Just come out and watch.
Just come watch the game. Come hang out. Did you get your
It'll be
$20
two
credit?
logos.
Man, that was great.
you got to
No,
go.
that was fantastic.
You don't even
You
get the
don't
credit
get it.
yeah, automatically.
You have to go get it.
Oh my gosh, bro. Thanks.
YouTube TV
Thanks,
said you
guys.
want this $20. You better come take it from me.
I guarantee you this gets resolved the day after the regular season ends.
Mm.
They're like, oh, we don't want to lose. Oh, now all of the Sunday ticket subscribers can leave. Oh, no, we'll get the deal done now.
Yeah.
If I could be completely honest, though, I have not missed ESPN once since it's been off my TV. Like the game tonight, I have a way to watch the game. Like,
yeah, I stopped going there like in the morning, like when I put the TV on downstairs in the morning. Like I normally
shout out
this
Good
time
Morning
of year-
Football.
Yeah, I go to Good Morning Football. Because I just don't want to hear I don't want to hear ESPN talk about anything.
Mm.
Like even when I want to watch basketball, like I just assume put on football. So I haven't really missed it, but I did want to watch the game tonight.
Yeah.
So I'll have to do it differently.
Mm.
But
there's the real killer for me with that is when like the hours when it's not necessarily live games. Like YouTube TV ain't got no sports channels now.
Oh,
Like it's
man.
like you can't watch no replays, nothing. College football is a little different too, because they have the quad box, the multi-view
Mhm.
that would get the Fox game, the CBS
Mhm.
game, the ESPN, the two SEC network, whatever. And now I don't even know what the multi-views looking like on college football Saturday. I ain't really
Yeah,
been home.
that's fair. During the week, ESPN I could care less, but Saturdays has been kind of tough because that multi-view is just undefeated.
And then they'll have that for college basketball too. That won't be available.
I can worry a lot less about ESPN now that basketball is here because I'm worried more about the Kings than whatever ESPN game might be on that night.
Howard versus Grambling right now. It's a replay. I'll let you guys know how it goes. It's 23-23 right now with 5:26 to go in the first half. I think this was either Sunday or Saturday, so no spoilers.
Could you imagine hearing what Steve and I has to say about the Kings right now?
He
Maybe it's a good thing.
He
on
spoke about
ESPN.
the Kings after the Lakers game. He was trying to go in on him. I didn't care. Yeah.
Oh, because we gave up 51 to Austin Reeves. Yeah. Yeah, well. Yeah, well. Hey, big wins for the Colts, Pats, and Ravens. Is Kyle Madsen on to something with the Ravens?
Yeah,
It looks like it might be.
I was texting him on Sunday. Like, you might be right.
That was a big time win.
I didn't know until yesterday. I think Scott Hansen said it. When the Ravens won, so this is 3 straight, right? When the Ravens won the first of these 3, they became the favorite.
Oh, wow.
Like that, the Vegas stuff isn't really my bag. That's a little bit more up your in Kyle Madsen's alley. But yeah, when they won that game, they became the favorite in that division, which speaks to how terrible that division is. Now we got some news today that Joe Burrow is going to start practicing in a bit of a limited form. I don't get the impression he's going to play Sunday.
No, Jay Glazer said he talked to Joe Burrow like last week. Said he expects him around Thanksgiving-ish, not by Thanksgiving, but around that time.
Okay. Okay, so that's about where we would be if he came back a week from Sunday. But the Steelers, they don't look good.
It feels like with the Steelers, they're just kind of walking the plank at this point. Like, we're gonna reach the end where it's like, oh yeah, now you're falling into the ocean and it's not working. Like it feels like we're all expecting the Ravens to walk them down and get that division.
Yeah.
I mean, they're only a game back now, right?
Yeah, but what's it called? Only 2 games back. The Bengals.
Oh yeah. The Bengals 3-6. Baltimore went to 4-5, and that would mean Pittsburgh went to 5-4 last night.
I mean, Baltimore just got to beat Pittsburgh twice coming up and take care of some other games. That's basically a division.
Yeah.
You got the Browns next week, Browns and Jets the next couple weeks.
Oof.
And then you run into the Bengals, Steelers, Bengals, Patriots, Packers, and Steelers. So it is tough to end the season. But
2-7 Browns aren't out of it. They're not.
Dylan Gabriel's really tough to watch.
Oh man, that's no good.
Did you guys? I don't know.
No good.
Did you guys see Max B was released from prison, and within hours was at the Jets game?
It was at the Jets game when they won. They said,
"Been in prison." Well, salute to him. Been in prison 15 years.
Jesus.
Within hours.
Imagine the first place you want to. I want to go see the New York Jets.
Where is everybody?
Shout out Max B. He went to go watch the Jets play.
Who was the Jets quarterback the last time he was there?
Oh,
15 years ago, right?
Sanchez?
15 years ago.
It's 2020. So that would be 2010.
Yeah, probably Sanchez. Yeah,
that's when they went to the.
Can you hold on? Can you imagine? Okay, Mark Sanchez watching him. Oh, this is a little okay. Watching him lead your team to the AFC Championship, and you get out, and he's going to jail for stabbing someone. Like, what the hell happened these 15 years?
It was Mark Sanchez too. So Max B gets out of jail.
Like, oh, Mark's
probably be headed in.
Yeah, Mark's probably a Hall of Famer by this point, huh? No, it went really bad. It went really bad.
Actually, bro, he took your cell.
Yeah,
he's on his way.
You just missed him. Actually,
stuff for him. Cross paths.
Well, Max, he just got fired from Fox. Oh no, what happened? Well, appeared to have gotten his ass whooped by an elderly individual.
I was yelling at some guy to move a truck, and yeah, it was all bad after that.
It's all bad. None of this is funny. But Mark Sanchez did officially get fired this weekend, by the way. He did. As if there was any question about that.
I thought he was already gone before I heard that.
Well, I guess we'll have our annual Keon Ellis conversation, and by annual,
Weekly.
No, I'm starting to approach daily status, bro.
Somebody sponsored. It's a daily segment.
Let's just rip the Band-Aid off, man. We'll do that next on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I'll get the wine when we get back.
There's this guy on Instagram that I stumbled across that it actually makes me chuckle. His whole thing is this black guy. He's like, I took a time machine into the future to 2025. He's from 2005. So he'll go to these places. He'll have Jabot jeans on, like a 4X jersey and stuff like that. And he goes to these games. He goes to he went to the Browns game. He's like, I traveled to 2025 to watch the Cleveland Browns play. And he goes, oh, they're in the team store. They've got a jersey for the best kicker, one of the best kickers of all time. Number 4, Phil Dawson. Give me this Phil Dawson jersey. Wait, what? Who the hell is Watson? What is he doing? So what is this? He said, I don't know no damn Watson. Oh, no, I don't want this. And then he, what was the other thing he was asking? Oh, no. He went to a Wizards game, and he goes to the people. He's like, hey, big dog. This is how he talks to him. He goes, hey, big dog. Is Antoine Jameson playing tonight? I haven't seen him on my program. He goes, nah, Antoine ain't playing. I said, well, what about Karan Butler? That's my favorite. And these little ushers are looking at him like, bro, what?
Karan Butler was getting into it with Marcus Smart the other day.
Oh, word?
Yes.
On socials or what?
No, it says he's the assistant coach for the Heat, I think.
He is.
Yeah, so yeah, that game.
Mm.
They were just talking back and forth.
Mm. Tough juice.
Sure.
Shout out Michael Redd, gold medalist, great NBA player, great player.
Super nice guy.
Great player in Ohio. Tweeted out last night, I love basketball, but man, the Kings are tough to watch right now. Just randomly.
Well, Michael, try doing it 82 times. Okay. Head over to bakerfamilywines.com. Sign up to be a part of Dusty's Clubhouse. Learn about all of the exclusive releases that go on at Baker Family Wines, which are available at various Nugget locations in both Elk Grove, Roseville, Granite Bay. You can find them at Rayleigh's in Bel Air. Look for the wine bottle with the baseball stitch on it. You'll see Baker Family Wines on it, and you will know when you see that it comes from the Hall of Famer, Dusty Baker. Red, white, rosé, whatever your vibe is. Baker Family Wines, they've got you covered. Again, go to bakerfamilywines.com or go check out the tasting room right in West Sacramento. Not far at all. No Lodi, no Napa, no Alameda County, nothing like that. It's in West Sacramento. Learn all about it. bakerfamilywines.com.
Shout out to my people over there.
Yes, sir. Let's go to the Elk Grove Kia Talk Line, man. Our man Daniel's here, 916-909-1320. Daniel, what's good, baby?
What's up, guys?
What's up, man?
All I got to say is, you there?
Yeah, we got you.
Yep.
Okay, sorry about that. Hey, all I got to say is my girl is a Vikings fan. So I followed that team all season, last season. And the Vikings were as high on Darnold as you could be on any quarterback. And when it got to that Lions game, he completely fell apart. He didn't look like the same Darnold at all from the whole season. So all I'm saying to the Seahawks, I can't take the Seahawks seriously because Darnold's their quarterback. He's going to turn into Sam Darnold once this playoff. I guarantee it. He has not let me down yet. And he's going to let the Seahawks down. I guarantee it. So don't take him seriously, man. It'll be the Rams.
Man, that's harsh.
That is harsh. That is. I try not to do that with athletes, and maybe this explains why I'm always showing love or giving the Clippers a chance, James Harden a chance. I'm about done with that.
Yeah.
But you never know when the light bulb might click for somebody, or they might change.
They say the
historically
same
what they've
thing
done.
about Lamar.
Yeah.
So I can't say I think Lamar's going to turn it around and be like Sam Darnold's not.
Right.
Sam Darnold, and the point is Sam Darnold, and the Sam Darnold came up earlier because we were talking about MVPs with Jared Goff, Matt Stafford, and so on, and obviously Seattle is playing just incredible. Like, man, you were onto something with power rankings. Maybe that is the best team in football, but that shouldn't factor in like what he does in the postseason or what he did in the postseason last year. That shouldn't factor into his ability to win a regular season award this year.
Right.
He's playing like one of the
agree.
top quarterbacks in the league.
Yeah, 100%, man. And while I hope he falls flat on his face, well, he doesn't have to fall flat on his face. He can play good and they still lose. I just hope they lose. But we don't know what he's gonna do in these high level situations and these big time games and these playoff games. He's probably never been on a team that's good.
17-6 for Matt Stafford, 20-3 for Jared Goff, and the guy who started the whole conversation was Matthew Stafford, and I think Kyle said 25 and 2. Lord.
Yeah.
Lord.
He's doing his thing.
That boy is bad.
Both
of those quarterbacks are really good.
I don't think
Stafford and Jared Goff.
They are. I don't think the Niners defense is particularly good right now. I'm not saying they get pressure on the quarterback because the numbers, the eye tests tell you they don't. But remember I said last week, I was like, Stafford, he didn't see it all. He's going to make sure you don't get no pressure on him. It just depends on like how comfortable he's feeling. But like if the pass rush was getting there early, he would just be like, all right, well, I'm going to just get the ball out in 2 seconds and devise a offensive game plan where that's the case. Like it feels like with the Rams and specific with Matthew Stafford, his knowledge for the game, he doesn't allow you to get a pass rush on him. He just doesn't let it happen. So I don't know how much better, if any better, it's going to get, but I'm not going to look at that game with the 49ers and their inability to get to the quarterback and say, yeah, see, I told you they couldn't get to the quarterback. They'll never get to Matthew Stafford. Like, because you got Bosa there? Okay, I'm just going to throw it real quick. He doesn't allow you to get the pressure to him.
Well, I mean, he had to learn to do that in Detroit.
True.
He didn't get rid of the ball. Like, I used to wonder, I legit used to wonder if Matt Stafford was a good quarterback or if he was just throwing the ball in the general vicinity of Calvin Johnson and Calvin Johnson was going to catch it. Like I was like, well, I mean, it's the quarterback receiver question. Like the team isn't very good. It has moments, but overall, like it's not very good. Is he just like you just throw a jump ball to Calvin Johnson, he's going to get it 10 times out of 10.
I think the answer to that is both. I think Matthew Stafford is good, but he would sometimes just throw it. He would have nothing to do with his skill level. He just say, Calvin's there somewhere. And he was.
Every time.
He'd go get it. He'd go get it.
Okay, I said before the commercial break that we'll have our annual Keon Ellis discussion.
Yeah.
And by annual,
Mortis is ready.
Well,
I don't know. We're talking NFL. Mortis hops in. What's the point of playing Keon if you're losing by 30? So he has a different viewpoint, but Keon is the topic of conversation in this city.
We want Keon.
That was ridiculous. Come on, guys. Settle down.
Well, I mean, if that's what they wanted, it just also you guys brought up fans chanting, "We want David Carr."
Yeah, which was embarrassing.
I mean, I remember Scalabrini chants back in Celtics days. Of course, they were doing that because they wanted to see the scrub get off the bench.
Well, Scal would hit a three, and it'd be like the bad kid in T-ball who made contact or something like that. Like we were just rubbing it for Scal hitting a three, but
it was very sweet. Good job, little buddy.
Are the Kings right with how they're handling Keon? Like, just now it seems like he's found himself out the rotation. Was a bit odd given. I mean, he was playing 15 minutes a night, and then now he just can't really find minutes. But like, are they right with how they feel with who he is as a player?
It's difficult to say that, and let me know if I'm getting the gist of your question. It's difficult to say that when they're not winning games. So like, we may think these other guys are better than Keon Ellis, but they're not producing wins. So I'm not as aggressive with it as others, but we are getting to the point where it's like, all right, man, like they shouldn't be getting no minutes. And like you're out here losing by 20 and 30 points.
Yeah, going into the fourth quarter, just playing the whole.
He was the white flag this weekend.
Yeah. If you were
Keon's not that.
Well, I'm saying he's not, but like when you subbed him in, the games were over. By the time it's like, oh, Keon is getting minutes. Like, oh no, this game's over. Like he's playing garbage time right now.
Yeah.
If you're playing Keon this way, and the team, I ain't even gonna say they're winning, but they're more competitive. I get it, but you're just getting beat down the way that you are. I can understand at some point saying like, all right, let's throw him in here, like they did a couple of times earlier in the season with Devin Carter. Like there would be these games and these moments in like the second quarter where randomly Devin Carter would get into the game.
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe Doug was seeing what he had real quick. All right, it's almost to the point where you see what Keon got. If this continues all throughout this upcoming week where you're not even competitive, yeah, why not?
Looking at his minutes and the contract stuff, and this is probably somewhat to my first question, but like, should they how do I say this the right way? Just kind of think of him more as part of their future than they do. Because right now it seems like we're headed towards Keon Ellis playing for a different team next season. Should Keon Ellis be someone that they think of a little bit more highly? Maybe not necessarily to start, but a guy like, yeah, I want this guy on my team. Because like I said, now we're just headed towards a breakup. It feels.
I don't feel like Keon is a DNP player.
I don't think he is either.
So
I don't know how you make that happen, but
it just feels like they're out on him right now.
It does. And I don't quite understand why, because the argument about a log jam doesn't make sense when you have one of those players playing really poorly. Like, and I like that there is like everything Doug said is factual. He's right. There is a log jam at that guard position. That's 100% accurate. Mm-hmm. But you don't have to keep going back to Dennis. You don't like, and if it's not, if that like 0 of 10, it's like, all right, whatever, man. That stuff happens. Like it's happened to Ray Allen. It's happened to and we're talking about one of the greatest shooters of all time. Like, it happens to players. Like, that's not that big of a deal. When you see the next game that, like, oh, maybe this isn't a 1-game thing. Okay, this is straight. I've got to go somewhere else. I can't let him go 0 for 10. I can't let him be non-productive for a second game in a row. Let me make a quicker switch than I did last time. And that's why I didn't think the move was taking out Russell Westbrook. The way Russell Westbrook was playing with that starting unit, if you really wanted to go with size and go Precious first, that's fine. I mean, asking Russell Westbrook to start at the 4, it's fine. Put him at the 1. And then work your rotation from there. And if it's still not working with Dennis, you can go to Keon. And it to me, like, you got nothing from Dennis, you got nothing from Malik, you got nothing from Russ, you got nothing from Keon. You've got a log jam at this position, or you've got a log jam at this part of the court, and you're getting nothing from a large portion of that group. Doug's got a lot of different things to manage, but a DNP for Keon shouldn't even be on the table. Yeah. And essentially, he had 2 DNPs. Like, he was playing it. He got in on games that didn't matter.
Yeah, wasn't a part of the game plan at all in both of those games. It is a numbers crunch, though, a little bit, and I get that, because I know, and I don't think you're saying specifically this, but I know a lot of people are ready to just, Dennis Schroeder misses first couple of shots, just throw him out. You don't have to bring him back in there. Like, nah. Especially, he hasn't played great. He's been up and down all season long. But in that Minnesota game, specifically last night, he starts off 1 for 6. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to him in the third quarter. I'm gonna go back to him when his time in the rotation late in the second quarter comes up. Like, that's just me. Maybe it's not correct, but I'm gonna give the vet an opportunity to work himself out of this. And 0 for 10 and 1 for 6 to start isn't gonna get me to the point where he don't play in that late second quarter or even in the second half.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm not suggesting you don't play him. I'm suggesting you try to figure something out.
How did we get to a point, though, where, like, I mean, Keon was playing minutes, and it's just now the last 2 games, we're at a logjam. Like, he was playing before.
Well, Neek came back in one game. Zach was hurt and then missed another game. Yeah, and those were the games when Keon was. Did Keon play against the Warriors?
Malik missed a couple.
So there were people
against
out. The Warriors, Keon got 17 minutes.
There were people out along the way. Everybody's not back right now, but these last 2 games have kind of been the closest they've had to having everybody there. So I think that's where the DNPs kind of come from.
Yeah. To be clear, they're not literal DNPs. He's just entering. He's just entering games when they don't matter. And that's what happened on Friday. That's what happened yesterday. In this game, like, we could talk about what to do with Dennis when you start 1 of 6. We could talk about what to do with your rotation. This game was over in the second quarter, and I never, it's a when did you think the Kings were going to win? When did you think the Kings were going to lose? We have that discussion all of the time. When that 18-3 run happened, I never thought they were coming back. There was no point where I thought, man, they're going to fight back into this one. I just thought the game was over.
Yeah, second quarter. Once I got back up to 10, I think it was, or maybe it was 14. Yeah, it was 14 because it was a 10-0 run.
I was going to say, I don't even remember it getting to 10.
They got it. Well, it was 49-45. Kings got it to 4. And then the Timberwolves went back.
49-45.
Yeah. And the Timberwolves went on a 10-0 run to get it back up to 14.
Oh, in the first half.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's when I was like, oh, this is done. Like, this game is over. I ended up going back later and watching the rest of it, but I was done at the end of the third quarter. I went and watched the Sac State game. Sac State versus Cal. I'm not sticking around for this. 25-point game. Going into the fourth.
Yeah. Trash.
Came back later to hear the chants through the TV. And so no, they was getting after it. The crowd was, at least.
Yeah, they was frustrated.
Yeah.
They was frustrated.
Do the chants kind of point to a spot where like the team is at with the fans and stuff like that, where it's just everyone's just super fed up? Are we headed towards rock bottom or anything like that?
I don't know.
Rock bottom. How like
It was just like now,
like
just yesterday for me at least. Like there's losses or whatever. Yesterday felt like okay. Like even post game too here in Zach Levine, like they're not on the same page at all. Doug wants them to play a certain way. They don't got the guys for that. You're giving up 140. Your defense is like horrible. Fans are starting to kind of like just they want their guy and all that. Just kind of going against what the plan is and stuff like that. It just feels I don't know. It feels like nothing's working right now. Like yeah, like just the fans aren't behind you right now. The team isn't great. It's just everything's kind of feels off.
Yeah, it is. I mean, is it indicative of how the fans feel? Sure. I think fans are frustrated.
Yeah.
Fans who go to the games are frustrated. Fans who
Are we headed for empty arenas?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We are absolutely headed towards empty. No. Are we headed
Sparse
towards
crowds.
announced sellouts where you're looking around going, I could sit anywhere I want to? Yeah, absolutely. You know, this idea that they've announced sellouts every home game, or like, yeah, that's cute. I've been at these games. These games are not, again, tickets sold and people attending, not the same thing. So are we headed towards a point where I got to imagine the tickets for this year are sold, but are we headed to a point where that arena is going to look empty? Did you see that arena 5 minutes before halftime, 4 minutes before halftime yesterday? Everybody was like, man, I'm not waiting to get my chicken tenders and French fries. I'm not waiting to go back into the, one of the 47 clubs that they have below the arena. I'm out. I'm going to go get me a drink, some popcorn, a cookie, whatever. And I'm kicking it because you barely saw anyone on TV. You saw Linnea.
Yeah.
That was about the only fan you saw on TV 4 minutes before half yesterday. Yeah, I think a lot of that is on the horizon, man. And I don't know what next year looks like, because if it's the 2027 thing, if fans don't hear something that they like this year, I don't know. Like, because I think even the most pessimistic fan, especially a one who buys tickets, could have sold themselves on the thing that we sold ourselves on. And it's like last year was, for lack of a better word, traumatic. And it was instant after instant. That's really unique to last season. And it's not going to happen again this year. And it doesn't seem to matter at all. But if you had sold yourself on that, you'd have been like, all right, I'm in for this year. You're not going to be able to sell anyone on that next year. You're not going to be able to sell anyone on no, that was a one-off. No, it's going to be better. No, I know it's the same guys here, but it's going to be different. You're not going to be able to sell anyone on that. You're not going to be able to get people's money that way.
I just thought about something. My bad. I saw it last night, and I actually didn't play the video, but maybe you guys heard it. Did you see? I think it was Matt George, maybe, had Zach Levine. The caption was, after Domantas Sabonis kind of questioned playing 94 feet, that Zach Levine echoed that sentiment. Or what? Did you see that video? It was the press
conference.
Does it what was Zach saying? What was the context?
We can, I think Matt isolated it on his Twitter account, if I'm not mistaken.
I was just thinking about it right now as we were talking about, this team and where they might go. And it's like, are they already questioning the coach?
That's what it kind of feels like.
It's not the first time this has come up.
It usually came up with Domas.
Right. It come up with Domas. Okay.
This is the first time. I think a couple of times I heard it from Domas. This is the first time I've heard it from somebody outside of Domas.
Jesse, go ahead and run that.
Zach, we've always known Doug here to be with the defensive first mentality and the defensive first identity. Whether it's you personally or just individual guys on the team, is he strongly or specifically speaking with you guys individually about individual defense, or is it more kind of a team defensive focus?
I think everybody's understanding that that's the focus. I think that's what they came into the season with, obviously. Obviously, there's a personnel thing with that goes with it as well. guys can go out there and play as tough as they can on defense. I said, I speak for myself. I think we've all been trying. I've been trying my ass off on defense, but you need a team collective, the right identity. Sometimes you need the right personnel out there. You're not going to ask Rudy Gobert to go out there and average 30. So he's a defensive guy, though, and that's his job. But I think with the guys that we have on the team, we got to play to the right strengths of the team. And I think defensively, we got to be there for each other, help each other. But then on the other end, we got to take advantage of that. So, that's what I think, and that's what I see. I think guys are giving the right effort. It's just frustrating when we're not getting the right results.
A lot of the talking points from training camp were winning the fight and picking up 94 feet. We haven't really seen that too consistently. Has the messaging changed, or is that still the expectation?
I think that's still the expectation, just a bit more depending on personnel and who and when. After the preseason games, we kind of decided on that.
That was less than 10 seconds.
Who's that a win for?
Me.
I don't think so. Yeah. I don't really have an issue with what Zach said.
I don't either, and I didn't hear anything that talked about them picking up 94 feet. Which was a little bit of the discussion.
I think when you break down what Zach said, like if you really wanted to dissect it, shout out to one of our favorite podcasts. Mm-hmm. If you really wanted to dissect it, it would be don't ask non-defensive personnel. Like he's like, I'm trying you heard him. I'm trying my ass off on the defensive end. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to give you the results Rudy Gobert is, because Rudy Gobert is a defensive player. Mm-hmm. At the same time, Rudy Gobert can't go out there and average 30, which is what I'm doing for you. Mm. He's a defensive player. We talk about this all of the time. Coaches, every offseason, not just in Sacramento, but around the entire league, especially the ones that aren't established, they'll talk about what their identity is going to be. They're going to run. They're going to be fast-paced. They're going to get up and down the floor. That's cute, coach. You don't have the personnel for that. You got a 40-year-old point guard. You've got a three who's had 3 knee surgery. Coach, your offense isn't primed for that. Your personnel isn't primed for that. You can't do that. The other thing is, man, we're going to be a gritty, tough defensive team. That's cute, coach. No, you're not. You've got a bunch of supermodels on your squad. You don't have them, them grimy fighters. You don't have that. You got the Instagram models. It ain't gonna work. And it's this idea that I'm going to play a certain way, even if it doesn't match my personnel. That is a guaranteed recipe for failure. Now you can ask them to be better at something they're not great at. That's perfectly fair. My biggest issue, I think, is Matt asked those questions. It's an issue we all recognize. They're not better. Not even slightly. And I don't know what the numbers say. They might be worse. But defensively, they're not better. And offense has rarely been an issue this year. Last 2 games notwithstanding, offense hasn't been a big issue this year. So I don't have an issue with what Zach said.
I may have a little bit of an issue, and I'll talk about it.
All right.
Come back.
All right. It's D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. 23rd ranked offense and 27th ranked defense. All right. Well, Will says their offense is shit too. Yes, Scout. I give you my word. Not only will I make hats, I will send you one on the house. My word. I'll star this so I don't forget. In fact, I'll write it down. Make Scout a hat. I think I still have some. I just took them off the site because they weren't selling. I bet I could throw them back on right now. Let me see if I could do that for you, Scout. I don't know what type of hat you're looking for. Let's see. I know there's that Giants-like one, that A's-like one. Let's go to Shopify.
I saw Cole's ass on Friday. Called for security. Get him out of here. What up, Cole?
Set as active. All right, Scout. I just added a couple hats. I don't know if you're gonna like any of them. One is a A's hat. One is a Giants hat. And one is like a beanie. But I'll work on a few more for you. All right. KC want to weigh in on what Zach Levine said. And TC's on the line here, 916-909-1320. What's up, TC? TC, what's good, boy?
TC.
Terrence.
Going. Oh.
Oh, we got hey, Terrence. Come on, man.
All right, what's up with my two brothers?
TC,
Oh, were you asleep?
You good?
Hey, my bad. I had it on hold, bro. Hey, because I'm getting my thoughts together, man. I sent that up.
Oh, okay.
Man, we did it.
No, you was pre-gaming. I got you.
Yeah, I was, man. My fault, y'all.
It's all good, man. What's up?
Man. Hey, we all good. Listen, though, man. So, listen, hey, before we get started, I sent you them pictures, man. We did it. The young boys pulled it off, man.
Yes, indeed.
40,
yes, indeed.
For sure, man. 40-19. That was a nice one. Hey, so, look, check it out. Listen, man. With Doug, right, and his team, I don't think they're falling off on Doug. I wouldn't say that. I just think that Doug has to make hard decisions on what he has to do. But then I go back. I don't want to get so caught up on the whole Vivek situation. But could it be Doug really wants to play Keon and play the defensive guys if it was up to him? But it's more like, hey, we got to showcase these guys, right? I know it's about wins and losses, but, hey, these dudes have to get minutes. Zach, DeMar, Schroeder, because these dudes are going to get moved eventually, right? So let me play these guys. I know it looks, I know it looks clunky, but we have to play these guys so we can move these guys and move forward. That's all I just been sitting here thinking, guys. I'm like, what am I taking from this? I don't see him turning on Doug. I get the 94 feet, but I'm saying that's the only thing I can come back to is, hey, I don't care what's going on. We got the future here, but these guys are playing because these guys are getting shipped out. Doug, I know what you want to do, but this is what it needs to be. Show them so I can ship them. Does that make sense? Or am I tripping?
I mean, it's fine, TC. A lot of people subscribe to those types of things. I never have. Doug's job is to win, and if he thinks Keon can win him games, he's going to play him. And if Scott is telling him not to put him at and that puts him at a disadvantage, then shame on Scott Perry. I believe Scott Perry's intentions here are to win basketball games. Right now, they're to win basketball games. And so the whole idea of don't play Keon because of this, you're going to wind up losing Keon anyways if that's the case. Right. So to me, TC, the scenario you laid out doesn't benefit anybody.
Yeah, it's not inconceivable, but I don't think that's the case. I also I just think those guys that are ahead of him on the depth chart are better basketball players. You know, it doesn't mean Keon's a bad basketball player, but no, Keon shouldn't be taking away from Zach LaVine's minutes. You shouldn't be taking away from DeMar DeRozan's minutes. You can make the argument with Dennis Schroeder, but I'm willing to give Dennis a little bit more time to see what's going on with his game and if he can play more consistent and play a little better basketball. Russell Westbrook is playing phenomenal right now. You know, Malik Monk.
He was prior to yesterday.
Yeah. Malik Monk, I think, is a better player than Keon. So it is, nobody likes to hear it. It is a log jam at the position, though, and minutes are tough to come by. So that's what I think is going on with Keon more than anything. We talked before the break, or we listened to Zach LaVine talk and Domantas Sabonis talk before the break about personnel and all that's going on with the Kings in that respect when you're asking these guys to be better on the defensive end. Doug Christie spoke last night as well, and he had some really good things to say. And I lean a little bit more towards Doug Christie, where he mentioned specifically Zach LaVine. Saying guys like Zach is playing great defense.
Not the first time he said that either.
He's playing great defense, and there's others that are playing great defense as well. But they're all doing it individually. And what we need is them to play together as a cohesive unit, as a team defensively. And I believe, I could be wrong, I believe you don't have to have great defensive personnel to play adequate team defense. There are guys that just have, like, let's use Sabonis, for example. Not getting on him, just using him. Like, you wouldn't say Sabonis, go guard Fox on an island all game long and expect that's personnel to me. He's not physically capable of staying with him in a foot race time and time again down the floor. But to ask Domantas Sabonis to be in the right help position, to communicate effectively, to know what the calls are and know where everybody's supposed to be, I don't believe that's necessarily a personnel thing. That's a want to. That is staying focused. That's not being lazy on the defensive end, because they have guys that just can't keep up physically with these guys left and right on a number of different teams. That you get them in a setting on the defensive end where they're asked to play team defense and they're able to be adequate. And I think that's what Doug is getting at right now when he mentions some of the things he mentions. Like, yeah, I see you working, but we need to work as a group. We need to work as a collective. Use what you're doing right here to maybe communicate more so guys know what the calls are or know where they're supposed to be. there's things that we can do a whole lot better as individuals to come together and be better on the team defensive end. And I think, I don't want to say it has nothing to do with it, but personnel isn't as big of a factor for me in those situations.
Let's see what Cole talking about. We tried to have him thrown out of the Golden One Center on Friday.
Did it work? Did it work?
didn't
Did they come
work.
get you? Did they come get you, Cole?
I don't think it worked. Cole, what's up, man?
What up, fellas? What up? Hey,
up,
yeah, KC, you trying to get me thrown out with my daughter? That's cold-blooded, man.
No, we weren't trying to throw your daughter
Yeah,
out.
she can stay. You had to go.
But, hey, check this out. I got a couple things I want to say to you guys. Hey, it was a great vibe on Friday before the Kings, did what
Before
the
it
Kings
wasn't.
always
Yeah,
do.
it was a great vibe before it wasn't.
All I wanted, I was sitting next to Kings fans, and they was like, someone questioned me, how long you been a Thunder fan? Like I just joined, the Thunder when they won, and so I gave the whole little spill or whatever. And this dude got on a pullover, like almost like the old school starter Kings jacket on. He'd be like, oh, that's what's up. Oh, yeah, man. Just so you know, I'm just wearing this jacket. I'm really a Warriors fan, but I'm just wearing this jacket tonight. I said, wow.
You should have thrown him down the stairs.
Yeah. So,
hey, man, that betrayal.
Yeah, that's betrayal. So the other thing is, tell me how y'all feel. I feel Russ should be starting. You know what I'm saying? I know Schroeder, he's a baller too. Yeah. But I think Russ should be starting. Like we know he has his good games, bad games, and whatnot. But I think Doug should start Russ. So I just want to know y'all opinion on that. That's it.
No, we appreciate you, Cole. Cole and I were texting at the start of that game because obviously Russ, got off to another good start against Oklahoma City. I did wonder if this would kind of continue until Keegan Murray came back, considering the way that he was playing. And he was just kind of starting in a mixed match lineup that had him mostly at the 4. We saw one time where DeMar was technically the 4 and Russ was the 2. But I thought Russ should have started yesterday. I felt the way that he had been playing in both wins and losses over the course of the last 3 games or so, he should have kept in that starting lineup. He had been really effective. Malik had been really effective. I felt all parties had been really effective. I get with Minnesota, you felt like you got a size issue. I actually thought we haven't given this enough attention just because of how bad the Kings were yesterday. I thought Precious played pretty well. I think Precious has actually played pretty well as the Sacramento King for the most part. Which would have, if you wanted to try to match size, which I'm never a fan of doing because you put yourself at a deficit when you adjust your game plan to them instead of just going out and do what you do. He probably should have started in place of Dennis Schroeder. I don't do that lightly because I get it. Dennis is the starting point guard, but I just didn't feel like removing Russell Westbrook from the starting lineup was the move to make. And I think if I wanted to make a case, I could. I'm not going to because it's not fair to anybody. But if I wanted to make a case that there was a domino effect with Malik Monk, I think I could. Because Malik Monk wasn't effective yesterday either, and neither was Russ. And you can make the argument, Russ is going to ultimately come off the bench when Keegan comes back and he's got to be ready. No. I got that. But that wasn't the case yesterday. Keegan Murray still isn't here. So, again, I'm not going to bend over backwards to try to make that argument. But I think I could. I don't know that removing Russ from the lineup yesterday the starting lineup was the right move for anyone.
I thought they played fine. Like when you talk about the starters, I thought they played fine. When the game got out of hand, actually Russ was out there.
Yeah, but Russ didn't. That's my point. Russ didn't play fine, and neither did Malik.
Yeah, those guys Russ got to play well whether he starts or not.
I hear you.
Know what I'm saying?
No, I hear you. But he had 3 games in a row where he's a 20-point. He's essentially a double-double every time he's stepping out there. Why go away from that? When you know you don't have your starting lineup,
right?
You know that. Why not stick with what's worked for you?
Well, one of the things that I would look at, and I know you don't necessarily like this, but I mean that when I talk about Russ playing potentially the 4, even DeMar DeRozan playing some of the 4, that's like I mentioned when they're going up against LaRavia, Vanderbilt. They can play. Julius Randle, no. No. And that's probably was Doug's thinking. Like,
No, I'm sure it was.
with
I'm
Gobert
sure
and
it was.
Randall, like I
I'm
need
sure
a
it
little bit more
was.
size
Yeah.
with
I
Precious out
thought
there.
with
to guard.
Domas back, maybe you could get away with doing it
Mhm.
because I feel like you're doing it for 4 minutes, roughly. Like that's what you're asking to do. If you can not let the game get away in 4 minutes, then like good.
Mhm.
But like I get it. I know exactly what you're saying, and I absolutely think that's what Doug was doing. I didn't like it when Mike did that.
Mhm.
I don't like it now that Doug's doing it. Now it's not fair to Doug. It's not a apples to apples comparison, I guess.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't have his full complement of players.
That's what I was,
I
I
just don't like that.
He's kind of forced to do that because his starting power forward
We're
is
3-7, so that's 10 games. I think it's 9 starting lineups in those 10 games.
Man.
And I'm not sure that one of the lineups is the same players, but the guys are in different spots.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like if you really it is 10 different starting lineups in 10 games.
Yeah. And we might finally get the same starting lineup because my first thought is I wouldn't want to do a Russ starting lineup tomorrow with Gordon and Jokic.
Well, you did it. You did it on
He
the
started
third.
against Denver?
Yeah, it was Dennis, but there was no Zach that day. No, Zach was there.
Zach was there.
Who's missing?
Everybody
no
was
one
there.
is. Yeah, no one is. It's Dennis, Russ. Malik's missing. That's not a starter. It's Dennis, Russ, Domas, DeMar at the 4, and Levine.
And it was
that was the Russ at the 2, DeMar at the 4 game.
And it was a rough start to that game.
Refresh my memory.
They kind of got like there was some back and forth. It got to 10 and it never really moved at that point.
That happened in the first quarter.
Yeah.
I got the
Jokic played really well. Aaron Gordon, I think, was really good.
Yeah,
in the first quarter.
it was 39-30 at the end of one. 10, 4 or 5 for Aaron Gordon. Yeah, this is ringing a bell now. Nikola Jokic. Oh yeah, this is very much ringing a bell. Nikola Jokic had 15.
I think they had a gang
They
offensive
had
rebounds in that
25 of the 39, and they had 4 offensive rebounds in that quarter. Kings had 2.
Yeah,
They scored off of both of those offensive rebounds.
Wow.
But you did it, is the point.
Yeah.
Is you ran those guys out there against Denver earlier this year. Neek's playing really well.
Mm-hmm.
I guess relative. Like I think Neek is making the most of his minutes. We've seen Neek start a couple of games this year. When you're looking for telling stories as it pertains to Keon Ellis, to me, that's the most telling, is the starting lineup that was announced a couple of games ago when Neek was in the starting lineup and Keon wasn't.
Yeah.
That was there is something they don't like with Keon Ellis. And it's not Vivek and the Sacramento Kings organization. It appears to be 2 different coaches who seem to shy away from him. I thought Doug would lean on him much, much heavier than Mike did, but that just has not been the case.
Yeah, I'm with you because I'm not sure what the deal is, even if maybe we feel like fans and other fans in King's Twitter look at Keon and favor him a little bit more highly than others. He's not a DNP player. Or close to, or that version of it. He's not that. Like he should be in somebody's rotation. And I know there's a logjam at the guard position. But man, you can't, I know it wouldn't make anybody happy, but you can't find 5 minutes a half for Keon Ellis to at least see what he has that night.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little baffling. Like I understand. And I'm impressed by what I see from Neek. I'd much rather some of those minutes go to Keon.
Really?
Like Neek don't have to play. Yesterday was a little different. I know there was a lot of garbage time, but Neek don't have to play 23 minutes. He can play 17.
Yeah,
and you give 6 of those to Keon.
Yeah, I think he's a guy who played a ton in the fourth quarter. But your point is valid. He played before the game was out of control. This is Doug Christie talking about
tomorrow
Keon.
not playing Keon.
Okay.
He's playing him late.
Doug, not to beat a dead horse here with the defensive stuff, though. Second game in a row that Keon's playing just in the fourth quarter after giving up multiple 40-point quarters before that. Is there a way to find a way to get him on the court since he is one of your best defensive players?
Yeah, I mean, like trying to play 10 players and find a rhythm for that is difficult. Like there's a log jam at that position. One guy plays damn near the whole game. The other guy plays a few minutes, and then there's Keon. But I know in this league that things happen how they happen. And the one thing that we're going to do is try to figure it out. So we'll see. I mean, defense has to be played. You know, there's moments where guys are playing good, and then all of a sudden we just forget what we're doing out there. And we have to have attention to detail, focus 24 seconds at a time. Seems like 24 seconds to lock in isn't that difficult, but it is. I get it.
I think Doug cusses at the end of this video, by
but
the way.
whenever you're turning over the ball 18 times, like you could stand for 18 turnovers and 11 points. You could survive. But 18 turnovers with 37 points, they're scoring every single time. That can't happen. Listen, Keon knows how I feel about him. I love the kid. Been a big fan of his for a long time. So he'll get his opportunity. It's just how the game happens. So love our fans, understand our fans. I totally get it. I'm here to win basketball games. But first and foremost, there's
we can end it. But I think the one you're talking about is the one where he's talking about the Sacramento Kings stand, and then he said the S word, and he's like, "Oh, if I don't get fined."
Was that he did? Yeah, he did. I don't know if that was in this video or the full press conference.
It was
video.
the one where that's where he was talking about Zach LaVine was playing good defense, but we need them to play on the string.
Yeah,
I
'cause I remember. I hope I don't get fined. I don't think you get fined for that. He really emphasized he's trying to win basketball games. Let his next thought play.
To play. And we have to find that way to play. We have to trust that way to play. And it starts defensively. Period. In the conversation. It just is what it is.
Is Keon not playing the way that he wants?
That's how I took it.
Because he said a couple of things right there. He's talking about, I love Keon. I love the kid. His opportunity is going to come. One, when? Like, if I'm a Keon truther, I'm asking, like, when is his opportunity going to come? Two, he's emphasizing, I've got to win games. To me, that's like saying Keon can't win me games right now. I love our fans. I love how passionate they are. I'm trying to play a certain way. All of this is in relation to a question about Keon Ellis. Am I reading too much into this by saying he doesn't believe Keon is playing that way?
No, that's how I took it as well, because like you said, like he wants to play a certain way and he keeps emphasizing defense and defense and defense. And the way I took it is like, just, I don't know what it is, but just Keon's not doing exactly what he wants, unless I'm just misunderstanding him too.
So on the flip side,
he is not perfect on the defensive end. Let's also, we're not talking about Gary Payton here. Like, he does a lot of frustrating things on the defensive end. You talk about the way he gambles. He commits some dumb fouls on occasion. And again, you don't have to be, his game isn't relegated to his worst moments. But I think sometimes we talk about Keon as if he is, in fact, Gary Payton. And he's not. But what is he? He's not a DMP guy. And I think that's the number one point we've been trying to get across today. Sorry.
In defense of Keon Ellis, and going back to that soundbite that Doug Christie had, playing the game the right way, playing the way I need them to play, trying to win games. I might say Malik Monk is. Dennis Schroeder is. They're doing the things you want them to do. Is that working for you? Like, if you got a problem with what I'm doing, that's all fine and dandy. But have a true better option playing ahead of me that is netting you results in the win column. Because, I'm sure Malik has his moments where he gambles or isn't there and helps side or fouls, makes a bad foul. Same with Dennis Schroeder, same with Zach LaVine, same with DeMar DeRozan. But they get an opportunity to play. They get an opportunity to work through their mistakes game in and game out. Why don't I get that same opportunity? Neek, the rookie, is out here doing everything perfectly. No.
So what do we think Doug is saying then? Is Doug protecting Keon by not saying, like, yeah, the kid's not very good, or the kid doesn't do what we want him to do, or until he can play the way we want him to, I'm not going to play him? Like, is Doug protecting Keon in that press conference right there? It doesn't all add up. Is that fair to say?
Yeah. Yeah. My read on it is that those other guys may not be perfect, but they're able to do other things on the court that we need. Talking about offensively, playmaking for themselves and others. Where Keon, if he's not doing what I need him to do, I don't know what more he brings to the table. And I just can't have that. I can work around those other guys potentially not doing what they're supposed to do all the time because I still have them, hitting shots, creating for themselves and others. Keon, if he's off, if he's not reading the floor well defensively and help side and all this other stuff, I don't know. I don't know what it is he's bringing to the table. I'm just playing devil's advocate. That may be the way he's thinking. I still think the way he shoots is a threat out there on the offensive end. And he's an opportunistic guy on the offensive end that can slash a little bit, that can cut, get out in transition and do some stuff. That's what I see from the sidelines, but not within those walls. And he's working it out. Everybody wasn't there because Keegan was still hurt. But that was the first 2 times they've had almost everybody there in that position. And somebody had to not play as much. And in that case, it was Keon. You look at, I'm going to just go with the first half a little bit because that's when people want Keon to play. And like when you want to see minutes. I'm going to Friday, not to Sunday.
Okay.
But Neek Clifford played 7 minutes in the first half. Schroeder played 16 in the first half. Malik played 16 in the first half. Zach played only 12. I think he was in foul trouble that day. But maybe Dennis and Malik played 12 as opposed to 16. And that's 8 minutes in that half that's freed up for Keon Ellis. Maybe that's where you find it, especially in a night where Dennis the shot's not falling.
Right.
So you take 4 minutes off of that, 4 minutes off of each one of those guys, and maybe you find some time for Keon there.
Dennis, I'm starting to fear is I think he had in that 0 of 10 game like 8 or 9 assists. Can anyone remember one?
No.
Like they weren't of any consequence, right? Like it didn't feel like any of it was in the flow of the game. Any of it were at like crucial points. I'm fearful Dennis will slip into that like I'm not scoring thing, and I feel like that's weighing on him. He said last night to Sean Cunningham, it's not. He knows he's struggling. He's got to be better. He's got to do all of these things. But yeah, like those are great things to say. You're a vet in the league, but yeah, I think it's hard for it not to, especially a 1 of 16 stretch. That's a pretty tough run. 0 of 10 is tough.
Yeah,
and then to follow it up with 1 of 6, and your team loses by combined 50 and some change. Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, and he knows he's got to be better.
Yeah.
And to your point, maybe it is a situation where Doug looks to protect him a little bit and say, hey, you start off 0 for 3. I'm not going to put you out there to go 0 for 8, or 1 for 9 or something.
But I don't even think you put that pressure on him. You just make the call. Like you don't.
Well, you don't verbalize that, but
that's your internal game plan going in. Yeah.
But then
I'm with you.
But here's the thing, then you run the risk of making him feel even worse. Like, damn, I'm 0 for 3. Now I'm kind of getting benched. All right, now I'm really got to press when I get back in there if I want to play good again. Like, you run the risk of that.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll come back. James Ham's going to join us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. I'm sure he'll have a lot to say about this. Doug kept talking about the level of compete last night too.
Yeah.
We'll talk about this. Plus, we've got to get through a couple of other things. We got to talk 49ers.
We don't have to talk 49ers. We don't have to.
It wouldn't hurt me when this happens to just pass on talking about the 49ers. And we could talk about Dayball. That'll make you happy.
I'm not happy he got fired.
Well, I don't know. You've always been a Brian Dayball hater. Everybody knows that. It's D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
We actually did have some boxing, so let's check it out, man. Come on, man. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to the dope ones. Shout out to Jordan Brand. Shout out to Cola Seamoss. And this one's going to be short and sweet. Virgil Ortiz absolutely destroyed Erickson Lubin quicker than even I thought he was going to. I thought he was going to win the fight. I thought it might take a little time for him to systematically break him down and then get him out of there. I think I might have said TKO in the 9th, maybe the 8th or whatever. No. He didn't waste no time. Second round, get this boy out of here. Get him out. And that's what you're supposed to do if you're a Virgil Ortiz. If you're clearly the better fighter, if you're clearly the younger fighter, if you're clearly the guy that has more power and force behind everything that he throws at him, that's how you get a guy out of there. And now it's all set up. We saw this is what makes it fantastic. We saw Boots Ennis with a first round knockout in his last fight. I think the fight was 1 minute and 30 seconds. He destroyed his opponent. A couple months later, Virgil Ortiz, a second round knockout, destroys his opponent. It's becoming evident. Now, I'm not saying there aren't other good fighters, but it's becoming evident these are the two guys. These are the two guys. They're on a collision course. I think they've been on a collision course for the past 5-6 years. The time is now. 2026. Early 2026. I need to see Virgil versus Boots in the first of what is 2, possibly 3 fights. I don't want to go as far as saying it could save boxing because these guys aren't high profile enough, but this is the type of fight. This is the type of potential rivalry. This is the type of potential trilogy that boxing needs. Virgil Ortiz, Jerron Boots Ennis needs to happen. I'll give you till March 2026. Let's make it happen. It's the 13th round. The hell? Did somebody make these?
Where do we get those?
I don't know.
Leave that one and see what Damien says.
Wait, maybe I should just leave it like this and not be like, oh, my bad. Let me put
Oh, yeah.
Or no, I'd be a little suspicious. I'm gonna leave the 13th round joint up. I'll leave that one up. Mrs. Mac 10. It's a good question. They are home. There might have been practice. Based on the fact that they played every other day for the past week, they probably didn't have practice, maybe a little bit of a shoot around. I don't think so. Russ Dog, man, I'm not going to be able to get out there tonight. I will be watching, though. For those, get out there if you can. But if you can't, it's going to be on FS1 tonight, man. UCLA and Oklahoma at the Golden One Center. Jay Hardaway, nah, bro. Come on, bro. Stop. Oh, my bad. Let me change the banner. Oh, I got you. Yeah, Virgil Ortiz, he needs to fight Boots. We ain't trying to hear all that Spence talk, bro. Spence is retired. I don't know why you want to fight Spence. He's retired. I get you, Jay. I get you. But, bro, somebody got it. Somebody, those two, regardless of who's chasing who, they got to get it done. They got to get it done. It's time.
Casey got the Halloween decorations up on.
I love how mean you just think it's hilarious too.
It's like the sophomore class. No, I was changing the stuff, and I was like, "Did somebody make these? Where'd these come from?"
Nah, these came
StreamYard just gave it to
from
us.
these came from StreamYard. I can't wait for the Christmas ones to drop. That'd be fire. Very festive, D-Lo and KC. There's a spirited discussion in our house both last night and this morning. When do the Christmas trees go up? Now, one adult female says they don't go up until the day after Thanksgiving.
100%.
The other three women in the house said, no, we'd like to put them up tomorrow.
They can like to do whatever they want. The kids got to learn.
They're going up tomorrow.
Oh, my God.
I was told I think I'm doing it next week.
So there's
what
now,
the hell?
So there's multiple things here.
I believe it was next Sunday.
We are contractually forbidden from working tomorrow. So we are off.
Mm-hmm.
The schools are off. We ordered brand new trees. They arrive tomorrow. And so Audrey, who's 11, and Abby, who is 17, was like, these need to go up tomorrow. We're all together. I don't know when we'll have this much time together. This was the selling point of the 17-year-old. I don't know when we'll all like be together for like the entire day. We should put them up tomorrow. So it appears the Christmas decorations are going up tomorrow.
At least he waited a week.
Also, the adult woman in the house wants to plan a Friendsgiving for next year. So I know who I can count in for that. Jesse and Crystal will be there.
What happened to the Odyssey I loved?
I'm not sure. Which one was that? Who was?
Yeah, when the hell did that happen?
The one that wouldn't put the decorations up till after Thanksgiving.
That's like Make America Great Again. Like what era?
I think I got an Odyssey that I at least hate.
Yeah. What era are you speaking of, sir?
2023 was a dark time.
Is it I'm back and I'm never leaving again? Is that the?
What are you hearing in the halls?
Is it the scuttlebutt era? Like which one is your
You say that, it makes my skin crawl.
The scuttlebutt era is crazy.
Which one is your favorite?
Yeah, we're gonna have some movement in the building, but I think we're fine. Yeah, bro, we heard about that last week.
Yeah, they got fired 4 days ago.
Where the hell have you been?
What are you talking about?
What are you guys hearing? I don't know. You're my boss. What are you hearing?
Oh man.
Oh, Jesse is so triggered by that.
No, that's fact. It really is.
I wonder how the Brody is doing, by the way.
Oh man, I'm sure he's doing great.
Nice guy.
I'm sure he's doing great, man. His Blazers are doing well. You could join me at the Westfield Galleria, giving fans a chance to win instantly at the Golden One Center this Wednesday when the Kings take on Atlanta. I'll be on the concourse at the booth for the Westfield Galleria at Roseville. You can come by. We're going to have a QR code. You can scan that in the instant win game. You could score prizes from top retailers like Minibuns from Cinnabon, discounts from Vince State and Liberty Studs, $2 Jamba Juices, so much more. Plus, every single person who comes by and scans that QR code gets entered to win a $250 gift card. We're giving away 25 of those to celebrate the 25th anniversary of the Westfield Galleria at Roseville. Scan, play, win. Look for the Westfield Galleria at Roseville inside the Golden One Center this Wednesday.
Quick, Kenny, when do you do Christmas decorations?
Day after Thanksgiving, like regular people.
So, like, what's in
Like, it
your
was
like?
meant to
What do you still have the Halloween stuff still up? Like, what is like? There's like kind of a low period here. So
Yeah,
that's why
no,
I'm
there
not
ain't no
against the Christmas stuff.
We don't need no decorations up right now. No, there's some people that do like harvest stuff that represent Thanksgiving a little bit or whatever. But decorations
So
aren't needed right
you
now.
really want to represent what Thanksgiving is.
Yeah, he's really down for that.
No,
Yeah.
we don't have anything.
Oh.
I'm just saying that would be the case.
So there's
there's
are
no
some-
need for decorations right
So they
now.
did put like
It does kind of make the house
there,
happier.
There are fall decorations
Yeah.
that went out recently.
What do we have decorations in April? We
Fall
we don't
decorations
have them all the time.
Flowers.
Fall decorations honestly need to go down by the end of Halloween.
So that's it. So we need to do a full transition tomorrow
Yeah.
from fall to Christmas.
Yeah, it's time.
Yeah, I'm
I said,
okay.
no, it's not.
Has
time.
Mariah
That's
Carey
the
started
problem.
singing yet?
No.
Oh, that record arrives today. I was asked to order the Mariah Carey Christmas
Oh
song
yeah, it's
on
Christmas
vinyl,
at his house then. Yeah,
and
it's over with.
It
It's over
arrives
with.
today, as does Boyz II Men Christmas Interpretations and Stevie Wonder Someday at Christmas. That all arrives today.
Yeah, Christmas
Gotta be
started at your
better.
house the moment you ordered that stuff.
We gotta be better. Did StreamYard give us Christmas graphics? So no, it's not time.
See, but we didn't even get a turkey, so that tells you what they think about it.
Same way I think about it. We don't need anything right now. It's fine. You know what really throws things off too is there's 2 birthdays. So any decorations is gonna be like,
Oh yeah,
pin the
Casey's
tail
busy
on a
buying
donkey.
birthday decorations. Yeah.
Well, we have one birthday the 16th of next month. You know what really throws things off? It's 80 degrees outside.
Well,
That really throws off the Christmas
that came out of
vibe.
nowhere too. Didn't see that one.
Like,
Didn't
why
see
am
that
I
one.
sweating? Why is it so hot? Yeah, because it's 80 degrees outside.
Bro, yesterday I went. Reese had a game in Manteca. I didn't have to go to Ripon. Ripon was Saturday, and then the rest of the tournament was on Sunday. Was in Manteca, so I saved me about 15, 20 minutes or something like that.
Shout out for not going to Ripon.
Yeah, shout out to they had a nice facility. Though. I saw it on FaceTime. It looked really nice. But I get there at 8:00 game. The fog is still laying over Manteca. It's overcast. I got my sweats on, big sweat outfit and all this other stuff. I'm like, yeah, I'm straight. Like, this is good. And baseball season needs to be over. This is ridiculous. And then by about 9:00, fog goes away and the sun is just beaming down. There's not a cloud in the sky, not a tree in the sky, just beaming down.
Not a
on the
tree?
Well, leaves in the sky.
It'd be pretty insane if there was a tree in the sky.
Not in the sky. But just nothing. And we're next to turf and all this other stuff. It was hot as hell. Came out of the hoodie, but I still had the sweatpants on. I was burning up because they asked me to coach too. So I had to be down there on the field in the dugout.
Down there on the turf.
Why are you always accidentally coaching?
Because usually the program has
Because if
3
they
guys.
ask him to do it at the last minute, they don't have to pay him.
Well, they got 3 coaches, and sometimes when one of the coaches aren't there, when we're at bat, there's a first base coach and a third base coach, and there's nobody to help out in the dugout.
Okay.
So that's why they need a third man.
Hey
Is
Timmy,
he
you're
the
up.
third man.
Timmy, you're on deck.
Yeah. So that's kind of my role. Well,
There you go.
then something happens and I start yelling at the kids. I tell the coaches, fall back. I got something to say. Yesterday, this was crazy. This ain't got nothing to do with the kids. And then we can get back to the basketball or football.
Kenny doesn't know. He doesn't care. He's just like, we'll
whichever
get back to it.
debacle you guys
Whatever.
want to talk about, we'll get back to
Whatever.
Yeah, nothing was good. Nothing was nice.
Nothing. We'll talk about something that happened to a different franchise for a change.
So my boy, shout out to my boy Elliot, who's throwing like, mind you, these kids are 12, 13 years old. Elliot throwing like 75. Like Elliot throwing heat from 54 feet away, throwing gas, right? He comes in to close the game. He closed the first game of the day and just mowed everybody down. It was great. We won. We moved on to the next game. Then we had an opportunity to close it down. We're like, let's go back to the closer. My boy Elliot. Elliot didn't really have it the second time around, right? It was like wild thing a little bit. So we had my boy Carlos who was catching, and Carlos got in there in a pinch. You know, the ball was going all over the place, and it kept getting by Carlos or whatever. And then one particular time, Elliot, and this is the first 5 pitches Elliot is out there. One particular time, Elliot throws gas. Carlos reaches for it, kind of misses, hits the ref in the bicep, or excuse me, the ump in the bicep. And the ump says, no, hell no. You guys need to substitute this catcher. I'm out of here. And walks off the
Bro, what?
walks off the field, through the stands and up into the little snack bar area at Big League Dreams.
Like, that's tough.
Wait, he didn't even leave. He just went and like got a snack.
Said, fix this. Said, handle this.
He was gone. So I said, well, I said a little bit. I said, we ain't changing nobody. Are you crazy? You lost your damn mind.
Yeah,
That's
you
the
gotta
catcher.
sit
You
back
better
there.
figure it out. And then he's gone. He walks off. And then the other ump, I said, yo. So I said, what's the move? Because we're not substituting the catcher. You gonna do it? He said, I'm gonna go talk to him. And he goes talk to him, and then he comes back.
The bro who left came back? Oh, no, you can't show your face here.
Hey, hold on. You should have told the catcher. Hey, go ahead and miss this next one again.
Nah, yeah, you can't come back.
Carlos, go ahead and miss this next pitch again. We're going to hey, Elliot, hit 80 on this one.
Yeah, you can't come back.
Yeah, this dude walked through the stands and everything. It was like, you guys got to get a new catcher. We ain't getting no damn new catcher. Are you out of your mind? Get back there and call balls and strikes.
Yeah, you're getting paid.
Crazy. He
That's
was a bad
insane.
umpire. Like, he was bad all day. But that was the highlight of his ineptitude.
I'm not going to lie. I'd be pretty pissed off if I was the parent of that catcher.
Oh, yeah. I'd also be like,
Yeah.
hey, man, you might not want to
Show
bring your
my
bitch
kid up
ass
right
back
now.
here. Don't come back here. Yeah, you
And it
might-
wasn't even
just
that
go get your little
serious.
nachos. Just get out of my face.
It wasn't even that serious. Like I'm telling you, it was like 5 or 6 pitches. It wasn't like he was doing this for 4 innings. Like Elliot was a little wild the second time around, and like he was trying to get to it. It's just one of those things that happen. And one of them he just missed. I mean, it got blue good.
Hey, umpire.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Umpire
What?
Flynn.
It got blue. That's what you call it, umpire blue.
Yeah, blue. Come on, blue.
It got him good.
Nah, don't do that. Don't
Nah.
do that. Don't
What?
disrespect
What?
the game. Don't disrespect the game. Nah, let's get
Nah, don't do that. Nah, what an egregious little collusion.
What are you
this
talking
is.
about? We've been playing baseball since the
Is that
1800s.
Earl Hebner or is that Earl Hebner?
They wear the blue jerseys.
Look, Jordan heard it. Like, yo, come on, man.
No, hell no.
no.
We talking baseball,
Yeah.
man. We talking baseball.
Can you imagine fearing for your life because of a 70-mile-an-hour fastball? And you got gear on?
Hey, it got him where the gear wasn't, though.
Oh, it's whatever.
And it
It's
hit-
whatever, bro.
Look, it hit him. He said,
Can't do it.
Yeah. Hey, man, you can't come back. You cannot come back.
Hey, he got drilled.
Oh, you cannot come back.
Holding his breath on the next pitch.
That's a tough look. He started flinching when the ball hits the mitt.
Oh, man.
Oh, poor buddy.
Shout out to my boys, man. Shout out Laguna Thunder.
Poor buddy. Brian Dayball got fired. We knew it was going to be Dayball or McDaniel. Boy, what different weekends those guys had.
Man.
Jesse, we're back.
Hey. I'm not saying anything. I'm just informing. All right. They play the Commanders, then the Saints and the Jets. And you got the Steelers on Monday night with an opportunity to go back to 500. Again, I'm not saying anything. I'm just informing. That's their schedule.
So I want to go back to Dayball just a second, but can I explain what I talked about on the handoff where Washington was crazy?
Okay.
First of all, You had Trump
Mm-hmm.
at the game
Mm-hmm.
on the broadcast. That was crazy. Then did you see Javon Kinlaw slapped at the ref?
Wait, the
Oh,
ref?
I don't think I did.
I didn't see that.
Yeah.
I saw Payne punch Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Saw that.
Yeah, that happened. Javon Kinlaw. So the tweet says he punched the ref. Like if you pull up the clip, you'll see it. I wouldn't say he punched at the ref. I think the ref had his hands on him, like hey, settle down. And Kinlaw like slapped his arm out of the way and looked at him crazy. And then the ref throws a flag. That was crazy. There was a guy who was getting into it with the Lions punter and jumped from the stands to attack the Lions punter. I don't know if you guys saw that. It was just a crazy day in Washington. Landover, wherever.
Still not stranger than the guy in the booth.
Oh man.
Here's the video. I'll cut the sound off.
Yeah, this one was great. This was the punch.
Yeah, this is there. Here, hold on. Let me. Here's the punch here. Boom, and then it'll cut to the Javon Kinlaw play here in a second. There's Javon.
Kind of got toward. He got towards the hat. But see, his hand.
Yeah,
was on
but
him.
now see, but then he started talking to the official. That's the problem.
They probably said, "Get
Yeah,
your
watch.
flipping hand off."
Yeah. Now he's standing down on the official. Yeah, you can't do that.
Telling the ref don't touch me.
The Commanders completely just lost their mind yesterday.
No, you're right too. Fans included.
Yeah,
I'll put up that video. That was pretty insane.
What the hell? What the hell was
You
that?
got the fans clip?
I'm gonna look for it right now.
Okay.
When he around, crazy things just happen. People just lose their mind. That's what happened. I don't think there's a coincidence.
No.
People just lost it. Yeah, so Washington
Can't
was
wait
a
for him
wild
to
place.
show up to John Cena's last match.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
here he goes.
Yeah, he's just John with the kicker in the shoulder or whatever. Hold on. Turn that off. Yeah, look, he just jumps the rail. He's going.
Oh.
Look at that.
Oh man, didn't even make it. Oh no!
Hey, those feet
Poor
were not
security
moving,
guard
though.
got taken out. Look
Oh,
at
hold
the
on.
one. No.
Why does my man lose his shoe before he gets touched? Watch, shoe gone.
He stepped out of his shoe.
Buddy has not moved that fast ever. Oh, that's hilarious.
Dog, this was all
Oh,
at the same
man.
venue, at the same game.
Buddy looks like he might.
Now you got your belly out.
Oh man, that's a tough look right there, boy. That's a tough look. I was sitting there minding the 49. So the right side of the screen were red zone, top left, 49ers lower left. So I'm pretty much watching that side of the screen the whole time, and the audio's always on the 49ers game. So the 49ers, like it's a commercial or something's dead, and I'm just kind of not paying attention. Well, I wasn't going to say that.
The Niners defense.
I wasn't going to say that. Well, 49ers defense was lively for the Rams. I look up into the upper right-hand corner, and there's the shot of the booth, and I'm like, unbelievable. And then I thought about it for another like 10 seconds. What are they talking about? And I went over there, and sure enough, this dude on here talking about politics and Democrats and shutdowns. And I'm like, huh. I was there 10 seconds, less than that. Went back to the 49ers game, kind of sat there. Oh, boy. Times sure have changed since 2016 when we didn't want politics in our sports, right? Times sure have changed when they say, well, don't make that. This is work. You can't do that at work. Times sure have changed when President Barack Obama would give his opinion, would fill out an NCAA tournament bracket, and those people would lose their mind because he spent a couple of minutes filling out an NCAA tournament bracket with Andy Katz. But that dude goes on to a nationally televised football game and goes into the broadcast booth to bitch and complain about what's going on in D.C. The same morning, we learned that he wants the stadium in Washington named after him.
This dude, man. All right, bro.
Can you imagine if Josh Harris has the balls to do that?
Bro.
Gave him a jersey.
That would be insane.
It doesn't even seem possible because how much money would you have to give up to name that Donald J. Trump Stadium? Like how much, like FedEx is literally the company that got the Redskins name changed.
Mm-hmm.
They said, look, you could do what you want to. Our stadium sponsorship will die if you don't change this name. And that was a dollar figure big enough for them to determine we're rebranding this entire thing. That's how big that dollar figure was. That's how much Josh Harris would have to just go, nope, we don't need it. Also, I'd sure hope Magic would have something to say about that because I believe he's a part of Josh Harris's group out there in Washington.
Mm-hmm.
The Washington team is the one team that Magic doesn't win with. He wins with all of the other ones.
He won last year.
Just not that one.
He thought it was the beginning of something great. No.
Brian's got it. Get ready for Donald J. Trump Stadium presented by Amazon. That's a good call, Brian. That's it. That's it right there.
Levi Stadium, the naming rights, 20 years, $220 million agreement. The one in Washington has to be almost half a billion.
Well, it was 20 years ago. It has to be significantly more. Yeah.
You're going to give up $500 million just to have his name on there. Stop. That was just a crazy game. But that got me thinking, though, because Brian Daboll's gone. I'm not sure why Brian Daboll got fired today.
I don't either.
Like that, it didn't seem like
I don't either.
It was going in that direction right now where he should have been dismissed today.
Yeah, I mean, what was
they lost the lead to the Bears, but Jackson Dart got hurt as well.
2-8.
Well,
they've lost, I think, 4 double-digit leads.
And
I think
that part right there.
Dart's been in concussion protocol. Check for
He's
concussion
been
like 4 times.
he's been in concussion protocol the amount of times.
One of them, Daboll ran to the tent. I don't know if it was for that, but he went.
Well,
to
that
the
was
tent.
was that for? Oh yeah,
that was when Russell Wilson.
Yeah, that's really like no, Russ, take your helmet off.
Yeah, I think they gave Daboll another shot this year, but just realized, he's not the guy. You got your quarterback at least. Seems like
you can stay on the court.
I think you have
stay on the field.
Yeah, I think you actually have the makings of a decent football team.
Jackson Dart is good.
You have
a good quarterback.
You have pieces there, and you have guys who I think are going to buy into whatever you're doing. Blowing the 4 double-digit leads is tough though. Like that, if you're looking for a reason, that's probably it. You might feel like this team is a little bit further along than the 2-7 or 2-8. I'm not sure which one it is that they are. 2-8. You might feel that they're a little further along than that, and those 4 blown double-digit leads is pretty brutal.
Yeah. Well, I'm not
my problem.
I'm not sitting here acting like I'm happy he got fired. I just didn't think he was that good. I don't need him to lose his job, but
if you were
I ain't worried about it.
You should have fired him in the offseason.
That's what I thought too.
GM
is still around though. I thought I saw that from Schefter. He'd probably be gone in the offseason though. I don't know how.
Oh, what, they fired the brother first? Fired brother Daboll first?
I don't
kept
know.
the white man in charge, huh, Stephen A?
I don't know how he survived Saquon doing what he did.
Oh my God. I don't
the Super Bowl.
So he's got to go too, right? Yeah. Like, because your owner literally threatened your job on television. And for some reason, he didn't actually take the job from you after it blew up in your face. Of all of the scenarios that could have happened, literally the worst possible one happened to you. Saquon Barkley was the best player on a team that won the Super Bowl.
Division rival.
It couldn't have gotten any worse. And he still didn't follow through on his threat to fire him until today. Dayball's out. We'll see what happens next.
Adam Schefter says Giants ownership announced that GM Joe Shine will remain in his position and will, quote, lead the search for a new head coach.
think Joe Shine just got there last year, maybe. Like
Was he not the general manager during the Saquon stuff?
I thought he was. I thought he
I'll
was.
double check.
Eagles and Packers tonight for those who celebrate. I should say Eagles and Packers tonight for those who can watch.
You can listen here, can't you?
I don't know.
I don't either.
Can you?
Don't quote Casey on that. Hold on.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think that's true.
How? Where's the lookie?
Like, Charlie, God damn it, man.
We don't have the game.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Kenny just out here saying
Well,
stuff.
typically with Westwood one, we usually have it. That's what I thought.
All right, yeah, never mind. He's been there since 2022. I don't know why they're keeping him
Yeah,
there.
yeah, I
That makes
didn't.
no sense.
We'll come back. James Ham is going to join us. We'll shift our attention back to the Sacramento Kings. It's Tilo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. I did that read, right? I did the gallery thing. Okay.
Did that at the beginning of this first.
Okay. Okay. Oh, that's what that is. Oh, okay. All right. But it doesn't. Is it really as easy as clicking and it gets published? Because he made it seem like it, and that's fine. But the mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Got it. Okay. Mm. I'm sorry, Zebra. What is Lazy doing? What is going on in here? Drew Down, you gonna come to Sky River Casino and watch the Cowboys next Monday? We gotta see if we can get Stanley out back with us. I haven't heard from Stanley in weeks. Oh, well, all right, careful. But yeah, I'm assuming you mean he works hard. Michigan is pretty good, man. I got a decent run in, low energy on Saturday, but I got it in. I'm working on a clip. Oh, right on, Lazy. I think we'll see Lazy a couple times this week. Oh, right on, Lazy. Good stuff. Lazy, you got in with a credential yesterday? If not, or we should try to get you in. You should try to go on. I mean, if you're not working already on Wednesday, I have to imagine that's going to be a low attended game in terms of media. Oh, there you go, Lazy. Okay. There you go. Good stuff. Were you able to get lots of video, film, pics, all of that good stuff? That's great, Lazy. Oh, right on, Ash, man. I'm glad you like it. I'm glad you like it. I have got to run you guys a sale, man. I swear to God, I forgot how to do it. Oh, here, is this it? Oh, here it is. All right, James Ham going to join us coming up here at the top of the hour as the Sacramento Kings had a pretty rough weekend, man. We've tried to break down a couple of different parts of it. One thing we haven't spent a ton of time talking about, I guess we did with the insiders. We probably won't touch on this much with James, as we'll center our attention on the Sacramento Kings. But 49ers got pretty roughed up by the Rams, 42-26. They were, playing catch up the whole game. The funny thing is, I didn't really feel like they were out of it. Like 21-0 was like, Jesus Christ, just slow the bleeding down, man. Try to get in the end zone. They were able to do that. But when it got like truly close, when it was like, hey, the 49ers might have a chance to do something kind of special here. Mac Jones was playing pretty well. The Rams responded essentially immediately.
49ers fought back, but I don't think the Rams were ever really threatened or concerned by it.
I think that drive after the score to get them to 20 showed that. They're just like, oh, that was cute, sweetie. We got you. And they just marched the ball down the field ridiculously quick and made it a 2-score game again. And that was just kind of the point where it's like, all right, this probably isn't going anywhere. Let's see how much they can hold up the rest of the game. And that it wasn't much.
Yeah, that was easy work offensively for the Rams,
who are a Super Bowl contender. Like that was they look like a team that can absolutely win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, for sure, man. So Niners potentially getting Brock Purdy back next week. Kyle,
I don't know, man.
Kyle,
I know he said that, but I thought he was coming back 4 weeks ago.
If you do bring him back too, like he better be the starter. No, like, oh yeah, he's healthy enough to be the backup right now.
Nah, yeah, you can't do that.
None of that.
No.
Don't waste everybody's time.
If he's ready to play, like let's play. If he's not, then don't. That's perfect, and that's okay too. Like if he's not ready to play, that's okay too. Clearly, I think the way this injury was relayed to, maybe it was a little bit more serious than anyone initially thought. Of course, he suffers the same name injury that Joe Burrow did around the same time, and Joe Burrow it just started practicing this week.
Right.
Brock has played a game during this process, so
and it could have. It seems like it was one of those things where you, as Brock Purdy, like, all right, this kind of hurts. I feel bad or whatever, but I think I'll feel better, in a day or a week or two. And it just never felt right sooner than you thought it might feel. So, not saying that anybody said this, but I don't know if he was just like, it's not like he was like skirting the whole process. Like, oh, this is really a 3-month injury, but I'm going to just try to get back in a week. I think he probably thought he'd be back, but it just never started to feel comfortable or close to it. So probably around here.
You want to run through the next handful of weeks for the San Francisco 49ers and what this might look like? Because they still haven't had their bye week. That's coming up in week 14.
Jeez.
That is 3 whole games from now.
Season's damn near over at that point.
Pretty much.
Seriously.
Pretty much. Like they're damn near getting a 1 seed bye. It's so late in the season. But we know we got the Cardinals coming up this Sunday. And what's it look like after that?
You got Monday Night Football at Levi Stadium against the Carolina Panthers, who took a bad loss at home against the Saints on Sunday. And then you go to Cleveland on a short week to take on the Browns before you got your bye. You come back well rested against Tennessee, and then you go to Indianapolis for Monday Night Football. So I look at those next 5 games. I extended a little bit, two more games. You got to go 4-1 in those games and do your best to solidify your playoff position or your playoff berth before those final 2 games, which is Chicago and Seattle. So in these next 5 games, 4-1. That's what I'm looking at.
That Carolina one's going to be tough too.
It is.
Yeah.
Given their run game, I think. Bryce Young, I'm not sold on Bryce Young at all. And I think they need another quarterback to take another step. But the way they've been playing there, like yesterday was tough, but that'll be a tough one for San Francisco.
It is, but their offense is just non-existent right now. They've got the run game.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They got the run game. So if you struggle with Dowdle, then that's gonna be an issue. But like if you can just get a handle on that, they should be fine. But just basically Carolina's not a walk in the park though anymore.
No, not a walk in the park. That was I felt good about Carolina. I don't know in which way. I'm not saying they were going to make the playoffs, but I felt good about them. But yesterday was a bad loss for them. That was awful. At home, had the momentum of beating Green Bay, and you got the Saints coming to town with I can't even remember old quarterback's name.
Tyler Slow.
Yeah, I was gonna say Schwab, but it's definitely not Schwab. But
shout out Matt.
Yeah, like, man, you gotta win that game. You gotta win that game, young fellas.
Bryce Young just doesn't have it. I think
Mm.
he hasn't hit more than 200 yards in a game since week 2, and that was the only time he did.
All right, it's not gonna get it done.
124 yards on an interception against the Saints.
It's not gonna get it done, Bryce.
But that's going to be a challenge.
Yeah, it's like
And
so it's
obviously
not going to
the-
be a walk in the park. But you got to win that game if you want to be in the playoffs.
No, I hear
49ers,
you.
you got to win that game.
And Arizona's a divisional team, but they're bad. You need to deal with that. Playing with a backup quarterback also, and they will be next week. And the biggest challenge you have ahead of you is Indianapolis.
Yeah.
I mean, in the next 5, obviously you got
And
Seattle
Cleveland's
after
not going
that.
to be easy either. There's always the numbers that the people have with Schwartz and how his defenses play against Kyle Shanahan and how he's like the Shanahan stopper. So you got to deal with that on top of the fact that the Browns already have just a good defense. You know, like their defense is good. But much like Carolina, they're a little one-dimensional when I talk about going against the Niners. They're a little one-dimensional, and I think you can maneuver. You should be able to maneuver around that and win those games if you're the 49ers.
The tough part about this for San Francisco is or maybe even 49er fans, it's like this isn't a regular hey, just keep fighting, get to the playoffs, like whatever. Like the 49ers are one of those, and this has a lot to do with their recent success. It has a lot to do with Kyle Shanahan. It has a lot to do with what he has done during his time with this franchise. It's like Super Bowl or bust. And so anything short of that doesn't really matter. This team, I mean, under the circumstances, this team gets to the playoffs. This team gets to the divisional round of the playoffs. Again, under the circumstances, that's incredible.
Yeah.
It really is incredible. But that's not how the San Francisco 49ers, I think, as a franchise are judged, period. That's absolutely not how a Kyle Shanahan-led version of the San Francisco 49ers is judged. So in the history books, if the 49ers get to the wild card round, if the 49ers get to the divisional round and lose, it'll just be the 49ers losing in the divisional round. There'll be no context of Fred Warner and Mikael Williams and Nick Bosa and Brock and Mac and Ayuk and Ricky Pearsall. There'll be no context to any of that. It'll just note that it's another year that a Kyle Shanahan-led team didn't win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, you're 100% correct. And if the Niners, we talked about this at the beginning of the season, one of the more wild stats or tidbits I've seen in recent year. If they lose in the wild card or divisional round, it'll be the first time that has happened in like 25 years. The Niners have either not made the playoffs or at least gotten to the NFC Championship game for the last 22 seasons, I believe.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Mm.
I don't know if there's any. I don't feel like, did Jesse leave? I don't know that we do. Dolphins beat the Bills yesterday.
Crazy.
Dolphins beat the Bills. I don't know who Buffalo is.
I think they're a good team.
They're
a team that can make the Super Bowl.
They're 6-3. They're just kind of like, really? Kind of got your ass kicked.
Got some bad losses on there too.
They do.
You know, I mean, they lost to Atlanta. They lost to Miami.
Yeah.
The Patriots loss is looking better by the day, but
sure,
those other two, yeah, that's looking funny in the light.
Didn't the Raiders beat the Patriots to start the season?
Yeah, they did.
Man.
Yeah, they did.
Patriots, speaking of, they beat the Bucks. Maybe the Bucks with the loss to the Patriots. the Lions,
Eagles.
Thank you. Maybe they're just a tier below where the big boys play.
They're a tier 2 team. Shout out Kyle Patton with a glass ceiling, I think, looking at tier 1. Like the Baker MVP stuff.
They did
when he was playing well, and it's just
Seattle?
Yeah, 38-35. They beat them, but it feels like the other games, they just were kind of outmatched. Less so when the Patriots won, but like the Lions and Eagles won, they just didn't really have a chance.
They beat the Seahawks, but they also beat the Jets and the Saints, and I mean that's fine. That's the schedule in front of you. But when you're weighing, I'm not questioning whether the Bucs are a good team or not. I think they are. It's just when you're starting to talk about like what can their season be, you start to look at with the exception of Seattle, and that's the thing Kyle brings up a lot, which he's absolutely right on. It's like, how far can you go? It's this conversation we're having with the 49ers. Like what Tampa Bay is doing is what Baker's doing, what they're doing is pretty incredible with complete context. But in the end, they might get to the playoffs and lose again. And the fact that Mike Evans has been unavailable, Chris Godwin, they just player after player after player has been unavailable for him.
It doesn't seem like Bucky Irving's gonna be back anytime soon.
Yeah, I feel like they give an update on him every week, and it's just like, oh yeah, he's not playing.
Now it feels like he's getting pushed out more and more.
Just rule him out, just rule him out for weeks at a time.
Getting the little the 4-week IR,
something. Yeah, something. But that was a big takeaway yesterday for me. But in the same regard, it was a really good win for the Patriots.
Might be the favorites to come out the AFC now. I don't know who else would be.
Well,
still waiting for the Ravens, I guess, to come back.
The Colts still there
I was
playing
gonna say,
football.
what about Indianapolis?
I just don't.
You're Kenny. You hate Indianapolis
I
too.
understand. I get it. I don't hate him. I just don't believe it.
Jonathan Taylor rushed for like 3 million yards yesterday.
Yes, that is him, Drake May, and I guess Stafford. Like that is the top 3 for MVP right now. And Jonathan Taylor's got a very real shot at winning.
That man ran for over 200 yards yesterday. Not
he almost broke
total
AP,
yards.
He almost broke AP's record.
Not scrimmage yards. Like that man on the ground ran for like 240.
That was crazy. I'm sorry. This a little bit of. Did you see those side-by-side pictures of that stadium? So they were in Germany.
Okay.
And they showed what it looked like today. There was nobody in the stands, but they showed what it looks like today, and they showed it from the exact same camera angle.
Oh, wait, are you talking about that side by side?
Yeah,
I saw that.
That was just kind of spooky and eerie.
That's the same stadium, right?
The same stadium.
Okay.
Same.
I don't think
platform and all this. There's nothing wrong with the people who are doing it today.
Yeah, it's just
the
before
same place that Hitler had the whole stadium.
Yep, got it. Yep. Okay, let's just bring in James. This show delves into a lot of things, but the second we get to Hitler, I'm just drawing the line, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave that out of today's show title. Maybe I won't name that today's show.
We have found we had a Black Power discussion for 60 minutes on Friday. We have finally found the moment we've gone too far.
Absolutely. Oh, real quick before James comes in, we talk about Kings because we won't get to this.
Why is that place still standing? Never mind. Never mind. I'm sorry.
They say history.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Did you catch Gus Johnson on Saturday morning?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he was back.
Am
I tripping, or was that the first time we've heard Gus like that
fire.
in years?
I'm glad we acknowledge that Gus doesn't really have it like that anymore.
Well, I don't know if he's had close games like that.
I don't know.
That might have been the greatest catch I've ever seen.
Oh my gosh, that was crazy.
I did not think he caught it. I was like, okay, they ruled it a touchdown.
Yeah.
They're going to review it. It's the right thing to do. I did not think he caught that ball. That was incredible.
When he caught it in real time, when he caught it, I pointed at the screen. I said, "Oh, he got in! He got in!" But I was prepared, like you, for them to look at the replay and maybe a toe was on. That was
amazing.
One of the sickest catches I've ever seen in my life.
Absolutely amazing.
Wow. But Gus lost. He got choked up and lost his.
Oh yeah, he lost. That was so great. That was so great. We welcome in our good buddy James Ham from the Insiders. It's a very unique transition from Germany to Gus Johnson to the Sacramento Kings. So here we are, Hammer. Bad weekend for the Sacramento Kings. One thing that bothered me, Hammer, was last night when you guys were talking to Doug. It felt like Doug was really trying to emphasize, like, he kept saying the level of compete, the level of compete, the level of compete. Kind of insinuating maybe the guys weren't competing last night. And do you think I misread that? Do you think that was a real concern for Doug Christie last night?
No, I think it was. I mean, like, look, we've kind of gone through this season where he's already like doing the tough love thing like every other game or every third game. Like I do think that he's been harsh on his team behind the scenes. I think he's also been harsh on his team when it comes to like answering questions by the media, and he's doing the best he can, it feels like, to try to figure this whole thing out. But, here we are 10 games in. What do we have? Like 7 different starting lineups. And some of those starting lineups include, a two-way player, a different rookie, a guy they signed 5 days earlier, a guy they signed, a week earlier. Like, this doesn't feel like, I don't know, like they did the work coming into the season to create a roster that could compete. And so you're going to have mixing and matching and trying to figure things out on the fly. And that's not always easy, but the one thing that you do expect is the same thing I've always told my boys when you go out there. The only thing you can control is how hard you play. Your energy, your enthusiasm, your effort. Those are the only things you can control. And if you watch these last couple of games, there have been moments where clearly they're just not competing. And that's where you get 40-point quarters. And that's just letting off the gas and allowing someone else to dictate what the play on the court is going to be. And that's not a good trait to have when you're a professional basketball team.
Nah, man, and 100% understand the question that D'Lo asked there, but I'd be alarmed if he thought they did compete yesterday. Like, that was the whole weekend. The whole weekend, James, it was an abomination. I was very, very disappointed.
I think you can compete and play poorly. I
Yeah.
think you can.
Well, you can.
Maybe not that poorly.
You can. But if you watch those games like Doug Christie did, I don't know how you thought they competed at their highest.
Okay.
You know what I mean? There were moments in the first quarter and a half of the Thunder game, they were getting after it. They had to work back to get into the game and stuff like that. And you could kind of say the same thing about the game last night. Like I said, halfway through, got to 49-45, and then that was it. That was it. Once both games, and once the Thunder and the Timberwolves put a little heat and put a little pressure on the Kings, they folded like a stack of cards. And that was
49-45. I don't even think the run had hit yet, had it?
No.
They were just playing. They were playing from, behind, but the run that ended the game hadn't hit yet.
That was the one that started it. It was bad.
Yeah, it was tough. It's tough to watch. And, I don't blame fans for staying away a little bit. I also don't blame fans for booing or for chanting for Keon Ellis. Like, what you're hoping for is that something will change, in a game like that. It's not just that you gave up 40 points in the second quarter. You came back out and got your butts kicked in the third. Like, that's just not acceptable. Like, to have that level of getting destroyed. And, they, if there's one thing Doug has done, he's let just about every player go out there and show you what they can do, except for Doug McDermott. He doesn't get to play. Everyone else has got to play here in the first 10 games of the season. And it's just, you can't say, well, I didn't get an opportunity or anything else. It's like, when you do get your chance, you need to go out there and play hard and show that you're going to be a positive and not a negative. And I think way too often there are players that are either starting the game or finishing the game that they just haven't had it. And so it's a tough look right now.
What do you asked Doug the question last night about getting Keon Ellis minutes? I'm going to ask you that same question. I'm going to ask you to answer the question that you asked Doug last night. Do you need to work Keon into the rotation? And if so, how do you do it?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of the more difficult questions that, faces Doug. And I get sort of all sides here. Keon wants to play because he's in a contract year and he wants to get paid. His agent wants him to get paid. Everybody on his group wants him to get paid. The fans, they love Keon. They've embraced Keon and they know that he can be a good player for them. So I get their angst and their want, especially if you're going to give up 80 points combined between the second and third quarters. At some point, you have to try a better defensive option, right? And then I feel for Doug too, because he has a roster that is unbalanced and is extremely difficult to manage. And when, you go out and you sign Dennis Schroeder to a 3-year deal starting at 14 million bucks, to be your starting point guard, that's one thing. When you bring in a first ballot Hall of Famer and Russell Westbrook, who's just taken this team by storm, he's going to eat minutes. When you got a 46, $47 million player in Zach LaVine, who's leading your team in scoring, he's going to play. When you have a guy who should have won 2 Six-Man of the Year awards and who's playing really well offensively, he's going to play. So, like, where do you fit in Keon Ellis? And the answer is he hasn't. So it's going to be difficult like this. And like what Doug said on Friday night when I asked him the question again, he said, well, it's only going to get worse when Keegan gets back, because any minutes now you're still from the power forward spot is going to go to Keegan, which means those minutes that either Russ or DeMar are moving over and playing the 4, that's going to go away. And it's not an easy situation. You heard Doug even say, hey, look, we've got a huge minute guy at that position that's playing, 34, 36 minutes. And then we got another guy right behind him who's a really good player, and he's got to play as well. And we're trying to steal minutes from this position and that position. At the end of the day, I don't think there's a perfect solution outside of trading somebody. And whether that's Keon or one of the other 4, eventually someone's got to go, because I don't expect that group of 5 guards to finish the season on the roster together. And if they do, I don't expect the same 5 guards back next season. It's just kind of the reality of the situation. And so to answer your question, I would find a way to get him on the court. I would probably give him some minutes that right now I'm giving to DeMar DeRozan, and I would, start stealing from the small forward position. I would move Zach LaVine over to the 3 a lot more and try to get Keon on the court. But I don't know that there is a perfect solution, except for you better figure it out, because if you're going to keep giving up that many points with that lineup, it doesn't matter how good they're playing offensively. Somebody's got to go. You just can't get, run over by give up 144 points every single game and think that you're going to win basketball.
Whose minutes would you kind of dive into? Would it be a little bit of collective? Not to say that anybody is playing bad, but I look at the first half of that game on Friday. Dennis Schroeder played 16 minutes. Malik Monk played 16. I think Nick Clifford played 10. Would that potentially be a situation where maybe you take 4 off of Schroeder, 4 minutes off of Schroeder, 4 minutes off of Monk, and now you've got 8 minutes to play with Keon in that first half? Is that kind of how you would do it? Do you see some of these other guys getting a little too many minutes and you could take from them? How would you get Keon involved into that rotation?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly, and this isn't to call him out, I don't think that you should be running DeMar DeRozan out there for 36 plus minutes a game. I mean, he's 36 years old, and it's kind of, to me, it's a little bit like the Christian McCaffrey thing with the 49ers. Like, how many carries can you give a guy in the first half of the season and expect him to have anything left in the second half? You're talking about, again, in the NFL, a 29-year-old guy versus a 36-year-old guy. But realistically, that's kind of the same when you're looking at running backs in the NFL. And like, I just don't think that there's a reason to be running him out there for 36 minutes. And that's not to say he's played bad. I think he has played well. But if he was playing 28 minutes, I kind of feel like his numbers would look almost identical to what they do right now. And there's 8 minutes that you might be able to steal for somebody else. Again, the power forward minutes, you know, if DeMar's got to play some more power forward or what, like, I don't know how you manage that. Same with Neek Clifford. You know, Neek can go over and play a little bit more at the 4. It's not a perfect solution, but this team doesn't have a perfect solution, which is why they started Precious Achua after signing him 5 days earlier.
What happens when Keegan Murray returns? How do you think some of this stuff shakes out when Keegan is back?
I think you have the same exact situation at the power forward spot that you have at the 2 guard spot. There's going to be one player playing 35, 36 minutes a night, and that's Keegan Murray. And then you're going to have one player playing 12 to 13 minutes. And whether that's Precious or it's somebody else, I think that's the way that they're going to have to do this thing. And that just takes away any extra bonus minutes that you have there. But Keegan is so incredibly valuable to this team. You know, he can't fix everything just like Keon Ellis can't fix everything, but he certainly can be better. You know, you can be better on the defensive end. And, last year we talked about that, the whole thing where, they were allowing 15 3-pointers a game and they're only making 11. And so you're walking into every game with like a 12-point disadvantage at the 3-point line. Well, that's exactly what we're dealing with here with the defensive side of the ball. You're walking in with like a 12-point disadvantage every single game, and you're trying to make it up on the offensive end. And that's just because you don't have good defenders. You have negative defenders at almost every position on the floor. You have undersized defenders at almost every position on the floor. You've got bad rebounders at almost every starting position on the floor outside of center. Like, that's what the coaching staff is dealing with. And so the fact that they're underwater and they're 3-7, not a surprise, not with this schedule and not with the collection of players. And until they figure out how to be a team and not a collection of players, this thing's going to keep going this way. Because that's what it is. Like, if you're bad individually as defenders, you have to find ways to be better as a team. And so far, we have not seen that.
Well, one of the things Doug talked about last night is, and I agree with him, that this doesn't mean they're great, but I think some of those guys have been working individually as defenders, and I see that on the TV screen, on the tape. But he said the problem is it's not a cohesive unit as a team defense. I believe that you can become an adequate team defense and have team defenders, even if you're not traditionally this great individual defender. Do you think that's a possibility? Like a DeMar DeRozan and Domantas Sabonis, not great individual defenders, but with effort and IQ and a want to, they can be part of good team defense. Do you think that's a something that can happen? Just in general,
Yeah.
not with this Kings team, but just in general.
Yeah, actually, I'll just point you to like the early 2000 Kings. Like, Mike Bibby was not a good defender at all. Chris Webber was an okay defender. Peja Stojakovic had moments where he was a good defender. At the point where the Kings got Vlade Divac in his 30s, he was not a great defender at that point. But you were able to be a really strong defensive team as a unit, but you had a primary ball-stopping, defensive-minded player that was Doug Christie. And so that's where I think the Keon Ellis thing plays in. He doesn't have all the skill set that Doug had as an offensive player, but he certainly can play defense, and he can wreak havoc on that side of the ball. And I think, when we've seen him playing alongside Neek Clifford, I love that look. Even when he's playing alongside Devin Carter and they're running the zone, but with those two up top, I thought it looked really, really interesting. And they were getting deflections. They were flying all over the place. They're getting steals and breakaway buckets. That's gone. Like, they're not using that look at all right now. And to me, like, if you have a way to steal some time and mix it up on the defensive side of the ball, it kind of resets everything. So if your other defense isn't great without those guys, it takes a little bit of time when they go off the court for the opposition to adjust a little bit and get back to what they're doing. So At this point, like, look, I don't know that there's a way to make this a good defensive team, a good team defense group. But I do know that it usually starts with at least one defensive catalyst that can help you. And unfortunately for right now, that has not been Dennis Schroeder. Like, he's been touted as like this plus defender. He's been league average. At least that's what it looks like to me. Like, I'm not seeing anything with Dennis Schroeder that's amazing. On occasion, he has some really, really nice plays. But overall, he's just kind of there with everybody else.
We were listening to both Doug Christie and Zach LaVine earlier. Both had some remarks that are left for interpretation. Maybe neither were like specifically clear on what they were saying, but you could definitely interpret what they were saying. And Zach LaVine sort of hinted at maybe we don't have the personnel to play defense the way that Doug wants to. Like, he specifically said, I'm working my ass off on the defensive end, but maybe it's not leading to the success we want. And then he brought up you don't ask Rudy Gobert to score 30 points a game. That's not his job. He's a defender. Like, that's what he does. And my takeaway from it was like, yeah, I think Zach LaVine might be right. Perhaps Doug is asking this team to play in a style that they're just not built to play. He's asking to play a style that he doesn't have the players for.
No, I would agree. But like, what is your other option as a coach?
I don't disagree. Yeah, you don't have
Just
one.
say, hey, we get it. You don't play any defense, so you guys better score 200 every night, or we're gonna lose. I mean, that's the alternative.
Well, there's one way of doing it.
Yeah, like I don't know what the alternative is, but I will tell you this: they're not good offensively either. Like, individuals, they're great. They're great, but their offensive rating is like 26 in the league. They're not good offensively. And that's because they're not playing as a team. They're playing as individuals. And so that's the first thing that has to go. If you can't break that, then this whole entire season is lost. If you can't get them to play an offense and get them to play together as a defensive unit, you're going to lose 50 plus games. And that's just a reality. Like, it doesn't matter. Every team has offensive weapons. Every player in the league was the top scorer on their high school team or on their college team or on their high school, college, junior high team. So when they get to the league, it's not like, is it a surprise when, Corey Brewer goes for 50? Yeah, it's a surprise, but, I guarantee you at some point in his career in, high school or something, that Corey Brewer went for 40 something. So it's not that big of a surprise for the players as much as it is for us on the outside looking in. This is kind of like the reverse. Like, if you can't play defense at just a basic level and try to hold your position just, again, at a basic level, we're not saying you got to go out there and be OKC, but if you can't do that, you're not going to win. I mean, it's that simple. And it can't be all on somebody else to save the day on the defensive side of the ball. And because you score, because look around, this team has a bunch of dudes who can drop 30 on any given night. That doesn't matter if you're not playing defense.
I'm looking at the schedule. I don't know when this team wins 2 games in a row. Like, I'm trying to figure out if they do it before Christmas. There's a at Portland versus Portland. I don't know. There's a Utah, Memphis in there. I don't know. Phoenix might be better than we thought.
Portland's a good example, though. The Kings are have more talent than Portland, at least on paper, but they play harder. They play hard every single night. They don't give in.
Sorry, that James, that was inappropriate. I'm sorry. They got the over on the win total for Vegas.
Yeah. All their chips are in.
All their chips are in.
They anteed up. Yeah.
Yeah. It's one of those things though, like in that same vein, you hear Doug Christie speak last night, and without them being in the same place and probably hearing what was said, Doug spoke directly to that. He said, yeah, Zach LaVine is doing really well individually.
Mm-hmm.
Said him specifically, like he is really working hard on the defensive end individually. But the question is, can we turn that individual defense into team defense? And and I really would have to look at the film, but yeah, one-on-one, guarding somebody, keeping your man in front of you. I see you working, Zach, but where are you at on the help side? Are you letting guys cut across your face on the defensive end? You know what I mean? Like are you moving? Are you communicating? Are you communicating to the other when you are the backside guy, the last line of defense? Are you communicating to the guys in front of you and telling them like, hey, here's a back screen coming, or here's a pick and roll. I got your help. Are you doing those things? And those are the things that I think Doug Christie's talking about when he says, yeah, I see you working on the end. That's a great step. But are some of you guys that are working, Malik Monk's another one who's working one-on-one defending people. But where are you at on the help side? Where are you at on the communication? And that's what you're not historically this great defensive player, but that just takes that takes awareness, and that takes commitment to your teammates to improve on. And they can do that to a certain degree. They just choose not to.
Yeah, I think it is. I don't even know if it's like a conscious decision to say yes or no, I'm not going to play defense, or I am going to play defense. I think when it comes down to it, like, you have a bunch of offensive-minded players who have had to play defense somewhat in their careers, but not every single minute of every single game. And again, I feel the same way about the defense on this team as I do the offense. It just looks like a bunch of me stuff, you know? It just looks and a lot of things, the things that, like, we talked about in the first Beam Team year. I remember coming on with you guys, and we talked about how, early in the season, that they were doing all these crazy things on the offensive end that looked really sustainable, and the advanced statistic told you that they were gonna be a much better team than they were. The one thing that was missing is that they weren't hitting shots, right? They were missing quite a few open looks, and if they just got that to like a reasonable rate, they could be one of the better offensive teams in the league. And sure enough, it happened. My concern with this team is the exact opposite. Like, I'm watching, Russell Westbrook shoot almost 15% higher than his career average on threes. I'm watching, DeMar DeRozan shoot like 11 or 12% higher than his career average from three. Like, these are issues that I don't know how the Kings, because when they come back down to earth, and, again, Malik Monk shooting 7 or 8% above his career average, when they drop back down to their average, what does that team look like? Because we're already seeing what a team looks like that doesn't play any defense. But if you take away some of these components that do not look like they're sustainable at all, how bad can it get? And, again, it's about trying to outscore your opponent sometimes, but like, if you're scoring 2-point baskets every time and they're scoring threes, and then you go to the other end and you're just not playing any defense, like, this has potential for complete disaster. They really do need to find chemistry. They need to figure out how to play together as a group, but not just on the defensive end. It's on the offensive end too, because these things feed into each other. Like, the fact that they can't rebound without Domas on the court is leading to 0 transition buckets. So, the fact that they can't get a stop on the defensive end, or they're not scoring efficiently. Well, if you're not scoring efficiently, you can't set up your defense because you're not getting back. Like, all of these things play into each other. And it to me, like, there is a worse version of what's happening right now, and it's just hiding right below the surface. And it's like, hey, they're losing games, and they're also shooting well above their head from the perimeter. What happens when that goes away? And so, I don't want to be all that negative, but like, the team's 3-7. I'm going to be honest with you.
Okay. Well, more doom and gloom, because James is right. There's not a lot of positive to talk about, but we do have a couple of basketball games coming up this week at the Golden One Center before they head out for a lengthy road trip. So we'll discuss some of that when we return with our insider from the Insiders. It's James Ham here with Dylan with KC on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Get some more cracker. Well, Peanut
Wow.
butter crackers.
Okay.
What?
You hear that? Kenny going to get some crackers. He going to get some more crackers. Kenny loves crackers.
Wow. Drew down. One player can't turn a team into a respectable defensive team. You know, like Keegan's going to help because he's going to slow down the crazy guy who's going for 40, right? He at least can, in a lot of situations, slow down that guy. But the problem is, like, the Kings are getting torched by randos each and every game. It's not always the big time player that's killing them, or it is the big time player. But then on top of that, it's like 3 other random dudes who are just, kicking their butts. So I think a combination of Keon and Keegan can help. But again, like, where are you going to get the minutes? I know Mitch said hello earlier. Hello, Mitch.
Mm-hmm.
I read that wrong. I don't even know what you're talking about, TC.
Yeah, what are you talking about, TC?
Yeah, I don't know what TC talking about either. Fill us in, bro.
I mean, if you're talking about Joe, we have Joe coming back next week. But I think maybe that's what he's talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. Well, I think TC might be referring. I don't know. TC, what are you talking about?
TC in there. He in there.
Oh, okay. No, he explained it.
Oh, well, because Joe's here. They.
I know. It's like, damn, Casey forgot about Joe Brazil already.
Because I was like, well, can't be talking about Joe Brazil because Joe Brazil, I just seen him today. They ain't stealing him.
TC just tapped in on promotions, just stealing away Joe Brazil, I guess.
We get Joe back next week. Allegedly.
That's good stuff. Good stuff.
At least a few days a week.
Oh, I see. They got a little co-host over there today.
Well, we got Jerry back.
That's all that matters. That's all that matters. We got Jerry.
He should be in on Thursday. I need to remind him. And hope he doesn't show up on Wednesday.
As long as he doesn't show up tomorrow, we're fine.
Yeah.
He can just be on whenever he wants.
Kyle just kind of looked at me and looked over my shoulder. I'm like, huh, what are you looking at? And then I see someone like waving in the glass. I'm like, oh, that's Jerry.
Week early. A week early. That's a hell of a commercial break. We must be getting paid. We're coming back right here. High school player of the week. If you have not heard, we are accepting submissions over at ESPN1320.com to nominate our first high school athlete of the week. It's right there on the front page. If you go to ESPN1320.com, you'll see it. Literally, it will be the first thing you see.
Click on High School Athlete of the Week. And if you've got a submission, son, daughter, friend, niece, nephew, homie, whatever, just an athlete you think deserves the recognition, submit.
Yeah.
And all of the guidelines are in there, like the pictures, the release form, all of that stuff, man. But we want to make sure that we show the young people in our community some love. So we'll crown our first high school athlete of the week next week and every Tuesday at 3:00. So you've got till I think it's Sunday night to get your submissions in. I think you got till Sunday night at midnight to get your submissions in. So that's ESPN1320.com. Click the High School Athlete of the Week, and we'll name our first High School Athlete of the Week 1 week from this Tuesday. Very, very excited about that. And there will be a lot of Kings basketball played prior to our first High School Athlete of the week being named. And it'll start tomorrow night with Denver in the most ridiculous 8:00 start time you could imagine.
I disagree. I can't wait.
Absolutely absurd. James, you're not even getting out of the Golden One Center until Wednesday. It's awful. I think Adam Silver should ban this. I think Adam Silver should be thrown out of office for allowing this to happen. And it's the first night of a back-to-back.
Oh, that is not a good
They got to play Atlanta the next night at 7.
It's literally just like a doubleheader. It's not even a back-to-back.
Might as well just sleep at the Golden One Center. But there's a lot of basketball ahead, Hammer. We saw them not that long ago against Denver. We were even speculating earlier on what the starting lineup will be because we have, 9 games with 10 different starting lineups. I'd argue even the one game where the same 5 players started, it was a little bit different. And the one that was a little bit different was actually Denver. DeMar started at the 4. Russell Westbrook started at the 2. But, James, I honestly have no idea what we're going to see tomorrow in terms of a starting lineup.
Yeah, it's super, super tough to figure out what they're going to do, especially you were hoping you were going to catch lightning in a bottle with Russ and Malik Monk coming off the bench together. And that didn't work out at all. I mean, they just weren't good, even in the least bit. It was a train wreck. And so, Doug Christie, he's sitting here mixing and matching players all the time, trying to find these little groups that can play together. And so you might be able to, again, like give your bench some bump, give your starting lineup a nice push, clear up some defensive things while adding offense, give yourself size and rebounding in the starting lineup, which is why they went to Precious Achiuwa. And then, the other players that they can't seem to figure out how to fit into a new role. So I don't know who's going to start, to be honest with you. I wouldn't be surprised if it was Precious again, just because they've got Aaron Gordon, who's extremely versatile, and it's a big front line. But I also think Russ played really well. I would be really close if I'm the Kings at this point to looking at Russell Westbrook as my starting point guard as an option and see how that goes. And, maybe it's going to be bad defensively, but how bad could it get? I mean, I don't know that it could be worse than what we've already seen. So, I think, again, you have to keep trying to figure out combinations and hope that something just works and that you have to stick with it. But until Keegan Murray gets back, I think this is going to be a bunch of mixing and matching.
James, in your opinion, who are the real Sacramento Kings? Is what we saw this past weekend, or was it what we saw like last weekend with the Bucks and then how they played against Denver, the winning against the Warriors? Like, who do you think is the real Kings?
Man, I think it's both of them. And I think that's the problem. It's just Jekyll and Hyde, So, like, I kind of want to see what they look like outside of this first, 18, 19 games when the schedule lightens up a little bit. Can they get some momentum playing against lesser opponents? But for right now, you're going to get destroyed by teams that have been together, by teams that are like top tier teams in the Western Conference. That's exactly what's happened in the last 2 games. It's like OKC is the team that won the championship. They're incredible. They know exactly how to play together on both ends of the court. And then the next game you show up and it's, the team that lost to them in the Western Conference Finals. And if you look at the first, again, 18, 19 games of the season, it's 3 games against Denver. It's 3 games against OKC. It's 2 or 3 against Minnesota. Like the hits just keep coming. And, even the Eastern Conference teams you're playing, teams like the Bucks, teams like the Bulls, who haven't hardly lost at all. And even, what's the other? The Bucks, the Bulls. Who do they got coming up? Oh, the Hawks. The Hawks they've got coming up. The Hawks have played really well. They're long, they're athletic. They play like really good pace. But on top of that, they're playing without Trey for a few games here. And you're playing on the second night of a back-to-back. So there is no like natural advantage of being at home. So like, again, I'm kind of looking forward to that, where they play the Suns, they play Memphis, they play a couple of teams that just aren't great right now.
In there, yeah.
Yeah, at the end of November, right? And by that point, you probably should have Keegan Murray back as well. You're kind of hoping you get him back a couple of games into the tough stretch so he can work out some of the kinks. So when you do have a little bit of a lighter schedule, you can build some momentum and try to get back closer to 500. But there are no promises here.
This has to be the shortest turnaround in NBA history for a back-to-back. It's literally 23 hours apart. Like start times are 23 hours apart. That has to be a first, right? I mean,
illegal.
the only time it wouldn't be is if it happened already this year. And I don't know if it has.
I think there are road games that like you could play a 5 o'clock game in one time zone and then the next day have a 4 o'clock game.
Oh, sure.
So it's possible that there have been a road game here or there that feels like it's less than 24 hours. But again, you're playing the Hawks. It's 3 games in 4 nights, and a short turnaround the night before. So, yeah. I mean, this is the NBA. I'll tell you, the Golden State Warriors, they're on their 4th set of back-to-backs already, and that's like that's an old team that's just getting run over by the back-to-backs. It's
And the road is
really,
killing
really,
them.
yeah. It's
road is
tough
killing
because.
them.
Yeah, they just keep playing every night. So even if they have a day off in between their back-to-backs, they just keep, when you're an older team, it's tough to recover. And, they're a team that just, again, they're battling injuries and everything else. They're a 6-5 team that's probably more like a 7-4 or or an 8-3 team if it wasn't for the fact that number 1, injuries, but number 2, the back-to-backs wearing them out.
What about that Minnesota schedule that we laid out? How they came from New York to Minnesota to Sacramento. No, to Utah.
No, it's Utah. Yeah.
To Sacramento.
They're going to play Utah. Yeah. And then
back to Minnesota
to play Sacramento. Yeah.
All in the span of like a week and a half.
Yeah. And it culminates with the Friday game because the Kings hit the road after the back-to-back, but they literally hit the road. They play Wednesday, leave. They play Friday.
Yeah.
So there's no taking a quick look. Friday, Sunday, they'll have Monday and Tuesday. They'll have Monday and Tuesday before they take on the Thunder on Wednesday, and then the Grizzlies on Thursday, and then Denver on Saturday. There is a ton of basketball ahead for the Sacramento Kings. There's even, man, once you get to that Oklahoma City game, holy crap, you've got the Wednesday, Thursday, you got Saturday, Sunday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday, Wednesday, and then you'll get 2 days before you play Miami on Saturday in Miami.
James, I got a question for you. Well, Damian, I got a question for you too.
Oh, thank you.
Both of you guys. You can
excited to be a part of this.
You guys make anything out of the courtside watch gate and about how Scott Perry, Vivek Ranadive, and Alvin Gentry all left together? And it doesn't really matter that Vivek was the only one that came back, but them all leaving together, does that ring any alarms for you?
No, I mean, I think they probably wanted to have discussions that wasn't in front of everybody. I was very surprised if Vivek didn't come back because Vivek usually sits there, even if it's horrific, he'll sit there the entire game. And I think that there was more that you could put into that. I
still with this franchise. I want a new owner.
Exactly. Well, I mean, look, like he's equally responsible for what's happening here. Like he's on the hook for this as well. And, I know it doesn't feel good, but at least they were cheering Keon for Keon and not, turning on the owner or chanting sell the team, because to be honest, like you're heading that way. You're heading towards the fans revolting here because they're really frustrated with what they're seeing. And ticket prices are high and just the effort, the energy, all that stuff. It's not representative of Sacramento. And, like to be honest, I'm very surprised he left and did not come back. And, maybe he had something going on or he had a flight to catch or something. So there's always a possibility there's something. But at the same time, like you're the owner, if you're going to get up and leave at halftime, you're kind of giving your fan base sort of the same, nod. Hey, if you guys don't want to be here, it's okay. I'm leaving. And I don't think that that's a good way to, kind of represent, like I stay to the end of every game. I don't leave early. And I'm not a guy who owns the team. So I do think that was kind of an odd look. And it was really odd to see John Reinhart come out and kind of sit with those guys. So it was, Alvin Gentry and Scott Perry and John Reinhart and Matina and Peja, who's in town. So they all sat there and watched the second half without Vivek, and just a little different, right?
Yeah, since that question went to both of us, I don't think it means anything. Like, I mean, I think we're looking for something to react to. I think sometimes we love to fix our eyes on what Vivek and everyone around him is doing, but I have no clue what it means. I don't think it means anything. Like, what did Vivek go seek investors? Like, I want out. Or did he go scan the free agent market or start calling general managers? Like, I don't think that unless he went back and said, I'm unhappy. Yeah, pal, so am I. The team's down 30. I don't know what to tell you. I think it was much ado about nothing. It was just an ass whooping. That caught everyone's attention. And so it became a story.
I think it's much ado about nothing as well. But I do find it a little odd that all three of them went to go talk at the same time.
Well, remember
not that anything.
Remember the
happen,
Vivek
but
was mad courtside thing when Vivek was sitting there next to Anjali, and I think it was either Matt or Sean's camera was fixated on it. It was just stuck on him, and he's just sitting there and he's looking mopey, and everyone was analyzing that video. Oh, what does it mean? It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah,
he was a cranky fan who left.
Yeah, I would have.
Probably not the only one.
The only reason I feel that way, once again, I don't think, they're going to talk about trades or whatever. It's like, yeah, I'm just going to leave if I'm Vivek, right? I'm not going to say, Scott, Alvin, come with me. I'm about to leave. Not saying that's what happened, but it was a little odd that all three of them got up and went to the back at the same time.
Sure.
No, I'm with you. And people who are asking, John Reinhart is the president of the Kings. I believe that's his official title.
Yeah, but like president of business operations.
Yeah, of the business side. Yeah, and he's been there forever. John has been around for
multiple owners around
25, 30 years. Yeah. He's a good dude.
Vivek said, "Come on, D'Lo, let's go."
That's a good reference. That's a great reference that James doesn't understand. Come on, man. Sorry, James. Don't mind him.
They left Farouk.
Hey, Miss Mac. Hey, if they wanted to get a shot together, they probably should have brought the bottle up to the media area, because we deserve to have one in that game as well.
Anyone who sat through that game deserved to have a shot.
Well, I didn't earn my shot.
No,
because I left.
It's because you were smart.
I left.
Yeah, you were smarter. You were smarter than the rest of us. The 11-year-old kept going, is this over yet? Yeah, baby, it is. But it's not. Just a few more minutes.
I'll watch the rest in the middle of the night.
They're not going to come back, right? No. No, we've known that for about 50 minutes that they're not going to come back. But
no,
it's fine. It's fine, and now they got to play Denver tomorrow. They usually play Denver pretty well, Hammer. I just don't know. Are you afraid of a? Are you afraid of a? Like Kenny used the example of like a breaking point being, well, it's not my fault. Like the individual thought process being, well, it's not on me. It's Doug. It's the organization. It's the culture. It's this. It's that. Are you afraid that that might plague this team at some point?
Yeah, of course. Of course. I mean, but like, I don't know what has to change. Like, again, we've had an ownership change here a decade ago, 13 years ago, whatever it was, 12 years. So that's one thing that has happened and hasn't really worked out all that well. But if you're there, like the coaching staff is different, like probably 80% turnaround of the coaching staff. The training staff is different. Chip Shays. Yeah. Why am I drawing a blank?
I think that's it, isn't it?
Yeah. So they replaced their lead trainer. And again, we're talking about a guy who was with the Jordan Bulls at the end, who's been in Sacramento before, who left and came back. Again, they've changed out so many different aspects of this group. Front office is different, so like, I don't know what it is. The practice facility is amazing. The locker room and the facilities there are amazing. Like, you can keep saying, oh, well, this is, a broke franchise or whatever. They're not. They've put a lot of money into this thing, and the amenities are beautiful. It's just like it feels like perpetual cycle of changing coaches, changing GMs while you still have a coach under contract. So then you have to fire the coach a year into the next year. Like, it's this perpetual cycle of instability that for some reason they foster, and again, I think it is a little bit like the tech world where, you push for people to be climbers and you push for people to jump over the top of people and sort of ascend in their own way. But that's just not the basketball world. And, the instability here is just really frustrating to watch and to be a part of, as someone who's covered this team forever. And so that's one thing that, again, I would love to see them fix, but that doesn't usually get fixed when you start 3-7 with another, 8 or 9 games of hell in front of you.
Hammer, we won't talk to you before the Nuggets game. You were spot on Friday when you said, I think they got a stinker in them for this game. Little did we know you meant the whole weekend. What do you got a feel on what they might look like tomorrow after everything that took place over the weekend?
I don't know. I would like to say that they're going to bounce back. I need to see resiliency from this group. They took a day off today as far as like full-fledged practice and media and all that stuff. They might have had like some walkthroughs and stuff like that, but but they didn't actually practice. Well, I mean, some of us stayed for the whole game, Kenny. Some of us stayed for the whole game last night and had to get up for an early show.
I stayed up. I didn't go to sleep.
Yeah, so
that was a shot at Beck.
There it is. Yeah, I don't know what to make of this team yet. Like, I don't have a feel for them, and I would like to tell you they're going to have a big bounce back game, and they're going to have this coming to Jesus talk, and it's going to make everything better. But I would expect that if they don't have a decent showing against Denver, they will have a decent showing against the Hawks the next night. And I don't know why I kind of feel that way, but I do. I think that they've got a chance to split this series. I also thought they had a chance to split over the weekend, and that wasn't even remotely close to what came out of the weekend.
Sure. Yeah, no, I was kind of with you in that regard. And you said you had a feeling about the way that Friday was going to go. It was something that hadn't happened to Sacramento yet this season. Like, even the games that they had lost, even some of them were frustrating. The Lakers one was frustrating. They had a double-digit lead. I think that was against Chicago. I can't really remember. That was a frustrating loss to have. But can you talk about it come to Jesus? Can you just snap back into what you were before? Like, you were out there competing, you were out there fighting, and in those games, it felt like, Hammer, you could correct me, I feel like this is usually the case, the offense was leading to a increased effort on the defensive end. They're putting the ball in the basket, and that's giving them an opportunity to set up. They're not playing in transition. They're not guarding fast breaks or doing anything like that. When the opponent is taking the ball out of the basket, it gives them an opportunity to set up. And I think they were playing a little bit better defensively in those games where they were a little more cohesive on the offensive end. I know there hasn't been very many of them, but there are a few of them.
Yeah, I've told you guys this forever. Like, offense and defense are so like intertwined that if you're not good offensively, and you're allowing the opposition to grab defensive rebounds at a high clip, then you're always in transition and you don't get time to set up, and you're not going to be nearly as good. And it's the same thing when you're bad defensively. It's just, again, you're always taking the ball out of the hoop. You're always going up against a team that set their defense, that might, leave a guy or two behind to mess with your dribbler, your ball handler coming up the court. And so you just get caught in this perpetual cycle of always kind of being behind. And it makes it really difficult. I think that, probably the first step for this team is to be better offensively. Like, be better offensively so you can be better defensively. But at the same time, like, I don't know how to achieve that. We've seen some moments where, again, I think they start running stuff. They start running the same plays again and again, and you start to see some continuity on the offensive end, but it's just too few and far between. They've got to do it more consistently.
Well, Jesse's telling us to end the show. So no Kings basketball tonight, and we are contractually forbidden from doing a radio show tomorrow. So we will not be with you tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon, but we will be back on Wednesday following the Sacramento Kings and the Denver Nuggets. So we will see you here Wednesday at 10 a.m. with the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, nobody.
Oh, good stuff, guys. Yeah, sorry, man. We can't do the show tomorrow. They've literally told us we can't. So
what is that? Like, I don't understand.
I'll tell you when we'll sign off. We'll say goodbye for the day. Kenny and I got some stuff to do right here. So we'll see you guys on Wednesday. Again, apologies for not being here tomorrow, but we will see you Wednesday.